This is pretty much what it's always like. So don't even fret.
There we go.
I'm back.
What do we have now?
Hey Goober. Can you get your camera working?
My camera?
Yeah.
It's still in the be right back screen.
Oh,
there
yeah,
we go.
better?
Now we've got
that's something.
someone painting
Hold
you
Hold on.
or varnishing
There we
it.
go. There we go. That's better.
What's that?
All right.
Yeah, no, that's
All right. Now we're in there.
we're nearly ready to start. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I started recording like
There we go.
10 minutes ago. This is all it. This is this entire thing. And we got 5 minutes of silence right in the beginning.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Everyone
This
will
is
be
the
sure to
podcast.
click away from the video immediately.
This summarizes.
This is the Path of Exile content people need.
Yeah.
Yep.
People need casual experiences to match their gameplay. Like
Now we're in an appropriate locale with Lighty.
my build's a shit show, and so is this podcast. I'm not lying though. This is exactly the kind of content I'm here for. I'm all for it.
Hell yeah, brother.
Thanks for signing up to this train wreck, you two. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, not you, Lighty. Literally anyone else. I'm just like, okay, fuck it.
You're welcome.
Hey, Flowers.
You're welcome.
Sacrificed a lot
Hey,
to
what's
be
up?
here.
What do you do in
What do I
PoE
do?
or in relation to life? Who are you, and how would people know you?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what's up? I'm probably not very recognizable at all in the Path of Exile community. I've done a couple Path of Exile Twitch Rivals events. My day job, my main gig is I am a commentator for the League of Legends Pro Circuit in North America for the LCS. So I do a lot of stuff in that world. I've recently branched out and I do stuff in all sorts of general gaming commentary. I've done stuff with Lost Ark. I did one of their promo events with G4. I do stuff with Twitch. I made a music video with Team Liquid one time. I do all sorts of weird stuff. But yeah, I've been a Path of Exile player for a long time now. And so you invited me onto this and it sounded like a lot of fun. I'm definitely not a pro Path of Exile player. I've never beaten the Feared or had a 300x build or anything like that. But I like to have a good time and just throw back a couple of beers and kill some mobs. So I'm here for good times, baby.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
This is
Good
exactly.
Hell yeah.
What about you, Palsteron? Oh fuck, I forgot immediately. You told me how to pronounce it and everything.
Yeah. I'm Palsteron. I make YouTube and Twitch content. I've been playing this game since 2014 and pretty new to content creation. I do it for like a year now. And yeah, it's been a blast so far. And I'm usually playing softcore, blasting, doing all the stuff he doesn't.
Softcore trade?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. What about you, Flowers? You do casual, you play like the
Softcore
first 2
trade.
weeks? Softcore trade? Laddie, you're like
Yep.
an SSF gamer, right?
I am an SSF gamer.
Are
Yeah.
you doing SSF this league?
As is every league for the past 10 years, yes.
I saw you do your little rolly thing where you spin your wheel. I caught like the very last minute of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so for those who don't know, I guess I could just briefly describe what you're talking about. So, since as Path of Exile, as a veteran, an alpha veteran, playing for over all the years, the game just has gotten too easy in its initial conception. So we did things before Soul existed. We played hardcore, and then we played group found hardcore before it was even a game mode, and then eventually SSF came out, and it's like fantastic, something for us. But even then, it's too easy. It's too easy. So we decided as a community, I was like, I'll pick my builds via a wheel being spun. So we assign an ascendancy in a build, for every ascendancy. And I spin a wheel, and then that's what dictates my league start. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. Sometimes it's been very bad. Like a couple leagues ago when I got Summon Reaper when it was released was very, very bad.
Dude. Oh, no.
Yeah, I gave up after 4 days, but I was like rank 1 Reaper in SSF. But you know what skill's bad?
How many Reapers were there?
Maybe 6 on a good day. But there was like, it was one of those things where 6 hours into League, they doubled its life and damage. And that was like, uh-oh, that was the first red flag. But this league, I spun the wheel and I received General's Cry Berserker, which I've never played before. I've heard a lot of good things.
That's decent.
Yeah, and you could since you could pick your own attack skill, since General's Cry generates a barbarian spirit that attacks something, so I picked Sunder as my attack skill since it's recently being buffed. So I'll summon a bunch
move
of
faster.
Yes, I'll summon a bunch of Unga Bungas and they'll slam and then it'll Sunder and it'll be great and I'll have a great time. Then I can eventually play a real build. But
I didn't even realize how bad Sunder was before. We tried it out this patch, and if you have 0 movement speed, it moves exactly as fast as you.
It's not great.
It's crazy.
Because it's the slam skill, at least if the idea behind the General's Cry part is because General's Cry does one attack and then they dissipate. So they do their one slam, they dissipate, and then they get resummoned and slam again. It should be fine on paper.
So, out of curiosity, is there a lower floor for how long you have to play these builds? If you land on something just like really janky, like Summon Reaper or whatever, you said you gave up after 4 days. Yeah. Do you set a rule that you have to play it for a certain amount of time? You have to hit red maps or something?
Effectively, 4 days for me on League launch, that's like 50 hours. I'm playing a tremendous amount in the first 4 days. Right, yeah. So roughly level 90 is where I cap out. Thank you. Okay. It's okay. It's tax deductible. But yeah, it's like, about level 90, which is normally at level 90. I've definitely broken into red maps. Much easier now because the Atlas Passage really speeds up that progression.
It's so nice.
Level 90. Yeah. That's definitely been the biggest, there's a lot of milestone moments in Path history that I distinctly remember, like the removal of desync, like the addition of loot filters.
Yes,
like
the OS macro.
No longer OS macro.
Loot filters was the biggest.
That's
one,
a massive one. Even now, having the tabs, the auto allocation of things in tabs, you can just shift click affinity. But when they did the Atlas Passage tree, that's been the biggest revamp I think to the endgame experience for the longest time. It totally revitalized the endgame, especially because it's such a great foundation to build upon.
Yeah, it's the big equalizer. Yeah, it's like before it was low tier players or new players had I don't know, let's say 1x per hour, and top tier players make 15x per hour. It got way more normalized with the Atlas Passive tree, which is pretty damn cool.
That's one thing. That
I should say Divines. My bad, not Exalt, Divines.
Oh yeah, we got to change it this time around, right? But I love the Atlas Passive tree because as somebody that I consider myself solidly a mid-tier player, definitely not high tier. But I like the fact that I can tailor my Atlas tree to stuff that feels more relevant to me instead of just having all the stuff specced into the Uber content, like the guys who are farming that stuff in week 1 and everything are, right? I just love it. The choices,
just having
awesome.
The option, yeah.
To that point, even changing tree is very minimal. Even for solo self-found, the fact there's just 2 regrets to get on Unmaking. When it first came out, Unmakings were pretty scarce, but since the change where you could just purchase them for regrets, there goes by days where at the end of a league when I'm really cranking, it's almost every day I'm changing my tree 30 points as I progress through thing to thing to thing. So it's
just swap
really
content
fluid now. Yep, just to totally swap content. I'll farm out 20 eaters and I'll go do that, and then I'll swap to something else and
is
go
that
do that.
Purely because you're playing SSF and you need to target farm things, or is it because you're doing one thing too much?
You accrue so much secondary resources by playing solo self-found specifically. So I'll do things like accrue mass amounts of breach and timeless jewels. Breach and like Legion content or whatever other secondary content that's not my target, but I just happen to get a bunch of, and then I'll allocate my tree to do that specifically, go do that, then go back to my main task. So, doing things like Expedition or Heist, you get tons of tertiary rewards, not just what I'm focusing on. So I want to, if you're trying to utilize the resources you have to the best of your ability, especially if you're someone who doesn't play a lot of solo stuff on standard post-league, anything that basically is sitting in your stash when the league ends, was a wasted resource, which is kind of a hard pill to swallow because how many people end the league with 2,000 red maps, and it's that's 2,000 latent resources that you just had sitting there you didn't run kind of. So just try to get the most out of what you have.
So you leapfrog your own drops essentially from one thing to another. I'm targeting this, but getting some of these. Now I target this and I'll get some of those. That's really cool. I've never played SSF, so I was always kind of curious in the ways that people made that work. Because I know that there's definitely been some points for me in Trade League where I've been okay, I know that if I couldn't trade for this stuff here, I would definitely feel like I was hitting a wall much harder.
SSF feels way more rewarding because because you can't buy something and you need a very specific item. You go try 7 different routes to get this one specific item, and in the process of doing that, you've encountered all these other drops that normally you wouldn't have got if you were in a Trade League. You would have just done the most efficient thing, saved up money, bought your one item, and not actually played the game. When I played SSF a couple years ago, I needed a very specific unique, and I went looking for it. In the process, I found like unnatural instincts and like a doctor card and like all this stuff that in trade I would have been swimming in money. But in SSF, I'm like, I don't want this. I need my garbage that I'm looking for.
Yeah. To be fair, even on trade, right, most people will just play what they like. It's like you're not gonna do breaches if you hate it. If you make like one divine less per hour or something, right? If you could do something you like. So even then, it's just nice to choose whatever you like, whether you like juiced maps or you like stuff that's more like Alk and Go focused. I mean, it's awesome in general.
For sure. Well, Jim,
What
are we doing?
Oh, you want a topic of conversation?
Oh yes, you're our captain.
He's our captain. He's
I don't
our
have
Somali pirate.
I don't write a to-do list. I just wing this shit.
Here,
Okay.
Here,
No,
I
50-page script, really?
no script here, man. I'm not kind of guy.
Jousis has
I
the
did
script.
make a sheet, but you go for it, Jousis. Take the fucking ball. It's all yours.
The switch with the divine orbs and the exalted orbs. Actually, I only worry about how this affects my videos, and my video that isn't out yet because I'm still working on it is actually totally fine, because there was a joke in there where I vendor a mirror and I say this is the currency that you actually need for the build. And when you vendor a mirror, you get 2 exalts, 5 regals, and a divine. So it didn't ruin the joke.
Good.
Nice.
Grants.
That's $1.
Yeah, that's-
Take those.
It's gonna take me 5 years to get the new change. I think I'm still gonna divine. I don't know, 1x uniques. Probably.
You're just gonna have 10 divines and be like, oh, I can divine like this unique that I'm wearing, and then you do it. You're like, wait a minute, what
my
have I done?
Astromentis. My Astromentis has 81 attributes. Wait,
It's definitely
it's gonna be rough.
for Soul stuff, and it's definitely a bummer of a change to be. I mean, there's not a whole lot of silver lining. I think that for Trade League, there's the one cool top end scenario is when things like ashes do drop, and they do drop with 30% quality. That is going to be worth now substantially more.
I mean, ashes is going to be rough. I mean, I would have said Annihilating Light. It's cool, right? 1 out of 10 times now is actually worth something. But Ashes of the Stars, it's going to be
real expensive for
How does Ashes roll?
Ashes.
Well,
it's up to 30 quality.
20 to 30%.
Yeah, up to 30 quality, and I think
gem quality.
what's the minimum? on it?
Reservations also.
20 to 30 quality.
Oh, okay.
So 11.
That's the difference. You know, if you're having a build that is utilizing an alt quality to fully function, to transition to damage type to another, that's kind of really important to have that exact number you want. So it's not
To be fair, you do have
freedom to think.
You do have the reworked Dialas now, to be fair, so that's cool.
That's a very nice item they did, reworking Dialos to have such huge increase to
I think it's actually
power and quality
complete crazy item. Yeah, it's like Skin of the Lords, but you can corrupt it. It's completely crazy.
I sniped that sheet that was in your Discord, where people were theory crafting Dialas and all the gems and whatnot to it. I've just sniped that and I put it in my hoarding stuff. If I ever get a Dialas in SSF, go for it.
Your little treasure trove?
Yeah, my little treasure trove of I feel like I have an advantage over other players now that I have found this and not told anyone else about it. I'm gonna put this right here and never touch it again.
Yes, the sacred information. You got to keep it secret so that you have the edge, right?
That's like if I see anyone discover something new and post it on Reddit, download it immediately. Got to keep that information safe and secure.
If you want the real,
I'm just kidding.
it does happen.
There was a guy who posted something on the Path of Exile subreddit. It was either last night or this morning, and he was like, "Do you think GGG realizes this?" And it's just like second thing from on the front page, and the top comment is a guy going, "Do you think that posting it really helped him to skip over it?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, that's probably one thing you don't want to do if you think that there was something that got left over." I wonder if it's still on there. Hold on.
It's happened so much. There was in Bestiary, right? There was Go for it.
Oh, sorry. So it's literally a harvest craft to exchange 3 chaos for a divine. And he said, "I hope they accidentally forgot to remove this craft." Yeah. And so the top comment guy is just going, "And you're posting of a screenshot to remind them to forget about it."
I mean, to be fair, he was probably just farming karma, right? And he knew thought about that one, right? But that's easy karma on the PV Reddit.
Wasn't, in a perfect world, I'd like to believe he was earnest.
Just trying to bring this to everybody else's attention.
If you want the real shady tech, you could do it. You could do what they do in every game launch of a new session or season. Is you go to the bug thread forum and you hyperlink the new and just sit there and refresh. And you just watch to see what reported bugs happen.
Devious.
Very
devious.
Okay.
Every single game has it.
Thought of that.
Every single game has it, and they never fucking learn, because no matter how fast, they can only go so fast to fix something, right? So if there's something like saying, oh, by the way, for some reason, tabbies are still vending for divines, and it's a bug section, it could be bait for someone inflating tabby prices.
You'll have like 2 days, probably. You'll have 2 days. Yeah.
GG's pretty good at fixing the game-breaking ones, but the economic impact ones tend to just go by for a couple of days.
That one
so
where
be really super sketchy, you can do that.
The one where
from Hillock in
Onigoroshi
Act 6, yep.
guaranteed dropped at Act 6. I was in Act 3, and all of my friends are better than me in the game, and like they're getting their Onigoroshi. So I'm like, I'm trying to get there, and it's like I get to Act 5, and they patch it out. I'm like, no, I tried so hard, and I didn't get it. Well, like,
it's just like the early bird special is what we normally refer to it as, because it's like, whatever you get in that first couple hours, if not days of the league, is like, there's your window of opportunity to reap the rewards.
That's wild. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that.
Go for it, yeah.
I mean, it's a bit ethical dilemma in your position, Mr. Twitch.
No, Lighty.
Man.
This is terrible advice. People have been banned for this.
No. I'm saying I'm going to read it. I can't do anything about it. It's very hard for me to play on League launch because the main show days for the league that I cast for are on the weekends. So usually when League starts, I can play a couple hours on the first day. And then I've got to spend the next 2 days like doing my actual main real life job. I don't get to play a lot on League launch. So I'm not going to engage in unethical activities. I will simply spectate said activities.
Ooh, spicy. Keeping an eye on. Oh, we'll save this one for later.
Yeah. Make a little Google folder.
It's a secret.
A little treasure trove
later.
Yeah.
No comment.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Jousis? If anyone?
Speaking of mechanics that they may have forgotten to patch out. So if you equip an item that gives you a minimum charge and unequip the item, it grants you that charge at the full duration instead of deleting the charge. So with the Rallikesh's Impatience boots, which grant you all minimum up to maximum of every charge while you're stationary, basically you can stand still, equip and unequip the boots, and get all of your charges.
Instantly.
And so you can hold down the discharge button and spam left click unequipping and re-equipping the boots.
Yeah, and then the next iteration of what he's describing is you have to balance it so you have the exact stats on a weapon that gets you to equip the boots. So when you weapon swap, it unequips them, and then you just weapon swap back and forth. And then it discharges constantly.
If you can
That's
get
the next level of
the new mirrored, if you can get a weapon that's mirrored to have negative dexterity.
Yep.
Oh, so then it'll take you below the threshold and you can't equip the boot.
Yeah, and it'll unequip the boots.
Yep.
And then also you can have spectral spirits from the essence.
Essence weapon, yeah.
Yeah, have that on your other weapon. That you just swapped from, so you take damage, and then you can have cast and damage taken, and you can have the trigger craft as well. And if you use the discharge threshold jewel, it overrides the cooldown. So let's say you have the 8-second cooldown craft on your weapon, it overrides it to 0.25 seconds.
Yep.
Well, it's not necessarily good, but it does exist.
Very frequently. With this setup, with max charges. And you can automate it to where you are weapon swapping.
Is this your video that's not been completed yet? This sounds like something...
No, so the video that I'm currently working on is Wardless Ward Loop.
Okay.
And the build that I'll do next league is probably the third iteration of One-Shot Everything.
Okay. You've got Wardless Ward Loop. You've got my attention, man.
It's similar to something I've done before where it's just you simply are that tanky that you can just take that much. You can take level 20 cast and damage taken damage 4 times per second and still be at full health.
Mm-hmm. But without ward.
Yep. Without ward.
So do you still do like the skeleton shenanigans?
Yeah, the skeletons are driving it, and then Forbidden Right with like -40 chaos res.
Does it have
I
anything to
tried
do
getting
with
the
the
Chaos Res on
reflect?
fire.
With the reflect uniques, does it have anything to do with that? No.
No, this is just so I have a bunch of regen, a bunch of life recoup, a bunch of mana recoup, mind over matter, a few other mechanics. But yeah, basically just having an insane amount of recovery.
Well,
In
good
fact,
luck.
you take so much damage that you have to start the loop like you're starting a crappy lawnmower.
Give it a couple pulls.
Yeah, it takes like 10 seconds to get it going, because if you just weapon swap twice, then it goes at full speed and you die. So you have to weapon swap.
What was the
Weapon
thought behind
swap.
not going ward? Was it just to meme, or was there a reason?
It was
better?
to meme. It was because ward items are expensive and it's a meta build, and I wanted to do an off-meta version of the meta build.
Gotcha.
It's not even good. I just wanted
Those
to
are the
do
best
it.
builds. Yeah.
Oh, it uses some interesting math. So there's like the budget version and the really expensive version. The budget version uses specifically, so you're only allowed to have a specific amount of physical damage reduction. So the other thing that I wanted to do with this build is usually ward loops have no armor, no physical damage reduction. They get one shot all the time. I figured out, so on the budget version, you can have exactly 35% physical damage reduction. So you can get a 35% less physical damage taken roll on Doppelganger's guys.
Nice.
On the expensive version, you can go up to 45%. But so basically, the build uses specifically and exactly mid-rolled Doppelganger's guys instead of a perfectly rolled one.
Well, I'm sure that's cheaper now.
Which
that Divines
bodes
are-
well for Divine's expensive league.
Don't you need
Right.
very specific?
True.
Aren't those jewels for skeletons going to be really expensive now?
Oh, that's the other thing. The two dust jewels are 16% rolled, not 20%
Oh, that's
or
good.
19%. So they're easier to get.
So, okay, can I have the POB for this? Can I leak start it? You know, just get up.
So why are they
I wouldn't
specifically
recommend it.
16s?
So yeah,
That's the
so
number, I guess.
you need to get a specific amount of skeleton duration reduced, and so the two dust rolls 10% to 20% reduced. Most ward loot builds use 2 or 3 of them with 20%, which is why they're like an exalt or a divine.
Oh, okay.
But if the lower rolled ones are worth almost nothing because you would have to divine them to 20% for them to be useful. But on this particular build, they're 16%. So
Can't it just
Okay.
be a total of 32 though? Does it have to be 16
Yeah,
or
dude,
could
you
you
can do 12 and 20, right? As well? No?
like 32
Yeah, I mean,
total? Is the
He
number.
needs a
it needs to
specific
be-
amount for his
it needs
forecast
to
per
be
second.
very specific. So because the build is a scion, it doesn't take any points to path to the reduced duration nodes. So that takes away like 1.5, or not 1.5, 1 1/4 of a 2 dust that you need.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're saying you need 2 16s, that's 32. Can it
I
just
think
equal 32 over 2?
3/16.
Oh,
Let me
Be like a
I'm gonna
17 and a
double
15.
check my own path.
that's what I'm saying. It just has to equal that number. It doesn't matter what
It has to
specific.
equal a specific number. So you could
Okay.
roll a 14%.
Well, that makes it even
and an
easier for
18%.
gearing because you could get the whatever permutation of 3 to get you
Yes.
to your exact number.
So basically, the budget version does not rely as much on divines. And that was the other thing. There is one item in it that does rely on divines, but it's the Annihilating Light. And I think that unique is common enough and infrequently used enough that you should, like, I bought a perfect roll for 1 chaos. I think you should be able to do that next league as well.
It's a very common drop, but it
Are
is
you
also
going
very
for
good.
perfect roll on that one with your build too?
In the build that I've already made, oh, actually, yes, in the next build, I will be using that item again.
Okay. Are we going perfect roll on that one, or are you going some weird like middling roll because it also fills a specific slot?
No, that one I am going perfect roll on.
Okay.
Oh, and the other fun thing about the wardless ward loop is so it makes it much harder to cap your resistances. All of the resistances of that build come from the flasks. It uses a bismuth, a ruby, a sapphire, a topaz, and one of them has a perfect resist suffix on it.
That's pretty ghetto.
Mage blood.
That's so jank. I love it.
Hey, if it works.
The YouTube special.
Yeah.
Yes, it's perfect. Tooltip
Have you
warrior.
picked a song for?
Yeah,
is that the
reason
big
the video
surprise?
isn't out yet is because the song is so difficult to make.
And you're singing, just to clarify, you're singing "Castaways" by the Backyardigans, right? That's the song.
Oh no, not that!
Oh no,
that has to happen at some time.
You just keep
I know you're making
a
a joke, but I really want to shout out this band because they're an indie band and they're not particularly popular.
Is it you too? Bono, big indie Bono.
The band is called The Happy Fits, and they have 3 or 4 songs that I am really fond of. So I've already covered Dirty Imbecile, was my most recent video. Heart of a Dancer is the one that I'm doing this time because they actually commented on my Dirty Imbecile video, and I was like, "Oh hey,
Yes.
I'm glad you liked it. Would you
That's
be okay
sick,
if I did Heart of a Dancer?"
Awesome.
And they're like, "Yes." And I'm like, "All right, I guess the decision is made. I'm doing that song."
That's
So
cool.
that was really nice.
A great moment.
The other song I'm really fond of is Hold Me Down, but I don't think I'm currently able to do that song.
Like
because you have to
physically?
hit high notes.
What is?
Yeah. What?
So the singing is more technical, and I am taking singing lessons, so maybe I will eventually be able to do the singing. But the instrumental
modesty is
has
offensive.
an extremely specific vibe that is out of my wheelhouse.
Oh.
So
Just do it
for
poorly.
Heart of a Dancer in particular, so one of the draws of the band is that they don't have a bassist, they have a cellist.
Okay.
And so the intro to Heart of a Dancer is just cello. And I don't own a cello. And I spent a long time scouring the internet for software cellos that were able to do this part, and none of them can. Every single software cello assumes that you're doing some sort of concert hall, Hans Zimmer, Mozart stuff. This is extremely flat, right into the microphone, rock cello. So not a single.
And that doesn't
plugin
exist,
has
huh?
It doesn't exist. So what I did was I went and I bought a bow for a cello, and I played an electric bass with it.
Nice.
And
That's actually
it makes
fucking a
really
sick
cool
compromise.
sound. It's a really cool sound.
Well, there's your niche market. Just record some sounds with your cello and then start selling licensing out.
Now that I've
you
mentioned it, I
become
have
the
to
software
say.
program
Exactly.
for rock cello.
But that two
Hardware
other
becomes
people that
their
need it.
software.
Those 2 people are going to think he's a god, though.
Yeah.
He will
It's
be
true.
like their salvation.
He is their Yo-Yo Ma.
Yes.
Now I have to play a sample of it.
Do it.
Let's hear it.
It's going to take a while to open the project.
It's like got all of
boy.
his stream decks set up. He's like binding buttons. He's like, I wasn't ready.
The other thing,
Yes.
the cello software that I was trying literally used 100% CPU to play one note.
What? Wait, what?
Mining
Sure.
bitcoins.
There's
in the
There's no way
background.
that's running correctly, right?
Yeah.
So they have thousands of samples, and depending on what key you press, it has to go load that sample from disk and play it correctly. And so it just literally, it makes my audio crunchy when I try to play any of it because it's using all of my CPU and all of my RAM.
Sounds like a Bitcoin mine. You accidentally downloaded it.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, that's something doesn't add up here for the cello program to be using 100% of everything.
Yeah.
It's actually a well-known
a
problem with
rootkit.
this particular software. Okay, I have
A well-known problem.
Mm.
How are they still in business?
only the cello.
It's like a prescription drug, like may cause death. Just may drain 100%.
The guy has to read out like
CPU.
3 paragraphs of side effects at the end,
Super
like the
fast.
auctioneer speed
Yeah.
fast voice.
Yep.
Let me know if this is too loud or too quiet.
Oh boy.
So that's all playing an electric bass with a bow.
That was
Hang on.
cool, dude.
Yeah. When's ACDC Thunderstruck?
I did that already.
Oh, okay. With the cello, bass guitar, bow,
Not
and
with the
everything?
cello. I did.
no.
It was funny. I used a software guitar, and I got comments that are like, "You played it correctly, so I'm subscribing." And I'm like, I didn't play it correctly.
Don't
I
tell
used
them.
software.
I love
Don't
It was a
tell them.
program.
Behind the fantasy is better than reality.
Exactly. You just got to keep up the illusion, right? Like, let people have fun.
I'm surprised he didn't notice that I changed the riff too. Like, so it's normally, so you know the Thunderstruck riff. It's one note and then the second note. And it goes back to that one note every other note. So you can think of it in patterns of 2. When I did it, it was in patterns of 3.
And the guy didn't have any comment on that.
Notice that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he must have.
Channels.
I take that as a silent approval. He's like, yeah, this is badass. Of course,
he
everybody. would agree
he
with
probably
that. That's
noticed.
why I won't comment on it.
Yeah,
the
he probably
litmus
noticed.
test.
I mean, yeah.
Ace Frehley himself was watching your videos. Can't wait.
I can't believe that I remember like specific singular comments on videos from
They
like 2
impact
years
you.
ago.
Sometimes they hit,
more
man.
than you know.
Right?
Yeah.
I got one today from a guy who said he just came back from a tour in somewhere in the U.S. military, and he's like, I just spent the past 2 weeks watching every single episode of my Path series. I was like, okay, that's what he's been up to.
Badass, dude.
That is
This
high
guy was
praise.
over in like a battlefield, and the first
In
thing he wanted to do
Fallujah,
was watch that
just
sick
watch.
PoE content when he got back.
Yeah,
That's a compliment right there.
seems like it. Yeah,
The weirdest comment I ever got on social media stuff was I went back and I watched the VOD after the first time I ever casted a professional game of League of Legends back in 2017. And I looked at the Twitch chat, and I have like a big chin. And some guy in the chat, like when I'm first on screen and they're introducing me, he says, "Who is new caster? He looks like he could bite through a boat." And I was like, I don't know if that's a compliment. I'm going to take that as a compliment. I'm going to accept that as positivity. But that was,
Crimson Chin.
Yeah, I was like, this is a bizarre observation, man.
Yeah, you're chiseled. That's what it means.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Handsome Squidward.
Have you ever been recognized on an alternative platform? So I've had that happen before. Like, I got someone recognized me on eBay after I bought something from them.
What the hell?
Which is concerning. But
So the fun thing for me is I've been recognized in Path of Exile. Because
Nice,
people will message me, and my profile name is Captain Flowers 22, which is my Twitch name. And so, people message me like, "Hey, I want to trade my currency for your currency or whatever." And the guy will come to my hideout, he'll buy things, he'll say, "By the way, are you the LCS caster?" I'll just be like, "Yeah, dude, I'm here farming some maps." He'll be like, "Hell yeah, love your shit. Good luck in your maps." It's always the most wholesome
those
experience.
are the best ones. Yeah, those are the best ones.
Love those.
I get people in RuneScape sometime who find me in the wild, and then it's like, you like the Path Lady guy? I'm like, yeah.
Yes.
And they try to fucking
best
PK
ones-
me.
Oh, they still go after you, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think the best
that
ones are the
doesn't
ones
save
where
you.
you don't have like a 1 hour discussion with them, but where they're just like, "Yo, like your shit. Have a good one, man."
Yeah, then they just fuck
I
off
think-
into the mist.
I like those ones. Yeah, they're like,
They just
we both have
disappear.
stuff to do. Love your shit
It's
though.
like locking eyes with a stranger, through like a train.
You just give them the downward head nod. Yep.
I'll
Good to see
admit,
you.
I was
You're both going your
buying
way.
I was buying Pepsi Max at like a local supermarket, and I was walking up and down the aisles because I'm cheap as fuck, so I'm looking for like the cheapest drink for the most amount of like liquid I can get, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Degenerate stuff.
I was in college. I know the hustle.
And there was employee stacking shelves and another employee standing next to him, and they were just looking at me. I'm like, do they think I'm going to shoplift or something? And the guy waddles over. He's like, "Are you Slipperyjim? Can I get a selfie?" I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm never coming back to this store ever again. Burn all location.
To be fair, you look like either Slipperyjim
Or a
or the
homeless man.
reincarnation of Rasputin. So it's one of the two.
I can never go back to Russia.
The motherland will forever elude you.
Dude, I had a bank teller recognize me once. That
kinda
one was
spooky.
kind of bizarre because I was like, can I take out $100? And he's like, yeah. Hey, by the way, are you Captain Flowers? Did you cast the Team Liquid game last week? I was like, yeah, dude.
Oh, no,
can't
he
even
has my
imagine that.
social, he has my personal.
got your details.
Yeah, I was like, this dude knows exactly who I am, and he knows like my bank
My
information.
most intimate financial info. Cool.
Like,
Hope I don't piss him off.
yeah, really, right.
It's always so weird when you like learn more about your viewers as well. You just see them as these faceless people. They're probably just all students, right? Who are just like degens. But in reality, one dude is like a CEO, the other dude's like a music star, and you're just like, oh, these are real people. Wait, this These are actually, yeah, they actually have faces.
Life.
Yeah, it's crazy.
A couple weeks ago was the TCG Con in New Jersey, the trading card convention. And I got invited to go there by someone who watches me to hang out at their booth because he buys and sells cards. And I can't say who he is specifically and his partner's name, but they also are the main supplier for Chris Wilson's Magic cards pretty much. So we were trading some stories about him, and I got to hear about the ins and outs of his Magic dealings. And it's just like a really funny circumstance. It's like, oh, hey, Lighty, and then they just like got to talk about Chris Wilson and what cards he's buying, what exactly he's buying, and all this stuff.
That's super cool.
Yeah,
you got cool, a man on the inside.
I do. Yeah. And we were talking about going to ExileCon.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm still on the I'm supposed to be getting married the month after ExileCon.
So I was like,
nice. Congratulations.
Just bring him.
Priorities.
Congratulations.
Well, I'm not bringing her. She can fucking sit at home.
Nah, come on.
Damn.
Early.
She used to watch her dog. But yeah, ExileCon's interesting. Any of you guys planning on going? Oh, Jim, you're like 2 feet away. But.
Yeah, I'm going. It's going to cost me so much, not much money. Let's go. I'll meet everyone.
Well, I don't know. The VIP package is $2,000 for the tickets.
Fuck that.
There you go, bro.
It's like a day. I get 4 hours at a lunch with Chris. No, I'm good. What you need to do is you go to ExileCon
kiss from him.
and you go to the after party when Chris gets drunk. That's the party. That's the one you want to be at.
That's the real VIP package.
And that one you get that for base
some
cost.
Ribs at his house. You go eat some ribs at his house. OP. Yeah.
I've been at a bar with Chris Wilson before, and he refused to accept beers from people buying them because I think he was afraid of getting roofied.
Oh yeah. To be fair,
I understand completely.
So you're going? I'm going. You going?
Yeah. So last time I
a lot
didn't
of money from flying from America. It's like
it would be super expensive, and I was nervous about showing my face. This time, I think I will go, and I'll just wear a mask.
Yeah, just wear a full fucking morph suit,
like a balaclava or like a.
I mean,
just go for the full.
Probably just me being paranoid, but can never be too careful.
You mean safety stuff? Okay, yeah, getcha.
Well, it can never be undone.
Nobody knows who I am.
Jousis doesn't want his bank teller knowing who he is.
It's definitely a bizarre experience.
No one's recognized me in real life, because you could theoretically recognize me by my voice.
You could recognize the voice. You have a very unique voice.
They'd walk up to you and go, "Oh my god, are you Tay Zonde?" And you go, "No."
It's belt out chocolate rain on the street. Yeah,
I could do it. Only very recently had someone recognized me outside of Path of Exile. It was like 2 weeks ago or something. It was just in Team Fortress 2.
Okay.
I was playing Team Fortress 2 for like an hour, and someone was like, because I was using my usual username, and they're like, "Is that the real one?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
That is what Tay's on
person to recognize.
By the way, for the first time he streamed was TF2.
Oh no!
Amazing.
So
there you go. There's the crossover.
By the way,
we've never seen them both at the same place.
Is my audio fucked, by the way? I have 269 MS or something, or 270.
No, you're coming through loud and clear, buddy.
Okay, good. I was just
crystal clear. No worries.
Right. So none of you are coming to ExileCon? You got a whole year to save.
I mean, it's a $1,500 flight minimum. It's
in
like
New Zealand,
2.5K or something.
Yeah.
1,500
flight. Yeah.
What is
the whole weekend is probably going to be like 5K. Let's be real.
July 27th to the 29th.
2020.
Okay, yeah, like that's right in the middle of our like regular season stuff for League of Legends too. So that's pretty hard for me to do that stuff since it's so far away and it's right in the middle of my schedule. It's probably tough for me, but you never know. I'll keep the options open. I'm not Riot employee anymore. I chose to go freelancer like a couple of years ago so I could do more outside projects, do stuff with like Path of Exile stuff with Twitch, all sorts of other things. So maybe in the future. I do think New Zealand would be a badass place to visit. I'm not going to lie. I've always heard good things about visiting New Zealand, so I definitely want to do it sometime. And ExileCon just gives another reason to go, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be Path 2 demo, mobile demo,
I mean, you probably stay for like 2 weeks if you're there, right? Like
exactly. Like get value out of the ticket. Don't just go for 2 days and be like, okay, see ya. Like explore everything, see everything, right? Like I would love to go.
I'd feel bad not streaming for like 2 weeks. I guess I would have to like RL stream or something.
Yeah, just
get a streamer backpack, right? Just go adventuring around New Zealand. Yeah, get a streamer backpack and go to the places where they like film Lord of the Rings and shit. That would be awesome. That's content.
You could just do a walking stream. Just go 10 hours up in the fucking mountains, remake Lord of the Rings. You'll be fine.
You're going to be in a location with every other dedicated Path of Exile content creator. I'm sure you could pull off some cross
Probably.
pollination.
It's worth it just
absolutely.
for the
there's
walking
content
into
to be had.
walking into a 7-Eleven and there's 3 people with PoE shirts in there, and you're like, what the fuck's going on?
That's
like
the
the
real
entire
answer.
All right, this is
town.
our impromptu convention.
Yeah. There were people that were just like living in Auckland who were like, I've seen 100 people with your shirt on. What the fuck's going on? Like,
What's going on?
No idea
Yeah.
what's happening.
That must be so real as hell.
It was awesome.
What is this cult that's invading this place?
What is this
Where'd
nerd
come
cult?
from?
Well, if it's a bigger platform for like the time it's there, I mean, I'm sure they could do some sort of. We could probably just send what's his name, Nicholas, the community manager guy, an email. Be like, hey, what are the odds that we could do a live podcast there? If all the parties are assembled, and rotate out
crazy,
guests.
yeah.
Because if they must have small halls and stuff. I haven't been there, but I'm assuming if it's like a convention hall, they have like small rooms and big rooms. So if we just hey, for like day one, give us the small room, like with a little shit mic and amp, then we'll just rotate out content creators, do Q&As every hour with different people. I think they probably
just step out in the hall, point at someone, you guest for 10 minutes.
Get over here.
Just bring them in there. Get a conference room, set it up, have like a little round table you have the discussion around. Boom, easy.
They're doing the race finals there, Flowers. You should slide into those DMs and see if they can hire you for it. There you go. Get flown down and everything for it.
Yeah, there we go. Just jump into the race finals. Be like, yo, you guys want this to sound like the craziest shit you have ever seen in your life?
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'll hype it up. Let's go. Let's race.
Better than Taki just mumbling over his words. Someone go to Tabula. No, Taki's great.
Nice.
The
little seagull man. Be nice
they
to
did
him.
they did like a podcasty thing on the open floor outside. They had a big conference area and they were just spitballing as much as they could for like 2 hours to stall between like races and stuff. It was good. It's really fun.
Dude, live event commentary is so much better. It's so much more energized than doing commentary remotely. I say this as we're doing a remote podcast with the 5 of us. But it's one of those things that I learned a lot about when, like the whole world kind of went into lockdown and everything that came from COVID and everything just changing so dramatically, so suddenly, is all the stuff that I took for granted about being in person at events and being around people that also were passionate about the same games and the same communities and the same stuff that you were. Like being able to be on location surrounded by those people, it's just an entirely different feeling, which is why I do want to go to ExileCon at some point, right? Because I just being surrounded by people who are all into the same thing, the energy is just electric.
It's crazy.
Absolutely.
It's like you just go to a park and there's like 10 people in a corner and I was trying to find a meetup of like at a bar or something like that, and I walked around for ages and all the people that had met up that were all PO related saw me walk around like a crazy lost person and just let me do it because they were fucking with me. So I walked up to like the hostess. I'm like, is there like a group of nerds here somewhere? And she pointed in the corner and they're all like waving at me. I'm like, there's motherfuckers. And then you go
where
over.
Does it smell bad? Can you send me to where it smells
Just
bad?
follow
It
the
was just like an easy 7-hour sit-down discussion of all these people who are just like talking about their favorite hobby. It was crazy. Just like a week of just nonstop. It's draining.
I've been playing. Awesome. I've been playing MTG Grand Prix for like 4 or 5 years. I know exactly how it smells over there. I know exactly how it looks.
I used to travel for Grand Prix and back when they had regionals and states and what have you. Yeah, it's it is a real accurate stereotype, unfortunately.
It is. Yep.
Is it that bad? I've never been to like a big competitive trading card game event or anything.
So it only happens. It happens when it happens. It's like walking landmines. Okay. It'll be fine, and you'll just happen to pass somebody, and that's just like a fucking punch a stench to the face. You know.
You know what it is. You know what it is. Day one in these events, it's horrible, and then once it's like the top, 20 players or 16 players or whatever, it's okay. Because then the hall is big, not that many people are there anymore.
Yeah, you see,
they stink just as much. Don't get me wrong, but it's like
there's too many people, so you can't get away from whatever
critical mass
odors might be finding their way to your nostrils, right?
It also compounds. It's like it's a special kind of smell that is only born out of the cesspool of mass stench as a unique perfume. It's like a skunk died on an old diaper. It's like. It's a perfect bouquet, if you will.
That's mental imagery I didn't need, bro. That was not what I needed.
Too much information, my guy.
Just say,
my God. Skunk.
Let's just say if you have certain kinks, you're going to be happy over there.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That part was correct. All right, hold on. I need more water. I got to stay hydrated for these conversations.
You're good.
Probably for the best.
All right, so what's the over-under on Captain Flowers ever coming back?
What?
Pretty high, I think.
Yeah, he loves it.
I think he's gonna move. I don't think he comes back. He's just
That camera never gets lit back up. It's now just a screenshot now.
It's a stationary. Yeah.
Was he like the landlord in 2 months or something coming by? What the hell? What the hell's happening?
Oh boy.
This is great.
I only got 5 more hours to go.
No. We'll do. I don't know. It depends how long flowers can last. But Palsteron wants
have
to get
to
out of
rotate
here.
in more guests as we did last time.
I don't know if you
can
saw
we
the
just-
last podcast, but we had like 9 people at one point because we just like
Can we
I was just
DM
DMing
them?
everyone on Discord, like, "Hey, you want to jump in a podcast?" They're like, "Yeah, sure." When I'm like, "Right now." Just like drag never sink
Literally
in.
had my sister for no reason.
Nice.
It was great.
Yeah, she was great. MK Ultra.
I got a lot of comments from people going, "Wow, I never realized all the fucked up shit the CIA did. Thanks for that. Thanks for having that person on so I could Google it."
Oh yeah. Ever since Operation Paperclip, it's been downhill.
To be fair, it wasn't actually the person. We were making jokes on their name, so you don't have to give us those wide eyes like that. Oh, hey, welcome back. You get some water?
Wait, what did I miss?
Nothing.
Let's
We were talking about MK Ultra.
MK Ultra.
Okay, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, he acid dosing
Moving
people
on.
in the 80s. Anyway.
They were trying to invent mind control. It's fucked up shit the U.S. government's done. I don't know why.
Project MK Ultra was the code name of a quasi-legal human experimentation program. What the hell?
Yeah.
I just figured
He's a
it'd
fast
be really
Googler.
funny
I
if
gotta
you
give him
came
that.
back after 15 seconds and that was the conversation.
Yeah.
I grew up in
take long.
the League of Legends environment. You have to be able to type at like 120 words per minute to flame your team and try to do comms at the same time while fighting.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to.
If you don't flame them
Handling
immediately,
IRL,
it doesn't
yeah.
stick as much. Yeah, you got to.
you have to. The faster you react, the more it will stick with them, and they'll not
Yeah.
make the mistake again.
Is League your favorite MOBA?
Yes. So I've actually I've played a bunch of different MOBAs. Like I've probably got over 10,000 hours in League. I've got about 1,000 hours in Dota, 1,000 hours in Dota 2, probably around like 500 in Smite. I've played a lot of different MOBAs, but yeah, League was the one that I've just like always stuck with. So that one, it's definitely my favorite. I really do like Dota 2 a lot. I think that they're games that do very different things because people always argue like League versus Dota, right? And I feel like they're a MOBA, but besides that, there's a whole lot that's just so much different between them in terms of like what you're looking for and what kind of a game you want. So I'm a fan of both.
It's probably pretty similar to MTG and Hearthstone, right? Like in a sense, like in terms of like casual and like easier to get into versus. I mean, I'm not saying that League is casual.
So much
No,
deeper.
I know you're not saying that League's like super easy or anything like that.
Easier to get into. I wanted to say, yeah.
Right. I would say that League is easier to approach because Dota has a lot of hidden knowledge. Stuff like how I don't even know if it's still like this. I haven't played Dota in a
Courier
while.
shops denying. There's a lot of like layers to.
Or even just like how Blink Dagger, if you would click within the range of Blink Dagger, you could go up to like 1950 distance. But if you click beyond it just to go as far as possible, it'd only be 1650 or whatever. Like that's such a hidden thing that players would not originally realize. League doesn't have as much hidden knowledge like that. But League also has a lot more what I would consider like micro execution thresholds compared to Dota. Like there's a lot of like 300 APM type of stuff to do in League that there are some heroes in Dota that can copy that. Like Invoker, obviously you've got to be able to know your spells, switch back and forth between them very quickly.
Meepo, whatever. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, Meepo's got a lot of those too. But League, like especially during the past few years, as the champion designs have become more complex, a lot of these are just like rapid inputs, lots of skill shots, lots of mechanical executions that I think in general will be at a higher level than Dota. But Dota has a much more level of just like foundational complexity in terms of the items, in terms of what you build. Even the way the items work, when you think about it, in League of Legends, item cost efficiency actually goes up as you complete the items. So like a level 1 longsword for 350 gold is 100% cost efficient. But then as you get up there, you're going to have items that are completed for 3,000 gold that are like 105% cost effective and have a bonus on them, right? Yep. Whereas Dota, the Ironwood branch is nutty cost effective. But it's 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 intelligence, right? You can't fill your whole inventory with these. And Dota's more about like the actives and the abilities that the items actually give you, where League it's more like ball of stats with the items. So just like different philosophies, different things you're looking for, and different paces to the game really differentiate them heavily, in my opinion.
Oh, did you ever play Heroes of New Earth when it was out?
I played a little bit of Han. Yeah, I played a little bit of Han back in the day.
I
played
loved
Rampage.
Han on release. I think at the beginning it was my favorite MOBA probably of all time, coming from even Dota 1 on, and then it was like Icarus. It flew too close to the sun, then went to shit real fast when the power gap, which I always commended, just like Ice Frog and the entire Dota team for just the balance nonsense they've had to do over the years. has been really impressive. I mean, it's like almost been the benchmark of like rotating balance and meta is like just the entire Dota scene has been such like a bastion of like this is how you balance, for so many years. It's like the huge rotations, especially coming from Path. It's like
One of the things I do in Path of Exile, so my favorite character in League of Legends, the character that I was best in North America at a few years ago, a few seasons back, is Skarner, and he's a big purple scorpion.
Yep.
And so a lot of times when I'm running around in Path of Exile, my 2 pets that I will have Skarner in one slot, and I will have the Ice Frog in the other one for League and Dota. And those will be my pets that run along with me so I can carry my MOBA buddies through all my maps.
Is that expensive, the lightning scorpion you have?
It's the purple acid scorpion. It's the $55 one. I know.
I was going to say,
it's the
playing with your feelings
expensive one. Yeah, it's the second most expensive one. It's not the lightning one's like $100 USD or something. But the purple one's
crazy.
Still
$50 completely normal. Yeah,
$50 for purple scorpion in a video game. Yeah, I'm just chilling. Luckily, the Ice Frog was only
crazy. Luckily,
the Ice Frog was a little cheaper.
Yeah, the
I spent $11 on a duck.
That's how they get you. They figure out what you love and then monetize it.
And then they're just like
$150 on Vita pets, right? I have like
that adds up over time. It's not like you actually want a Weta. You just want a free loot box. You buy a Weta for 10 cents, and then next minute you got 300
I have like
Wetas.
200 or something.
Yeah. Dude, I have so many of them in my hideout too. I actually told one of my co-casters on the LCS, who's also been a long time Path of Exile guy, Kobe. He somehow never put 2 and 2 together and realized the Weta hustle when the free loot boxes come out.
Oh, the 5 point Weta? Yeah.
Yeah, because he mentioned something about, he was like, oh yeah, there's a new loot box coming out, but I don't have many points left in my account. I wanted to buy some wings or something, but I don't know if I want to spend another $30 right now. I was like, dude, just spend $5 and buy a Weta. Who cares? He's like, wait, what? He somehow, after playing this game for 5 years or whatever, he never realized that you just do the Weta and get the free loot box. He was trolling. For anybody out there watching this video, if you ever wanted to get the free loot box, but you don't have enough money to drop $20 or $30 on a high-level microtransaction, just buy a Weta pet. They're like 2 coins.
And if you buy a $5 thing, you're good for like 20 Wetas. So you
can go a whole year. Yeah, $5 gets you through a whole year of free Weta loot boxes.
Yep, for sure. So at least 4 loot boxes. Sometimes they've done two a season, so it's at least you're getting your bang for your buck.
Yeah, you get a lot of value. You get some cool stuff.
It is in God's hands what you receive, and 9 times out of 10 you're going to get a hideout decoration like a lamp. But one great lamp.
Sometimes you get a pile of rocks or a
Sometimes you get a nice armor piece, and you're like, "Oh, now I have to finish it." And then
that is the real rich man's folly. Done. It's like I've got this volcano body armor, the no legs, helmet, and gloves.
So you just look like you're just a guy in this like jacked out volcanic lava armor with some like crappy tin cans on your hands, some bags on your feet, a bucket on your head. It's like, well,
I spent so much for the ice and fire wings back in the day. That's like the only thing I wanted. I spent so much for that shit, but I'm still using it to this day. So,
hey, that means it's worth, dude. You got your money's worth out of that, right? Like you've gotten that many hours out of it.
Keep talking.
Between then and now,
you got your Wetas.
That's an investment. All right, you were being a businessman, an entrepreneur, because you're a content creator as well.
Your kids are going to go through college, cash out your account.
You better write that one off.
Yeah.
There's what is everyone's like? Is there any MTXs that people have, like Flower said about the 2 different pets? Any MTXs that you have that you habitually use, like league in, league out? This is like my staple.
The legacy portal. Oh my god, it's so good. The legacy portal is the best. It's like all these fancy ass portals that are like, I don't know, 5 meters high, and you just have the legacy portal, which is like just very chic and very minimalistic.
I'm a big fan of the Blight Helm, the dongle. The
weird one that's like the mushroom thing coming out of your head.
Jiggles every time you walk. I love it. I love the little dingle dongle running around. It brings such joy.
I do like just putting on. I put on random portal because I want to hold that. I want to hold that devourer over people sometimes, where it's just like it comes up in my map and they're like, "Where the fuck did you get that portal?" I'm like, "Oh, it's exclusive."
Some of those old supporters
you can't get it anymore.
And then like forever, you can't have to.
When I'm like 12 hours into a PoE session, just grinding my heart out and just my brain's absolute mush. Sometimes the random portal will throw in like the breach hand one, and I'm like, "Oh, a breach!" And I walk over and try to activate it. I'm like, "Why isn't it working?"
Go home.
I was gonna say that. Do you sometimes just miss the portal? You're like, wait, what is this? Yeah.
There's many times I've been debated by my own portal. But yeah, that legacy one's sexy.
A couple microtransactions that I don't see very often. One of them I saw last league, which is, I would say, realistically the rarest MTX in the game, is the Adziri Helm MTX, which, for those who don't know, the first 100 people to kill Adziri when it came out on the release of Adziri got a special helm MTX.
Wait,
that is
really?
Yep, you could do your little magical Googles. And,
doing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm looking this up right now. I have never seen this before.
A Colt helmet with these two big horns. I saw one.
Yeah.
I was so close to getting one back in the day also. I just missed it. But it's a really, really cool helmet. Every now and then I'll see someone wearing one because there's very little
Everybody
out
wants
there.
to see it. Here you go. I found a screenshot of it. Yeah, that's wild. I have never seen someone.
That one I've seen a couple times, and the only thing I've ever seen once was the Garena pet, which was when the Garena servers merged.
So cool. Holy.
When the Garena servers merged to the main servers, the people got a specific pet that looks like it's the most out of place Path of Exile asset ever created. It's a little red alien.
This thing looks weird.
Is it worse than the Razor footprints?
Way worse. Way worse.
This thing looks like it's legitimately from an entirely different game. Not just like not matching the graphical style, but it just looks like somebody pulled it out of Pikmin or something.
Yeah,
Marvin the Martian, but it's just red. That's exactly what it is.
How's it called? Garena?
Garena pet, like because it was the server.
Yeah,
there's
the pet's name is Garamon. Garemon.
There is one more rare thing though that I've never seen. I've only seen a picture of. But there's a $10,000 pet that was given to one guy for the initial supported packs. And I don't know the name, but it's a crystal wolf. So it was in a supported pack. One person got it. It's a very, very large crystal wolf that was part of the initial $10,000 supported pack that lets you pick one item to make in-game. And it didn't have to be an item in-game. It could just be any asset. And this man chose a pet. And it is just a large crystal wolf. I have no idea if the guy even plays anymore, but
this might be it.
That is it, yes.
Yeah, thing. So there's only one of this. Like, you have to find that specific guy to see this.
That's crazy.
And I don't even know if he plays, and he has to have it out. I'm not even sure if he plays anymore, but there's a little, MTX history for you.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. I had no idea that the Adziri helmet or this crazy crystal wolf or anything existed. But I mean, hey, if you're gonna donate $10,000, you want to feel that $10,000, right?
Yeah, you better get something.
You better get a really purple scorpion, yeah.
Oh yeah,
the most saturated purple possible.
Well, that's another question I find really interesting. So in this day and age in video games, cross-platform integration and like with other games entering other games' assets, like Fortnite, reeks of every other game known to man. Or even Magic, we're talking about. Magic has the different secret layers and then collections for Fortnite has, D&D, Walking Dead, etc. And we know that Razer footprints. At one point, Razer had a deal with GG to have a specific footprint on their logo. And I'm curious if in the future that'll be the eventual de-evolution of Path to MTX.
Ad space.
We're going to see ad space for pets,
sure.
Or something like 100%. That, or different armor types, or whatever, like Tony Stark armor running around Ray class to, have some Iron Man on.
A Bud Light Night armor set where you're just walking around in some
maybe
Bud
Light. Two little Budweiser frogs coming up after you.
Can of Red Bull back attachment.
Bro, racers would have sponsorships like race cars.
Yep.
Yes.
Well,
their armor would have race sponsor logo.
But the armor itself, like their MTX and
like they are
like jersey,
or like they have to, like the racer signs a contract where as soon as they possibly can, they have to acquire like Defiance banner or whatever, and they have a special Defiance banner. MTX flies the flag of whatever company is sponsoring them.
This is
the problem with the problem with that monetization is that people have to buy it, right? And people don't like, as we know from all these cars that they give out with like the ad logos and whatnot, people don't like being advertisers for somebody.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
people
weird.
buy like esports like jerseys and stuff though. What's the difference? That's
that's different. That's like fandom, right? That's how you do it.
Yeah. So if like Ziz got a fucking bright blue set of something that had whatever the hell that Shopify shit is on it, and then they sell that in the MTX store, and then Ziz gets a cut every time someone buys it. People are both supporting Ziz. They're supporting Shopify, who pays me nothing to say that, and then
you're booming,
supporting GGG as well.
Yep.
This is a great idea, Chris. Make them tradable, make them NFTs, and charge $300 per...
Abort. Thankfully, he has specifically said no NFTs ever.
Well, to be fair, there's been a lot of things specifically said in the past 11 years of Path of Exile's existence that have also been backtracked on. So never say never. I think it's real lesson.
Is one of them.
Magic will bring out NFTs, and Chris is going to do a 180 so fast.
Hey, man, NFTs are a real questionable space in gaming. I did a promotion for an NFT game out of curiosity like a month and a half ago. And no matter how hard they try to rationalize it, I'm just so certain it's all a rug pull always. Like there's no way, shape, or form. I'm always like, because there's just that fine print in every company's in compendium where it's like, at any point in time, if the company closed down, we retain rights of all assets held in our books and nothing is to be given back. And it's like, okay, well, that's not very, reassuring.
This
at any point in
alone
time.
makes me very suspicious of what y'all are doing here. This sentence is not sitting well.
Oh, and then the more you talk about it, the more like the inner salesman of whoever's displaying the game to you comes out, and then it's like, oh, you lost me miles ago. It's like, there's no world in which this is possible.
I'm just here for entertainment value at this point.
It's always funny because I have no problem with the Steam marketplace, and not that I don't think NFTs are too far off. You have CS:GO knives, and it's like NFTs are really just like kind of the other side of the same coin to a degree. But the concept of the limited, the digital limitation, which I feel like is always like a very loose thing.
It always comes back to FOMO, right? Always.
Yeah,
That's the same.
That's what it's all about. It's FOMO, and then the entire concept of digital scarcity is built on get money for nothing. Right? Yep. Because they don't have to be scarce. You're making them scarce because you want to make them worth more money. Like,
for sure.
Digital scarcity as a concept is something that I can't really buy into because I'm like, okay, the only thing that could possibly be the foundation for this is you wanting to make money, which means you're probably going to do whatever else you need to do to make money through shady ways, which leads to that sentence that Lighty just read off, which leads to, I don't want to get scammed. And then when I type in the website name of your crypto coin or your NFT or whatever, it just says penis. There was actually, did you guys see that was a thing that happened?
That is a thing that happened. There was another one, like very similar, that it didn't just say penis. It said like, haha, we're taking your money, loser, or something.
Oh, good.
It wasn't even a real, like an actual dick pic. It was just nothing.
No, there was a coin.
Disappointing.
It was a coin. It was a shit coin that people invested in. And after they ended up getting like a couple $1 million of total investment, the guys who made the coin just completely bailed. And the website, they just removed everything. And all it was just the text, lowercase, one word, penis.
Hell yeah.
As the textbook rug pull. I'm actually worried less about that more than like, I'm not sure if you're aware of, do you know what Axie Infinity is? It's a crypto game that was like Pokemon. It blew up in Venezuela and became at one point their like third largest economic asset.
Kidding.
But they got skamazed for 640 mil. When their shit got hacked. So like, but all it takes is one thing, and I've lost. I've already had no faith. But that was like, he was even more out the window there. If the biggest and most secure one on the Ethereum blockchain gets hacked, it's like, well, if that happened, then anything could happen. Your mom and pop crypto ain't going to survive at that point.
There's so many reasons to be like suspect of it, right? Like, I guess that's what I can't get past. It just seems like there's 100 different ways.
I mean,
this can go wrong intentionally or not intentionally.
It is very fascinating, though, but I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole as far as investing money. But I do like, I like standing on the edge. I'll stay on the edge of the water. I'm not going to dip a toe in, but
I'm wading waist high. No shame.
Oh, no.
Well, it's fun.
You're in there?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Deep in the pool.
I'm waist high, baby.
All right, you got any like really valuable monkey JPEGs or something?
When I started streaming PoE and stuff, 2017, I took half of every money I made and invested it into crypto.
How was that turned out?
Crypto, not NFTs.
How did it turn out?
Distinction.
I have some NFTs, but the only ones I have, I'm like supporting, like it's like a community thing. So it's more like a badge or a pin on a hat. So when you go to a small event, it's like here's a sticker that said you were here at the time. You just get this, and now it's permanently in the thing. So it's not worth anything. It's just like a memento. So I have some mementos that are worthless.
I can see that use for it, but
it's
in terms of an actual investment,
I
would liken it. I would liken it 1-to-1 to someone selling you a bridge.
I had a family member come up to me and so you know about this crypto stuff, huh? What about these monkeys? I'm like, stay the fuck away from anything to do with a monkey. NFTs are they're all a scam, basically. Just no, but there's some good stuff there. But
It's all a scam, but there's some good stuff.
No, there's some good stuff
I
there.
like
Yeah,
the dichotomy there.
yeah. No, you got to know you got to like think for yourself. I have another person I know who's on Facebook video
Snake
and
oil connoisseur
YouTube,
Jim.
and they are just constantly like, I've just heard about the latest thing on Facebook video. I'm gonna put $100 in next day. All his money's gone. I'm like, you're a fucking moron, but I can't tell you not to do it because I gotta form my own opinions and stuff. That's great.
People are beyond saving, Jim.
Yeah, I can't help everyone. Sometimes you just gotta step back and watch the car crash.
Some people just want to play fast and loose, man.
Yeah, well, he told me about this really shit coin, and I'm like, this is a terrible idea. And you're putting $100 in, and so when he left my room, I'm like, I'm putting $100 in because if he makes money, I want to make money. Fuck that guy. And I lost $100. I'm like, God damn it, my money.
I think it's just this thing where everybody tries to get out of like working, right? Everybody's just like, yo, I'm gonna make, I don't know, 10 mil here. I'm gonna make 1 mil here.
Oh man, if it were that easy, everyone would do it.
This is gonna be the one.
Well, it's like a publicly acceptable like lottery ticket. It's like a pipe dream that kind of is mainstream. I mean, everyone's kind of just like, I'll just put aside 100. I'll just put aside 1,000. You know, and then
everybody who knows
big,
math is like, nope.
Big.
Yeah.
I have only made
doing it. Surely it'll pay off. Surely it'll pay off. Yeah.
I've only made incredibly bad decisions.
Yeah, eventually, one of these will hit.
Bad RNG
Surely, if I
stacks
just
up, right?
continue to make bad decisions, eventually one of them will end up retroactively
digital
being
roulette.
a good decision.
I somehow have more faith in going to an actual casino and just like, at least I could see the money then.
I was mostly fucking around with
You can see the people that are
regulated
scamming you, right?
to have a specific rate.
and they can kick you out whenever they want. So as soon as you start winning, they can just ban you.
Okay, so yes, the house always wins, but I legitimately do trust a casino over any sort of digital investment.
Because they're regulated.
Because they are extremely regulated. Like, there are game commissions that are like, okay, this game needs to have exactly these odds.
Casino is also like not just trying to, live in the pool. You're just like dipping your toe in. I'm just a visitor.
As long as you don't have a gambling addiction.
Well, then you're not gonna listen to advice anyway. So that ship has already sailed.
Dude, I mean, they're also half cocktail bar. Let's be real. So yeah.
No, exactly. I was one time, we had one of our shows was in one of our road shows was in Berlin. So I was in Berlin, we were doing this show, and right next to the hotel that we were staying in was actually like this bar and casino place. And so after the show every day, me and one of my buddies who worked like backstage, essentially like he was like an esports roadie. He took care of all the tech and the setup and everything behind the scenes. Me and him would just go to this casino and we would play at the cheap tables, right? Where you could put like $100 down and play blackjack for all afternoon and just get free drinks the whole afternoon because you're playing and have a good time.
Yep.
And there would be these guys, these old dudes that would just come up behind us and put down like $500 or $600 on each one of our hands. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, I'm playing like $2 hands. I'm just YOLOing because it's fun trying to hit 21s. Like, I'm not playing sound blackjack right now. You should not be betting $600 on me. But some of these guys were just like, hand. Yeah, I'm just like, holy shit, dude. You should, of all the people in this room, do not bet on me. I am just here to do dumb shit.
That's literally the explanation of the housing market crash in The Big Short, is betting on someone else betting and then just watching that chain go back for perpetuity. And then you realize that your $2 bet leads to $5 million in betting because it just keeps getting like, exponentially more back. The guy behind him's betting $5,000. The guy behind him's betting $20,000. And you're like, holy shit, how far has this chain gone?
Like, guys, this is a $2 hand. We're not playing for that.
Well, that's the thing. If there's money to be made, they don't care, And you're just the catalyst. You're their catalyst for profit.
Yeah. I'm just a tool, a means to an end.
If they were betting on someone else's hand instead of playing blackjack by themselves, they were doing it specifically to put it out of their hands. They were like, I want to bet on something and then have absolutely no control over the outcome.
It's like an ethical cleanse. Like this way, it's like I have my only resolve and my only choice I had in the matter is betting on him. What happens is now up to the gods to decide.
Yeah,
ethical redistribution of money. Yeah.
This is ethical blackjack.
But it goes to the casino.
Okay, Mr. Casino. Yeah, it's ethical, sure. Who got you?
Ethical gaming at the casino.
Donating money to a casino is
the real gacha game.
Ethical.
That's the final gacha game evolution right there.
The final gacha game is an actual casino.
Who needs Genshin when I could bet on people at casinos that aren't not play myself?
Zero animities though. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's where they're losing out, dude. I had no idea how much some people spend on Genshin Impact. Like crazy, I have talked to friends of friends who have spent 20 grand plus on Genshin Impact, and I'm like, that's quite a lot of money for waifus.
I have a friend of mine who's not very well,
free on the internet.
and he
there was a League Pro player actually who the day that their team won Worlds, he spent $7,700 on Genshin Impact in one day.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Barrel from Damwon.
How much do you win? Correctly. How much did he win?
So it's weird because it goes to the organization and the team, and I don't think it's like evenly distributed. Like, if the prize is $1 million, then each of the 5 players gets $200K. No, that's not how it works. But I mean, he got a windfall certainly.
Yeah.
So he spent all his money on the.
Yeah. So they won Worlds in 2020, and then afterwards, I'm reading the article here. Damwon's Barrel blew nearly $7,000 on Genshin Impact loot boxes after winning Worlds.
Oh, 7,000. I thought it was 77. Maybe I misheard you.
No, just 7,000. Not quite that level.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But
there's a guy in our Discord who would spend $5,000 a month on a raid.
No kidding.
Jesus.
So he's the one paying for all the sponsorships.
Probably. No wonder they keep sponsoring you.
Do people actually play that game without sponsor?
Really? I play Raid. I've been playing Raid for 2 years and I haven't spent a penny on them. I really enjoy the game, but strictly, I'm the worst gacha.
Really?
I do sponsorships for them every 2 months, but I'm like the worst representative. I keep telling them. Yeah, I was like, I'm never going to recommend spending money, and I don't spend money. I don't know why you keep making me do this, but that's fine.
Free to play gacha gamer, ethical gacha gaming.
Yeah. It's because the guy that's spending $5K, he's using your code every time he does it. They're like, holy shit, this lady guy's pulling in numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people really.
This lady guy with the reverse psychology. That's crazy.
No, reverse psychology. Yeah. That's the real reverse psychology. Do not spend. Like, got it, we're spending. Yeah. No.
We love this guy. Let's sponsor him again. He doesn't even know what he's doing.
I understand. Like, if I was like the son of like an Arab Emirates, Shah, I would definitely be like. I would definitely be spending money on gacha games over like.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Oh,
right, just to see how far I can push it. I would destroy all the free-to-play players like all day. I would do a Diablo Immortal any day.
Well, that's the problem with the Diablo Immortal thing, which we found out. The problem with that is that guy, I don't know if you saw the video, but the guy who spent
he got his money back, right? Yeah.
I don't know if he got his money back, but he whaled himself into an unplayable PvP bracket because no one else had a high enough gear score to match his gear score, so he couldn't queue for PvP because no one else would be in the queue.
Was he even allowed to press the button to queue up, or would it just infinite timer? And he did it for like 50 hours. It was literally they could not reach enough players of the status of whale he was at to fill one PvP round. So he was soft locked out of PvPing in the game, which his account's progression was locked behind. So he just totally soft locked himself with his investment. Hey, to lose $100,000 mistake.
The most just desserts ever. I mean,
poor guy.
No poor guy.
No poor guy. Stop spitting.
Not poor.
Definitely immortal.
Maybe now poor. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Poor after this fact.
I don't know if much
but he has legendary gems,
but
yeah.
Some people I don't think I played Diablo Immortal for a month and a half, pretty heavily. I want to do all the content because it was a Diablo game and we're not getting 4 for the 8-9 months. So I was like, I want to play it. It wasn't very good. It was very much just like Diablo 3 Lite. But yeah, I mean, whether you think the game had predatory whatever or not, it did make $100 million, which for a mobile game in its time span is a massive success still, considering its investment. So it is people like him are the reason why it will continue to do it, and this games will continue to be made in perpetuity because there's not much downside. I mean, they're making money.
I'd see it the other way around, right? Like usually it's like you extract money by losing goodwill, right? So it's not like. It's the other way around. It's obviously if they
I don't know how much goodwill
they're going to make
Blizzard has
money,
left to lose. I think they're kind of at the floor for goodwill.
Well,
ever since the Cosby Suite, I think it's not much. They don't have a whole lot of credit to lend out.
Yeah, that was crisscross fucked, man. That was
rough.
There's not much redeeming qualities for them as a viewable corporation. You could like the games and you could like members of the staff, but that's not a really great image to perpetrate. So them making their $100 million, I think it's despite that. I mean, is why it's going to be still going to keep happening because it's a success. I think someone even leaked the MTX screen for D4 recently from their someone data mined something. They showed, yeah, I believe I saw it somewhere. I don't remember where exactly I saw it. I'm sure I can just use your Google powers, Flower.
Yeah, go activate.
Yeah, he's the Google.
All right.
Yeah.
Go gadget Google.
Use the actual syntax for.
If you can't find, I'll just look. It's somewhere. I can find it probably, but
somehow putting quotes around something finds the correct article.
It's got the exact regex for searching.
You do that, I'm gonna eat this chocolate pudding.
Memorize the regular expression.
Yep. What are you eating, Jim?
Chocolate pudding. Okay. I got like 12 boxes to go through.
You got 12 boxes of pudding?
So much chocolate pudding.
Because it tastes nice.
What the hell?
Let me ask you, those cardboard boxes in your background that I can see next to that green thing over your left shoulder.
Oh shit, I forgot they were in the frame.
Is that all pudding?
No.
Yeah, that's all
That's not pudding.
Yes!
Do you see the Pepsi bottles behind him? Look at the Pepsi bottles.
No.
It's Pepsi and pudding.
Hey, don't worry about it.
You understand? Jim has a tapeworm, so he has to maintain a certain caloric intake. And if he doesn't meet, he simply shrivels.
Bro, is your whole diet Pepsi and chocolate pudding?
Pepsi and pudding, yeah.
I wanted pudding. Leave me alone.
It's like Richie Rich. If you had a blank check and you were 7, what would you buy? Pepsi and pudding all day long.
My Pepsi and chocolate pudding.
I mean, no, these boxes, these are just like Pepsi bottles. See? Pepsi.
Oh, man.
That's it. I just buy bulk.
Filled with pudding?
It's bulk and cheap. I just buy the cheap. What? This is.
You're gonna get like stage 9 diabetes if you keep this up. You can't just eat Pepsi and pudding all day long.
This is the first time I bought pudding in ages. Leave me alone.
Oh boy.
Pudding shamed.
I'm glad I didn't tell you anything else that's on this tape.
Let me try to find the Diablo thing.
Hey, Jim, don't worry about it, dude. Back when I was in college my freshman year, I wouldn't let people pay me for like tutoring them when I would help my friends out with their classes and stuff, but they wanted to like show appreciation, so they eventually just started giving me snacks and shit, and I eventually ended up with a crate of pudding in my college dorm room that I would eat every night if I got hungry staying up too late. So I can recognize the pudding supremacy here.
Mm-hmm. Also, the cost efficiency thing. There was a mini convenience store in my dorm, and every semester, it was like a 50 square foot room.
Oh, okay.
So you could go there to spend your like campus currency, and so every semester they gave you $50 because you had to use it to like pay to operate the laundry machines and stuff. So everyone got $50. And I would buy, I think it was 12 cans of whatever soda was cheapest. And that was what most of that money went to, is just, I want soda. And that's the cheapest thing in the convenience store for the $50 that I have.
I mean, hey, that's the hustle, right? You min-max. It's just IRL min-maxing.
My family knows that League launch is coming up because I like do 2 months of hermiting in my room and then 1 month of I'm going to explore the outside world and have a break. And it's been like a month into the exploring phase and they're like, oh shit, I'm about to go hermit again. So I've just been getting bags and bags of like muesli bars and donuts and like supplies, and they're just giving them to me. I'm like, this is great. They're like,
That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. So the pudding was the only thing that I bought for myself. So fuck you all. I'm eating as much pudding as I want. That and Pepsi. You find it, Lighty?
Judgment retracted.
I think so.
I mean, judge me for sure. Like 80% of my floor is bottles. I really need to go to like the 10 cents per bottle recycling place and get a cash check.
Yeah, the recycling plan, just cash those in.
Hell yeah.
Hey, you can turn the bottles into more pudding. If you've got 500 bottles.
Okay, it's not. There was a one-time pudding thing. It's not my entire life.
Well, look, I'm just saying, if you want to expand your pudding horizons.
I was tempted to buy like a plastic shredder and then like melt it all down and like make my own bowls and stuff, like 3D printing and shit like that.
Yeah.
But it turns out that's like $6,000 worth of machinery that I probably can't fit in here.
Wait, really? Okay.
So,
anybody speak Korean by chance? Or read
translate.
Korean?
Google Translate. Come on, man.
It doesn't translate JPEGs.
Yeah, it does.
I ain't translating these JPEGs.
You go to Google Translate and there's a little icon for an image, and you should be able to select stuff.
Oh, I posted it in the our chat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break.
It's
everything.
the price. There's a Reddit post about it. There's that.
See this.
I don't know the translations from 50,000 to 190,000 won.
Translate to English, Google. Google Chrome does it.
But there's some they show like the packages for D4
the pictures
based off of the survey.
Yeah, I can see some pictures of like an armor, looks like some sort of like occult witch armor or something, and a horse, and then a horse with Oblivion horse armor is back. Pog.
Yep.
Look at that.
The price ranges from 50,000 won to 190,000 won. How much is that in dollars?
200,000 won is $150.
All right, so it's
United States.
So $100 ish.
I think there was
So probably around $100 for like a mid-tier package.
I don't know if they mentioned if any of them were just microtransactions or actually had like in-game some sort of influences. Oh, platinum coins.
Yep.
There's some mention of platinum coins. Can't remember the exact details.
Yeah, battle pass, armor and weapon decorations, limited mounts, mount armor, back decorations, platinum coins required to purchase.
There's also there's a season pass. There's platinum coins. There's purchasable bundles. There's some sort of rotating deal section. Like every day it'll be like hot or like this is what's off.
Yeah, so everything about this is very similar to Path of Exile microtransactions. We've even started getting a little bit of a battle pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More FOMO.
Yeah, so there's nothing here that isn't in the Path of Exile monetization model, I think.
Well, I think the big I guess the in your face aspect could be in Path is kind of, maybe we're just like beaten dogs, I don't know, but like, having the button inside the Atlas thing for Kyrix Pass is a little offensive, or like the MTX button blinking and being so wide might be offensive, but I've kind of gotten used to that. So maybe like D4's integration of their shop might be way more in your face, like login pop-ups, like that'd be problematic.
Well, isn't like the whole point
honestly,
of
I think they're
D4
gonna
like
do
open world exploration boss killing? So if anything, if someone's wearing a dank ass MTX set, you're more likely to see it in Diablo 4 than you are like going to someone's house and trading in PoE.
Sure.
Well, it's like, so I don't mind what Path of Exile does with their MTX stuff. Like, I don't feel that it's too invasive or anything like that. That's actually the thing. So I had a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship on my stream at some point last year, and I was still initially, I was like, yeah, this is kind of a fun thing to play on my second monitor, just sort of AFK. I was in your camp, Lighty, where I'm like, I don't have to spend money on this. It's just like something AFK to do. But one of the things that drove me away to it was how obnoxious and aggressive I found the monetization things, where every time you log in, you have to X out like 5 or 6 prompts telling you, come buy this, come buy this, come buy this. And I've heard that like in Diablo,
the main stage,
yeah, and I've heard that like in Diablo Immortal, because I haven't played any of it myself, so anybody that has, correct me if I'm wrong here. Like I've heard people say that like you get to the end of a dungeon or whatever, you kill a boss, and instead of getting like an armor set, microtransaction or something like that, it throws up a prompt that says, "Hey, you've beaten the Dragon King. You can now buy the Dragon King armor for $20 or whatever."
Yeah.
The worst thing I've seen is when I watched Quinn, and he always had this exclamation mark in the middle of his screen where he would click on it while he was fighting, and it opened the shop. You're too weak for this area, basically. You need to gear up.
What? So you're just clicking
it's in the
crap
middle
while
of the
you're trying
screen.
to play?
He's just clicking. He's just clicking,
God.
trying to play the game, and that's insane, right? And then the whole when you get into the game on the PC version, it says tap to play, and you're like, okay, I see.
Tap to play.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, let me just
Yeah, Diablo.
Tap your credit card to play.
Like the
Even outside the game, even outside the game, they're aggressive.
Prominent, but the kind of deceptive nature of Diablos was a lot more nefarious as far as not being. So there's 2 different metrics, right? You have the actual in-your-face invasive part, where it's like these pop-ups are occurring on a daily basis. It's like this deal is $20, and that is at face value. There's nothing hidden behind that. All the rates are known for Raid. As far as the chance to pull legendary is 0.5%, and epic is 8%. It is a flatter rate. Nothing is hidden. Like, you want to pay $20 to buy that, you can do that if you choose. But for the Diablo thing, the way they circumvented to display their rate system is by the gems that you're gambling for are locked behind an item that you have to kill something for. Therefore, it's not a loot box because it is just being enabled by killing. So if you're killing it, we don't have to tell you the rates. That was how they got around it. And on top of that, there were two different kinds of emblems. There was a green and a purple one. But the purple one, there was a very, very, very slight visual distinction between the purple one you earned and the purple one that's purchased. And the purple one that's purchased had much higher rates and had access to much higher loot than the one that's earned. And they didn't just tell you distinction because they had the exact same names, except when viewed in the shop. So there's so many layers of like nefarious acts in the Diablo one. So it wasn't like predatory marketing per se, but it was just totally nefarious like ways they were describing things.
So let me get this straight. They're both named like, purple crystal or whatever. Yep. And then, so a lot of players at just eye test will see purple crystal drop. They'll see purple crystal in the shop. They'll think they're the same thing. If you investigate the one in the shop, then something in the name of the description will be different.
And it's actually even more offensive because the one you get from the shop is tradable on the market, but the one you get free in game are untradeable. So if you were to get a good gem, you can't even sell it. It is soulbound to your account, but you wouldn't know that unless you have the purchased version. So it was like multiple layers of that.
It feels like you know more about this, but tell me if this is true. This is only per character, right? These are all soulbound things. If you make a new character, you have to do it again, right?
And there was hidden caps to every single.
Yes, I'm not kidding.
That's
insane.
That's griefing.
It's even worse because there was actually per character limits to the amount of loot you can get that were hidden values. No. So you could only, after your 5th legendary per day, the rate of receiving legendaries was massively diminished to where it was like nigh impossible to get legendaries to drop. So basically there was like that same metric was applied to like an amount of gold, an amount of gems, an amount of experience. So if you didn't, after a certain point, you would basically be getting massively shorted and not even know about it. And just be kind of grinding for nothing.
When you're at the gacha makes Genshin Impact look reasonable.
Yeah, the thing is like
very wrong.
You fucked up.
That's where like games like Raid and games like Genshin are so big in their space. They don't really have to be nefarious. It's just like this is what we're selling. We're going to buy it anyway. There's no really reason to lie, right? Because we're so established. Like these are like trillion-dollar companies, So it's like we'll sell you this thing for that amount, and that's fine.
What Jousis just said is so true because that is, I think, the bigger problem where you normalize all the other ones below now and you kind of raise the bar now. And now it's like, okay, Genshin, Lost Ark. Lost Ark is further down, but you know what I mean. Genshin, this is now the new normal, right? So that's like the main problem, right? I don't even think like shooting for the stars like Diablo Immortal did. I mean, that's one thing, but you're just normalizing all the other also scummy games, right?
Yeah,
that's I think the main problem.
Companies will see Genshin Impact made $1 billion, so they're like, okay, how do we do that?
Yeah,
and then they'll copy it.
You want to emulate and slightly tweak. Yeah.
There's a new Genshin clone that came out this week called Tower of Fantasy. That is.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing constant hashtag ads for that.
Yep, I've been playing. I got a thing for it. I've been playing a little bit.
Wait, that's Genshin? Tower Fantasy?
No, it's not Genshin. It is different. It's not Mahito. It's a different company, but it is like the same.
Very similar.
Yeah, it's pretty much carbon copied.
Monetization same?
Or similar monetization. But I will say that that game's UI screen is terrible. I couldn't even figure out how to fucking buy something if I wanted to. I was trying to figure. I was looking at it. I was like, I don't even spend
final boss in their monetization strategy. The UI.
It's true. It's really bad.
It's happened to me a few times. It's like, let me give you money.
And it's just I didn't want to spend it. I was just frustrated that I couldn't figure out how.
Right.
But yeah, I don't have much of a problem with the games that just this is what we're selling. These are the rates because that's like totally up to you. But I think that from my perspective, that's only fair if the person playing it is of sound mind as an adult. Like it gets really sketchy when it's a game. I don't say marketed to kids because it's just anime waifus, but this game is being heavily played by people who don't have maybe the mental capacity to make these decisions by themselves financially. So that's always kind of like that's where for me that's where the road splits. Is like it's fine if people want to choose their money how to spend it. However, if
it's
kids are taking out X amount of money to gamble on Genshin, that is now problematic. So as long as there's some sort of infrastructure in place for age consent or if the state has rules for gambling, all that stuff has to be shown. To me, then it's fine. But that's the part that gets real muddy is when people are getting taken advantage of.
It's the question is, would a reasonable person think that a large portion of this player base would be 13 to 17 year olds, right? Yeah. Kids that don't understand what they're doing when they spend $20 on waifu booba package number 7, right? Yeah. Like these are the people that can't make those sound decisions. And that's what I think is it's so easy to be disingenuous when you say, oh no, like this is targeted towards young adults and 21-year-olds. And obviously they know what loot boxes are for, because, right? Like, yeah, like it's difficult. It's mucky.
You have the DOB pop up where it's like, what's your date of birth? And then, the 12-year-old's just going to put in some date that's not their date of birth. So
1972.
Like, exactly. There's so many people that are 90 years old playing your game. But yeah, it's like, it's a really hard thing to manage, because how do you prove someone's age in a digital setting, and how do you prove that they're cognizant of their decisions? Like it's definitely a system that's set up for the companies to make money, because they always have the plausible deniability of like, well, we did ask and you did say yes through 3 different confirmation and CAPTCHA menus. So we've tried our hardest, but
that's why you need, yeah, that's why you need regulation. I mean,
have you ever
it's a Wild West right now.
That's the question. How do you regulate that?
Have you ever
20 years from now, we're going to look back at this and we're going to be like, what?
Have you ever played Leisure Suit Larry?
Yes, that's not a kid's game.
It is not a kid's game. I played it when I was 6 or something, because
explains a lot about you currently.
Shut up for a sec. PC only. But before you could play it, it would ask you questions about pop culture that I had no idea what the fuck was going on. So I'd just like casually waltz into my dad's room and be like, Dad, something about some president of the United States, sexual affairs, who? And then he'd say like the name of the hooker that guy blew, and then like I'd walk into the room, type it in, and that was the anti-cheat. You can't do it anymore because of the internet, I guess. Like it was
that the guy blew.
I gave myself so much time to try and remember that president's name, and I still couldn't even get there. So I just made
the story's not quite checking it. What kind of weird backdoor capture are you messing with here?
Anyway, I didn't know any of these pop cultures, and our internet was basically dial-up, so I couldn't Google it, and Google probably didn't exist. Anyway,
so you're saying
he has the advanced Google.
I'm saying they had better fucking anti-child proof measures back then than they do now, because now it's
they had it because it was in their financial interest to do so. There wasn't gacha gaming really back then, so there's not much incentive to not.
So we should just go like Chinese regime. You need to put your ID. That's what I need to do.
I mean, Korea has their online accounts are bound to their Korean social security number.
Yeah.
So with that, they can do stuff like turning off
driver's license
games after 10 p.m.
If you say slurs in LOL, then you get like more taxes that year.
I thought you went up a bracket in your ranking. Didn't your MMR increase per slur you're saying?
It's a multiplier.
Holy shit, dude.
Oh my god. Shit plus minus 10.
It's a more multiplier.
Definitely, more or less. Additive versus multiplicative gets real complicated.
Okay, so this is where we have to spout the PR. It will. One of the loading screen tips in League of Legends is: did you know the community overwhelmingly decides to punish slurs?
Is that a real thing that pops up?
Yeah, in the loading screen, that is one of the things that pops up. It's like, did you know the community overwhelmingly
votes? Did you know you're a bad person?
So here's the background on that. There used to be a community system called the Tribunal, which was essentially you could sign up for it. You would see player reports and you would get the chat logs from a game, and they would be like, hey, Lucian was saying racial slurs towards this other guy all game. And then so you would look through, you would look at the guy who was playing Lucian's chat logs, and you would see if he was saying racial slurs, and you would vote like pardon or convict. Right. And so depending on how accurate you were, like they would have multiple people look at each case, you would end up getting some of the non-premium currency to unlock like characters and stuff with. So it would reward people who wanted to do this all the time. Eventually, they just got rid of it. They were like, this takes too much to maintain. It doesn't give enough value. We're getting rid of it. So that tribunal system doesn't even exist anymore. So that loading screen tip about the community votes to overwhelmingly punish slurs was relevant like 7 years ago. But it doesn't really mean anything now because the tribunal is gone. But it is still technically accurate because one of the things that like Riot has a bot called Lever Buster that automatically busts AFKs and other stuff that's very easy for an AI or like robot program to check for. And one of the things that it most easily checks for is any sort of like race, sex, any other kind of slur. It's just automatic headshot. Like you report the account, the bot parses the chat log, and it just bans them automatically.
Every ism,
Yeah, pretty much. Like it'll automatically headshot those, and that's like pretty much always the big conversation in the League of Legends community about players being shit or the community being toxic or whatever. It's like people's argument is Riot only has solutions for these things that are detectable by bots, like saying bad words, whereas people who soft int or ruin the game without typing or whatever get away with too much. So that's always the conversation that's happening in the League of Legends community is how can Riot better punish things that aren't just saying bad words, because saying bad words is pretty solved.
Is it OpenAI that plays LoL?
This was also the argument against voice chat, which is it's why the game didn't have voice chat for a very long time.
They trained an AI to play League of Legends, didn't they? They could just train an AI to play League of Legends, but as a racist, and then use that racist AI to detect racism.
It's like a learning metric.
And in chat, it could have the GM going 66% chance at racist in game, or rises as you play more toxically. You know?
So wait, so the AI levels on the bot mode would be beginner, intermediate, and racist.
No. It would just be like an overarching DM that's always watching. And so it can detect racist gameplay and sexist gameplay. So if you keep stunning a female archer character, it's that guy's a sexist, get him. And then it gets kicked.
I wonder. Killed Lissandra 3 times in a row. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe Dota did a study that actually on something about the amount of people banned, and they actually found some sort of tie to which characters tend to be played by more it's
100% true.
There's real data out there.
Do you mean there's a Nazi character?
No, it's not a more Nazi character. It's to play Nidalee. That was that type of character.
Okay. Some characters, I like to call them protagonist characters. They're 1v9ers whose entire thing is they just want to make montages on YouTube and they want to pop off and they're like, oh my god, I have... Yeah,
Annie,
like Riven.
Stuff like
Riven. Riven is a montage character.
Riven,
Vayne is a montage character. Draven is a montage character. So if somebody plays Riven, it's probably more likely that if they have a bad game, if they get ganked early on and go down a couple of kills or whatever, they're gonna be pissed and start talking some shit versus some guy who's just I'm gonna play Maokai. I'm a tank. The Maokai guy, he's chilling. He doesn't care. His job's to be a tank and get hit. The Riven guy wants to be the hero. He wants to be 10-0. So he's probably
the main character. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Some characters lend themselves to people who have main character syndrome, and those people are more likely to get upset in an online game.
Wow. What a world we live in.
Aurelia
that's a real thing.
In contrast, can you guess what character I mained?
Fascinating. Oh boy.
Wait, what character you? Okay, wait. When did you play? Play? You have to tell me when you played.
Okay, yeah, this is important. I stopped playing about 2 years ago.
Okay.
So
when did you start playing?
When did I start playing? Right around season 3.
Season 3. Okay. So
are there any giant faceless characters?
How
about each of us says
champions?
How about each of us says their favorite character? Each of us says their favorite character, and
Old Scion I did play. And I did play some new Scion, but he wasn't my main.
Okay. Scion was always a wacky off-meta thing, and that's what comes to mind when I think of your your Exile videos and stuff.
I guess it can be sort of hard to guess because I'll play the champion in a way that it's not intended.
Yeah.
AP Tryndamere, that's my guess.
I played that exactly once.
But what a game it was. AP Tristana. I feel like you're definitely doing some All
right, sort this by release date. When was the latest champion when I stopped playing? Let's see.
What was the bug guy? That was when I stopped playing.
Bug guy.
I almost said Kozilek. That's the fucking
Kha'Zix?
Kha'Zix, there you go. That was when
Kha'Zix, the purple praying mantis thing. Yeah,
he evolved as a character, his
Pokemon.
So when you hit your so in League of Legends, you get to level up your ultimate ability at levels 6, 11, and 16. And Kha'Zix has a special extra feature where whenever he puts a point into his ultimate, he can also evolve one of his 3 basic abilities to be better. His DPS option gets a slightly longer range on it and a shorter cooldown if the target is isolated from their allies. His ranged poking attack shoots in a fan instead of a straight line and it slows them. And then his jump if you evolve that, it gets a reset. So if you jump in and kill somebody, the cooldown's immediately refreshed and you can jump back out. So yeah, and that's what adds the decision making to him. Is it's okay, in each game, which one do you want to evolve first? What do you want to evolve second? Yada yada.
I always thought him and Rengar, I always thought were some of the more interesting character designs, and Zed, that era of League to me was
the assassins. Yeah, the season 3, season 4 assassins. Did you know that him and Rengar have a little lore interaction in the game?
There's if Rengar kills him, something trigger a voice line or what is it? Something
when they both get to level 16 or something, it's whoever kills the next the other one first gets a special upgrade that's
Predator.
not particularly impactful.
Yeah. Rengar gets all of his trophies on his passive, which just give him more stats. And then Kha'Zix can also evolve his ultimate to give him an extra charge of it. So normally in Kha'Zix gameplay, because you get an evolution at levels 6, 11, and 16, but you have 4 abilities, you only get to evolve 3 out of 4. If Kha'Zix beats Rengar in that side quest, he gets to evolve all 4.
Have there been any other characters that have that sort of interaction?
There are a couple of them.
things, but
So
not
there are
to
3
that
characters who, not to the same extent, but there are 3 characters who are in the lore. They're like competing for domain over this frozen world called the Freljord, like this frozen northern continent, right? Think like Northrend in WoW or something like that. And so there are 3 women who are like queens of their different tribes. It's Ashe, Sejuani, and Lysandra. And if any 2 of those 3 are on opposite sides, after they hit a certain point in the game, it will say like battle for the ice crown or something, and whichever one kills the other one first will get to have a crown above their head for the rest of the game. It doesn't give them a gameplay effect, but it's just like a way to shit on them.
It matters. It matters.
Yeah.
That matters more almost. Just to like flex the EP.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm the king. Get out of here.
I'd like to amend when I said that I stopped playing about 2 years ago. Apparently, I stopped playing in 2017.
2017. Okay, so you stopped. All right, so you stopped as soon as I became a professional commentator. I drove you away. Sorry.
I wonder if they're related. Yeah.
I did. I stopped playing the game, but I still watch LCS.
Oh, nice.
So I have seen a lot of the stuff that you've casted.
Hell yes.
Wow.
Hell yes. It's like we've met each other 100 times before. So, okay, I guessed wrong in the Scion. So you got to tell me, what did you actually play? What was it?
All right, so I played Bard.
Oh, yeah, that totally makes sense. Bard is the biggest troll in the game.
Also, I built full AP.
Right, Bard.
I played full AP Bard support because during the time that I played the most, it was like right when they had just reworked masteries for the first time, so you could just pick Electrocute on Bard and
then just zap them with meat.
So Q auto at level 1 with a Doran's Ring or whatever, or Spell Thieves, did over half of someone's health.
So you would just give him the big chunk. No, I should have guessed Bard. I wasn't thinking. That's what I should have asked as a hint on what role it was. I feel like if I knew it was support.
If I had said support, you would have said Bard.
I probably could have got the Bard. I probably could have got the Bard if I knew it was support. That makes sense, though. That totally makes sense.
We're talking about personalities being attracted to certain characters. So, like, the type A personality goes for the montage characters. Bard literally just roams the map collecting chimes.
You're an explorer.
That is the gameplay loop.
Yeah, he's incentivized to leave the traditional laning pattern because he spawns these little chimes all over the map, and as you pick them up, they will passively improve his stats, give him a little bit of extra bonus on his passive, which gives him an enchanted auto attack every so often. So he also has abilities like make portals through walls, and he can turn entire structures invulnerable for a couple of seconds. Like, he's one of the very few characters in the game that playing him badly will be an active detriment and make things worse for your team because it will enable enemies.
You can immobilize your own teammates or give the enemy a portal to your team.
Oh,
yeah.
But also, so if he wants to run away, you cannot catch him.
he's an elite troll.
High tier.
I love playing Jace. Jace was like my main. I remember buying like the white suit.
The Debonair Jace. Yeah, where he's got the 007, like the tux on and everything. Yeah. Did you watch Arcane? The Netflix show?
Yeah, I feel like they modeled the Arcane model after Debonair Jace.
Yeah.
Dude, I went to the Arcane premiere that they had on Riot's campus, like the big red carpet thing that they did for it. That premiere, like they built a dome on Riot's. They didn't put it in one of the 7 buildings that they already had. They built a dome in the middle, and we watched it on this huge like projector screen thing. And every time they had like a big moment or whatever, they had this surround sound dynamic audio. So when like Jinx's bombs are going off, it's just like boom, boom, boom all around you. And they also did this like visual I don't know, like landscape thing. So you know how in the very first scene of the show, they like the kids are climbing up onto the building and they look around and it shows you like the panoramic view of Piltover. They projected Piltover onto the entirety of the interior of the dome. And I was like, this is why, because going into it, I was like, oh, I'm excited. I've never been to an event like this before. I hope it's, really different from watching at home. And then I was sitting in a dome where they projected everything on the inside. I was like, holy cow, dude, they went all out for this. Yeah, 5-dimensional.
Yeah, when I saw when I saw the graphics in general, I was like, how the hell do you even do this? How long did this take, this whole series, to make? It's insane.
It was in development for years.
It's insane.
They have
that
YouTube
animation
series.
in particular is particularly like, it was high frame rate. It was
almost
it was
like
a combination of hand drawn and computer generated. So that animation style takes years.
Yeah, it was wild, man. There's a
it
YouTube
also didn't
documentary.
look Uncanny Valley. It didn't look Uncanny Valley at all. It looked just perfect.
Yeah, that's where all the effort goes into. Like the high frame rate goes a long way into that. The shading, so like the computer graphics goes a long way into that, and that's what takes the most time, is bridging the Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
There's been like the golden age in the past couple of years for like non-anime animation, from like Castlevania to like Arcane to like Love, Death, and Robots. There's so many things that are being.
I've been watching that recently. I missed out on. Somehow I completely missed that. So I've been watching through it like for the first time, literally this past month. That's badass, dude. I love Death and Robots is awesome.
They had at the Tribeca Film Festival has I'm in Connecticut now, but I'm from Manhattan, so I used to go to the Tribeca. Has like VR demos and all that stuff, and like film things, and they do screenings for that every time they release. So I got to like go there and see the screening of it live, and it was fucking wild seeing the season 3 of Love, Death, and Robots like live. It's totally crazy, like the technology. I love those anthology things, like very Animatrix, where it's like they'll get like 10 different directors and studios just going in different directions. Totally animation, style, story. Like it's just such a great
it's like a creative bloodbath
thing. It is, yeah. It's definitely, we're like in a sweet spot for animation though now. Like Castlevania went off, Arcane went off. Like there's so many things. I'm really curious what other IPs are going to be coming. Even like Critical Role like has their Amazon show for their D&D campaign. Like there's so many things that are just happening now. So really, it's like we're in the golden age of animation for.
It's all the stuff.
In the last 10 years, there was a major shift in CG animation. So where animation was typically only anime was basically only hand drawn. Versus CG.
And now it's a lot different.
In the last 10 years in particular, there have been huge strides in CG.
Yes.
So there was this belief in the early 2010s where if you did CG and it was part of an animation, you had to lower the frame rate of the CG to 24 to match the animation, like the hand-drawn animation, or it would they thought the audience wouldn't like it or something. And when it's CG, you can just use automated spline curves and stuff. You don't need to cap the frame rate to 24. It's not like you're drawing something 24 times. You're saying to the computer, move that thing this way, and then you can type in how many frames you want it to take to do that. So you can have 3000 FPS CG if you really want in certain scenarios. And
there's a massive
in the early 2010s, they thought 24 FPS was the way to go. And then even something like the first season of Ruby was basically 60 FPS CG animation.
Did you see Berserk?
Yes, that one is the one that everyone loves to hate on because it was so bad.
That and X-Arm. There's a huge spike.
That one was so bad.
Why was it so bad?
It was bad because it was low frame rate and there were certain scenes, people like to point at specific shots. So so Berserk has this insanely well drawn manga, right? So for things that were famous manga panels, they drew it. But for the action scenes and moving the characters around, it was all CG, and they just tried to make it look like it was drawn. But really what they did, there is a shot in particular where it looks like they were in Photoshop. They
moving up and down.
Selected the character, and dragged the mouse up and down, and that was the walk cycle.
I'll find out. It's the real problem.
It really looks like that.
And for the animation that does entirely in 3D CG in general, it is fine these days. The bigger problem when it comes to animation is things that are 95% drawn that insert CG as a cost or time saver.
Yeah,
because it stands out like a sore thumb. And there's a lot of examples of current anime, like Overlord, for example. You have these momentous scenes in the drawn manga.
Yeah, the giant monster is always CG because it's too hard to draw.
That's the big problem. Well, it's not just too hard. It's just that they don't want to do it because they don't want to spend the money to do it. So it's just you have these things where everything looks great, and then the main character, the main icon of scene looks so out of place. Yeah, like the Berserk one's really painful because the background will be drawn, but then the foreground is CG, so it stands out like immediately.
So basically, early 2010s, this was the mindset for animation: is use CG to save budget and cap it at 24 FPS. And then like 2013, Ruby comes along, no budget, one guy, completely shows up everybody else. This is how good CG animation can look. And then over the next few years, there were a few anime that attempted it, and one or two of them did really, really well. And then the technology started to move along. Yeah, I was thinking of the one where the characters are based off minerals and stuff.
That is Land of the Lustrous. Yes,
that one had really good CG.
It's fantastic. But again, that's because it's all done in 3D CG. Like it's the foreground, background,
they did the whole thing in 3D CG. Yeah,
and that is how you do it right. Like there's also Dorohedro, another example. There's a few that do it right, but for the vast majority, it's like it's really just an anime problem because again, like things that are non-anime don't have these issues. It's just that it really looks really bad.
X-Arm without explaining.
No, it can experience it in your own time.
Okay, X-Arm in particular was made by. There was not a single animator on staff.
Correct. It's a totally virgin company making a virgin
They decided that they did not need animators to make animation, and that is why it's garbage. So don't lump it in the same category as anything else that we're talking about.
I watched that clip that Lighty put in the channel, or that Palsteron put in the channel. The Berserk bad animation. Holy shit, that looks like
real bad.
That looks like somebody made it as a joke. That looks like somebody made it as their like sophomore computer project in college to like.
And he got an F. And he got an F.
How did the Iron Giant turn out so good? Like, I mean, sure, it's a movie, but it's
the thing. It's not about when it happened. It's just about the effort put in. You have things like Redline. Like Redline's like a masterpiece in animation, but it took 7 years to draw, and there's a reason because it looks better than reality. I mean, there's things that can be put to this umpteenth degree, like anything that like Type Moon or Bones do for studios. I mean, there's a reason they call it like Fate, unlimited budget works instead of unlimited blade works, because if you throw the money at it, it's going to look good. It's just when it doesn't, you can see how it goes wrong. But like, it's not all about the money, because again, Ruby looks fine for what it is. Is it going to look as good as something made from a major studio? Of course not. But it just shows that you can make quality products with just quality effort. And then you have things like X-Arm and Berserk, and it's just like, the bed is covered in shit. Like it's just not. There was no attempt made. I mean,
yeah, it's about
Amber Heard anime.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! This X-Arm clip. This is terrible. What is that?
The entire show is like that. There is not a single moment in the show that looks better than that.
This looks like shitty. This is worse than some of the like CGI from a shitty like B tier 1997 PlayStation game.
Yeah, it's a PlayStation 1 cutscene. It's also
it's not
good. If you look at
it's like their models weren't like the eyes were not rigged in the model, so they just stayed the same forever.
Yeah, there's dead soul behind
every
there.
Character has the exact wrong expression for the moment.
And the fact that this is the trailer, right? So this is them saying this is
our finished shots.
This is like to wet your beak. This is going to get you excited about our show, and it is just like the worst representation of animation. That's could be in the history of anime probably. And the comments just drag the whole thing. Like the second comment just says, "I watch this every night to remind myself, no matter how much of a failure I am, I could always do worse." Like that's the comments of these videos. It's just real bad.
This is terrible.
So when you look at something like Arcane, you can really appreciate how much better and how much more effort was put into it.
Shout out to Riot.
Yeah.
They slam dunked that show, man.
I can't believe that it was not like, I don't know, not cheesy at all. I was like, Riot, I mean, they make a story about League.
It was extremely lore accurate. They basically just retold the lore story.
Also, it was already written. You could have no concept of what League of Legends is, and 100% enjoy that show. Like it's very evergreen.
I thought it was
content.
so good.
Yeah,
that's what I was hoping.
It wasn't gate kept
for sure.
Yeah,
it also made me want to play League again. Actually, maybe want to play League.
Like, this is nothing like.
Yeah, that's the little spider creeping around in your brain, trying to get you back into the game. But
and then you play League for a week, and you're like, "What the fuck? I forgot. Why did I stop playing in the first place?"
Yeah,
I was so impressed that it wasn't like cringy at all. It actually just had zero cringe because it's so hard. There's so many shit video game adapted to other media projects like television shows or movies or whatever. Looking at you, Halo. There's so much bad execution on these ideas that I was like, because I work in the esports stuff. I had no communication. I had no insight or anything on that for how Arcane was going to be, what it was going to turn out like. I didn't know anything. So I was like really cautiously optimistic. And then it was just a slam dunk. I honestly think like all 9 episodes of the show are really good, but the first 3 episodes of Arcane, those 3 40-minute episodes, could be strung together into a 2-hour movie, and that would be a standalone movie because episode 1 of Arcane, I think, because afterwards the time skip comes and like it's self-contained while also being an important part of the greater narrative. I think those first 3 episodes could stand alone as a film and still get rave reviews.
Maybe it was designed like that. And the fact that maybe initially they were like, we're going to do a League of Legends movie. And then they're like, fuck it, let's make a show at that one point.
I don't know. I would believe it. If you told me that, I would 100% believe it because it was really good.
I like it. Scriptwriter did a revision, but originally they pie in the sky.
Yeah.
Man, that last scene with the... How's he called again? The singer who made the last song. Really famous one.
Yes.
From
the
Imagine Dragons?
No.
Hold on.
Wasn't Imagine Dragons, didn't they make a cameo?
Sting. It was Sting. Yeah, that was crazy.
The last episode song.
Yeah. The ending, basically. That was
If
huge.
you haven't seen the Spider-Verse movie, go watch it as well.
Yeah, Spider-Verse is sick.
I heard that one is really good.
What do you mean you heard? Go fucking watch it. God damn.
You've not seen it.
Where is it? Where can I watch it? Where is it?
Netflix, I think?
Yeah, Netflix. Maybe?
Nice.
I think I saw it on Netflix. If it wasn't Netflix, it was Prime Video.
It is available with Hulu, Sling TV, whatever that is. You can watch it on Amazon Prime Video for $3. It says there's a few different.
You can watch it on
options.
YouTube. You can rent it on YouTube and just watch it there. I don't know how much it is though, but yeah.
Generally, you can Google something and it'll tell you.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah.
Go watch it.
It is a very good movie. Like I'm not I'm not one of the guys who's seen every single Marvel movie. Like I'm not super deep into the Marvel lore or anything. I enjoy good movies for what they are, and Into the Spider-Verse was thoroughly entertaining.
It's like animation, but that you can pause at any moment and it still looks legible.
Shading, yeah.
There's so much nerdy detail that went into the animation of Spider-Verse. It was highly stylized, and so like when you listen to like an interview about it or something, they're talking about how in this particular scene the older Peter Parker is animated on ones, so it's 30 FPS. He moves every frame, and then Miles next to him is animated on twos, so he is at 15 FPS. And they talk about how this was supposed to be like. Miles eventually gets to 30 FPS when his character is more developed or something. And I'm like, this is the nerdiest, most minute detail. And so much effort went
into
this.
It's a bit like
that's how you
choppy
make good shit, yeah.
in your brain, like in the first 10 minutes while you're watching it, because you're on the 12 F, like the animated on twos bit. But like your brain will get used to it after 15 minutes. But it's it's amazing.
Nice bookmark.
Very, very good. Good soundtrack too.
Anyway, I'm definitely not watching the trailer.
Anybody saw the Death Note live animation?
No, don't make me remember that, bro. That was some of the worst.
Why?
Oh my god,
what have they done?
Terrible.
With such
that was awful.
I think what happens is you have a source material, and then someone externally comes in and says, we're going to make something out of that, and then they don't respect the source material or why it was good or why it was popular.
Is it an animation or is it live action?
Something like Arcane is like
action.
Riot drove this. They were like, we have a video game. We want to make something out of this video game, as opposed to some Hollywood exec comes up and says, I want to monetize your game.
It must be with no matter how good you are, right? If you're not passionate for the project, you haven't put sweat into the project, and now it's like in front of you and you have to like adapt it. You kind of want to put your own stamp on it with still being like true to it, but at the same time you don't have that passion that the original author had, right? So it's really hard to replicate that.
This is what
I get the struggle.
Halo is like, we didn't even look at the games. Like that explains everything immediately.
That was CG right there. It's like all the mystique of the
there's some rules and you're just breaking them, right?
Yeah, like broke.
I liked exactly one scene, and it was when it was a fight scene, of course, and he had his helmet on the whole time. And I think it was the second combat scene in the show was the only part of the entire show that I liked.
Another thing I can
it
recommend.
Definitely like it happens less and less.
Another thing I can recommend is Everything Everywhere All at Once, a movie.
Oh yes,
seen that? The
we saw that
multiverse.
recently.
I haven't seen that one. Is that?
It's good.
What is it about?
Everything, everywhere,
you can't.
all at once.
You can't spoil it.
Don't watch the trailer. Just go watch the movie.
Do not look up anything about it. All you have to know is that, in my opinion, this is the greatest film yet created.
It's the best movie I've seen. Spider-Verse is second
Corey
place.
in the house.
Holy!
Don't
the
look
ratings for this are crazy.
Don't look at the trailers. Stay away from everything.
Just
Even
go watch
like
it.
I watched it recently again on like Paramount Plus or something stupid like that, and even the pre-roll animation, like they do, like they're trying to make it look like a DVD menu. Even that had spoilers in it. So just get it raw and watch it, and it's amazing.
All right.
And after you watch it, I'm gonna talk to you again about it
give
because
you one detail.
Purely
give
for
you
like
one
special
detail.
effects.
No details.
About the production, not about the plot.
Okay.
I know. Go for it.
There are like YouTube channels where people do their like cinematic projects, right? So and they're like cinematic students and they upload their projects to YouTube and stuff. Some of those people worked on this movie and made really, really cool and fun scenes in the movie that were like they were basically consulted for how good like their YouTube videos were. Like they brought them in as like specialists. We want to make this kind of scene. They found people on YouTube
they hired
that
people
could do
off YouTube to do it
and hired them, and they did a really good job.
And I think the directors, or like the reason I brought it up for context of like just amazing special effects and stuff like that is I think the directors, there's two of them, they also did all the special effects themselves. So they did it on a budget, and it's like the best movie I've seen. Like
you can't tell that it's on a budget.
Yeah, you
unless
can't.
you're really
there's one
analyzing
scene
how
where I'm
expensive
like,
this
that was a
shall
bit iffy, but that doesn't take away from anything. It was just
There is a nope. That's it.
Nah. Yeah, if it
My
doesn't
favorite
hook you
part,
by the
it's
first
very
20,
good.
there's a part where you'll realize what's happening in the movie and just fucking watch it. Just watch. You know what? Fuck it. Let's end this podcast right now. Go watch this movie.
Okay, that's.
I love
That's what I'm
watching
getting from
movies
this.
without trailers. I think trailers
Same.
take away so much of the mystique. Like, even if it's just small things, like, okay, this is her son. All right. Like, even those small things can kind of give you, I want to see how the movie wants to tell me that, right? I don't want to know that from the get-go.
movie to know what I'm not supposed to see, to
theoretically reading
Discovery
the back
is
of the
part of
DVD.
the experience.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is something that cannot be synopsized because you want to preserve that experience.
I forced two people to watch it the other day, and we're hanging out in voice chat while I did it. And I'm like, just watch it for 20 minutes, and if you don't like it, we can stop. But we got all the way through it, and I'm like, what'd you think? And they're like, I have no words to describe the feelings that I'm feeling. I'm like, I know, right? Great movie. So there's nothing, I can't describe it for you if I wanted to.
Feelings. Tell me, or the feelings that you're feeling when you're watching it. A spoiler as well.
No, that's a spoiler. That's a spoiler.
Everything.
The feelings that you're feeling.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
After the movie ended, I legitimately said, "This is the greatest film yet created."
All right. Damn, you guys are really selling this. Okay.
There's been
I'm
two
having
movies
FOMO right now.
There's been two movies where I was like, I hate reviews for stuff. Like, sure, like for games, save your money, that kind of stuff. But like reviews for movie, if someone hypes something up for me and I go watch it, I'm gonna feel disappointed afterwards, even if it's still amazing. Because you can't hype up. Like if someone tells me something's really shit and I go watch it, I'm like, it wasn't that bad. And if someone tells me something's really good and I go watch it, I'm like, that was shit, because it just sways my opinion too much. Going into Spider-Verse, someone told me that movie's amazing, and I went and watched it. I'm like, holy shit, that was amazing. And I saw all the reviews for this Everything Everywhere. I'm like, it's probably not that good. And I went and watched it. I'm like, holy shit, that was awesome. So yeah, go fucking, god damn it. If I can get at least 2 more people to watch it, I'd be happy.
You're passionate about this, man. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. This sounds like this is your life's crusade here.
I'll tell you
I'm getting kickbacks. Use my link in the description. I'm just kidding.
Oh no.
I'm definitely guilty of like several people tell me, "Oh, you should watch this thing," and I'm like, "Oh, I'll go put it on my list of 2,000 things that people told me to go see," and I never went and saw. If there is one thing that should be actually at the top of your list, I would recommend this.
Duly noted.
You haven't seen it, Lighty?
I have, yes.
Okay. Well,
Just not going to be the third person gushing about it.
no, that's
I'll leave
fine.
it to The double gutches are enough.
You know,
Does it still
maybe
get your thumbs up? Are
maybe
you still
you'll hate it.
Double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up.
Double
Okay.
thumbs. Holy shit, lady.
It's the Elden Ring of movies. Here's my review.
Not the Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk is legally a game.
Cyberpunk is the new Matrix movie. That's Cyberpunk.
Oh boy.
Like, damn, we really wanted this, but I kind of don't want it now that I've got it.
Yeah,
I mean,
when you play
I
it,
didn't even see the new
you
Matrix.
want a red pill.
Don't
yourself
watch
as
the
you're
new
playing it. That's
Matrix.
why it's-
Yeah, I didn't even see it. I really wanted to see it, but I got very bad feedback. So it was like
And the best Matrix.
I want to
the
defend
second
Cyberpunk,
Matrix.
but I can't say anything against all of the very legitimate reasons people don't like it.
The first 40 minutes of the new Matrix is entirely just them saying Warner Brothers forced us to make another movie. They said they'd make it without us. Like they say that in the movie that they were forced to make the movie.
Oh, is that like Fant 4 Stick? Is that like Fant 4 Stick?
I have no idea what you mean.
Fantastic Four, it had like a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes or something. It was legitimately they made it just to keep the copyright.
Yeah, the second iteration of it.
Everyone called it Fant 4 Stick because of the logo. They replaced the A with the 4.
I think in the Matrix they were just like they had a whole scene where they were explaining that their publishers were forcing them to make the Matrix without them. They even said the Matrix. They said the Matrix in the words in the Matrix movie, and it's just I
A
don't
little
know.
too meta, maybe.
Yeah, too much. It's pretty
Oh,
shit.
yeah, because it's like a computer game or something, right?
I'd watch it for a
I don't
laugh,
even
yeah.
wanna watch it. I don't want to watch it.
Watch the first 40 minutes and then turn it off after that. When they start doing the action, just turn it off. And then go put on Everything Everywhere All at Once. In fact,
Still watch
don't
Peppa
watch the
Pig
Matrix.
for 10 hours. How about that?
I've had to
Watch
do
10
that.
hours
It's not
of
worth
Peppa
it.
Pig.
Have you seen Sarah and Duck? It's like Peppa Pig, but like even worse.
I've never heard of this.
Never heard of Sarah and Duck? Oh man, go watch Bluey. You got Bluey over there? You got
No, I've
kids?
never heard of Blue
I don't know
either.
what that is either.
You don't know what Bluey is? God damn, Bluey will
Mental.
destroy you. Don't watch Bluey. It's a kids show, but it will fucking emotionally destroy you, man.
Blue.
Is it like a
Running
genre
the
bait and
gambit
switch?
on recommendations here.
No, okay, don't watch Bluey.
This doesn't look like it'll emotionally destroy me. This is a little blue dog.
Yeah, it's just a little blue dog, but it's like
Well, wait
made.
until he gets AIDS.
It's
Then
made.
you'll-
Oh shit! It's made with
then
care.
you'll feel it.
Nah,
Until apartheid happens with that dog, you know?
Bluey's
Who
weird.
knows what's around the corner?
Yeah, wait till Truck-kun
Or
rocks up
Bluey.
and Isekai's Bluey into the
Why they call him
vets.
Bluey? It's because it turns into the Hurt Locker halfway through. And
Holy shit.
it's, you see half of Bluey on the fucking painting on the wall. Just let's talk about Path of Exile, huh? You know,
Well, this is a great Path of Exile plot.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be. That's the point. Like,
oh boy.
Good change of pace.
you
yeah.
don't know what you signed
like
up
it.
for. You do now, but like, yeah, it's
We're
just
having a good
it's
time.
I like it.
conversation.
I like it.
I am
This is
glad
great.
I clicked yes on this invitation.
Yeah.
This is a good ass time.
You tried to politely decline. I'm like, oh no, I'm not professional. You'll fit right in. Like, come on down.
Hey, I didn't know. I didn't know if this was going to be like super high level Path of Exile discussion.
No,
You guys would be like, "What the fuck do you mean? You've never
could be.
appeared."
Because Jousis and Lighty are like god gamers. When there's like 100 unique changes, and each one of them is a new build. Basically, I could just ask Jousis a single like unique and go like, "What can you do with this?" And he'll talk for 40 minutes. We could.
You have a whole new build planned out. I mean, Lighty's over here
Although-
spinning the wheel for different ascendancies and somehow managing to play this garbage ass Reaper for
It was
like
amazing.
4 whole days.
Important
I
to
tried to play
mention,
Reaper
I have beaten the Feared once.
Still too bad.
What was that, Lighty? You were a winner, Robody.
I tried to play Reaper again this league, and I couldn't do it because it was still too bad.
Still too
I'll show you-
shitty, huh?
I'll show you the weapon. I crafted a weapon for Reaper.
All right.
It is and you'll be like, wow, what is this miscreation I've made? But it is just like to the lengths of. I got Reaper to level 35, the skill gem, and it still wasn't
Okay.
enough to. Let's see if I can screenshot this. It was in
There, that's
the
something
chat.
we could talk about. They wanted to remove power from gem levels and add it elsewhere, but I don't
All right, let's
know
see
if
this.
they've added it elsewhere.
There's that Diala's body armor.
Yeah, so wait, so let's see. We've got
Now that's-
plus
that's
one,
a
plus
bow.
one, plus one, plus 6 to level of. Holy shit!
And then plus, level 4 in power, so that becomes level 5 in power, so it's even more gems. But even like, there's no amount of investment in Reaper to where it becomes like realistically good enough to feel
actually
worth
do the stuff.
anything. It's just so bad.
Nice. I see what you mean about always loving your blight helmet. I see your little fungus
Yeah.
There it
bulb
is.
on your head there.
With the no MTX on the rest of the outfit, hell yeah.
All you need is a little dongle, yeah. Little dingle dongle to keep you warm at night.
The white T-shirt.
RIP Tabbies.
Did you make this in SSF?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
I play SSF.
Well, yeah, I'll just asking.
Delving to 600 depth and going right for 5 days straight.
You have voices in your inventory, bro.
Yeah, 3 passive voices too, but it doesn't matter. I told you, Reaper, I was doing as much as I can to make that build worthwhile, and it's just not.
Okay, so if you can't play Reaper with plus 10 to gem levels and a fucking 3-socket voices, I feel like Reaper might be unplayable tier then.
Might have a problem,
Yeah. That doesn't sound like a very good omen.
Maybe the problem is you have one minion, right?
It's yes and no. I mean, it's just there's a lot of problems because
they made it scale bleed damage, and minions have a hidden modifier that made them do like 1/7 the bleed damage.
That's getting rectified.
They're it's getting rectified, but they're not buffing it. Reaper specifically, they are removing the damage buff they gave it so that it's nominal.
Yeah, so it's the same that it was.
It's going to be just as bad as it was this league and the every league henceforth. The thing, Reaper has such a problematic design. I mean, it's just minions in general are a really tricky field to manage, especially things like Spectre, because the gap in usability of one Spectred minion to the next is predicated on its base stats, which fluctuate so wildly from a mob, from like a skeleton from Ledge to like a crab from Harvest. One could have 1,000 times the stats as the other one, but they're both on the same equalized field for Spectre. So minions just go ballistic.
I was saying the other day, like, I think removing Spectres would be so healthy for minions in general. Like, in terms of balancing, it would change everything.
Biggest wrench,
or
I think,
split the modifiers to only specifically work on Spectres or non-Spectres would be another way.
I mean, but that's even still complicated, right? I would literally just remove them. I don't think they add too much, but maybe that's just because I'm not like a main minion player. I get that it's spicy, but it's just balance, right?
In my opinion, the best use for a minion is to blow it up.
Fair.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I agree 100%.
Atlas has a real problem with its bloat, and it makes things like balancing near impossible, which is why you have Arch Nemesis be such an ill-received change in the game, because it affects 90 different metrics that are all scaled on 1,000 different values. So it's like, from a balancing standpoint, it's such an impossible juggling task. Like, every league, we add more and more plates to the man spinning them, but we just keep like kicking him in the shin and then surprise when he drops the plate. And it's like a matter of time before you add a certain amount of mechanics where things just get out of whack. So
I've never seen a game that had so many numbers that you can modify.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's like, so many variables.
Not even close.
In every conversation, in everything that changes different, like to what Lighty's talking about in Path of Exile, like generally when you're trying to balance something or you're trying to tweak or tune something, you want to minimize the amount of variables being changed by each thing that you're deliberately altering, right? Like you want as few secondary and tertiary changes as possible so you can try to tweak these individual things. But Path of Exile just has so much going on. Everything's intertwined and connected to every other thing. It feels like that's probably pretty hard to do in a lot of cases, especially for something like Spectres.
Most every case. That's why that every single patch. It's always a bad feeling to see a patch note and see like 85% of the things are like nerfs, because that's just what it is. But it's like it's their best effort at solving an impossible problem that they've unfortunately set themselves up for, because back when this game was initially implemented, it was a lot simpler. There was a lot less players, so a lot less problem people finding out things. I mean, just the sharing of information goes ballistic in a game like this. So like if there's a crack in the door for something bad to happen, the players just rip the door open and everyone runs through. So
the
like
bug
one
report
person,
forum.
Pretty much. I mean, that's the problem. The bug report forum becomes like a Reddit new, basically. You're just like looking at it, seeing what juicy interaction can I mess with today. But there's just so many moving parts that there's no surprise that every league something's going to be, the gap between what is too strong and too bad just widens to infinity, basically. So
I need to apologize.
I don't know what the problem is.
I unfortunately gotta go. Yeah,
I need to
go. Sorry, guys.
See you later.
Yeah,
later, bud.
It's really fucking late here, and I need to do something real quick. It's
no worries.
Almost 4 a.m. So
all good, man.
Thanks for hanging out.
Okay, Palsteron, it was great meeting you, buddy. Take it easy.
Yeah, yep, definitely.
Great to meet you guys. Thanks for having me, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, see you around.
See ya.
Shit.
Yeah, it's like
that's the thing. I wanted to apologize to him. Damn it. Oh well. Maybe next time.
He'll hate you forever now.
I knew he was. Oh shit! I knew he was wanting to go.
Palsteron will remember that.
Do you have to remanage your Discord?
Oh, it is so fucked, but I'll fix it. Don't worry.
Oh, no. All right, here, while you fix that, I got to get more water and use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I was going to apologize to him because I brought him on for his incredibly based opinions on, like, Manifesto, basically.
We talked about everything but Path for...
Yeah.
How long, what time? How long have we been going for?
Only like 2 hours.
Yeah, I think we're just getting started, Jim.
Oh, yeah. I'm fine with that.
Started.
Jousis
just PM me, said let's go for 9 hours, So
I'm fine with
that.
Down. How long can flowers hold out? Where am I?
We still have to wait for the 3-hour Castaway rendition we have to hear. We need to hear a full orchestral cello Castaways.
With his electric guitar.
Yep. I'm gonna go turn my AC cooler. I'll be back also.
Oh, good. I should just leave and just leave it recording here with no one here.
You should leave you by yourself, Jim. I can't hear you complaining.
Oh. I won the water speed run.
What the fuck? I couldn't tell that you were back. I was about to dip. Oh, hey.
Well, hey.
I thought you were fucking with me. Oh, hey. How's it going? You want a 9-hour podcast?
I'm back.
So, I mean...
So to go a further 7 hours, it would be 4 a.m. when I stop?
We're going to be limited by however long Flowers wants to go. Because I think this is like the very small amount of time he has not working. Like, even the fact that I think he typically works.
Yeah, he was literally shoutcasting yesterday.
That's crazy. It's like just like
crazy.
I went silent because I'm like, is he putting headphones on? Stop talking about it. No, okay. But now that Palsteron's gone, let's talk about all the PoE. I'm just kidding. No, I invited him on purely because he had like super based opinions on like the balanced manifesto of.
There's no reason to talk about it at all.
Well, there's no reason to complain about it. Like, without the patch notes and without the league and without all the uniques. So now that we've got all that, I'm like, I was going to ask his opinion of, like, everything, and then he left. I'm like, oh, fuck, shit.
That should be the only opinion at this point in Path's development cycle is the manifesto. I don't think the manifesto has much of a purpose anymore, especially if it doesn't. So, for example, some of the biggest changes this league, I would say half of the biggest changes this league is the change in improvement of those 100 uniques. And that decision wasn't mentioned in the manifesto at all. So if we're not going to be divulging even the loosest like, oversight of what we're talking about, then I don't really see the point of the manifesto. Like, what's the point of the preview of every decision? Like, you could say we're planning on updating uniques. The point, like, to have a manifesto where they change 100 uniques and they don't mention that part in the manifesto kind of begs the question, what's the point of the manifesto then?
So there's an argument for and against. The argument for the manifesto not including those things is that they were doing the strategy where they get all of the things that they're sure everyone's going to hate out first and then let it sit for a week. Everyone's been stewing on that. The Reddit has calmed down, and then they release all the good stuff, and it's a hype generator. So from a PR standpoint, that was the right thing to do. But you could have put a little overarching couple of paragraphs at the top saying, these are our goals, this is how we're going to accomplish
These are our nerfs, the buffs will come in 2 days. Don't set everything on fire.
I feel like, aren't you just playing into the same people who are prone to...
If they put out what they did and then put at the end, don't worry, there's going to be buffs in 2 days, that can only be worse.
Because people will expect more?
Well, first of all, it generates expectations, and it promises something that may or may not be delivered. And also, you do want to compartmentalize and release that information 2 separate points in time, instead of, like, breadcrumbing it.
Maybe they should just change the verbiage instead of saying manifesto. If they're going to not showcase the overarching plan and not at least describe what they're doing in some way, shape, or form to the, like the bullet point extent, maybe there should be a different word for it. Because, like, again, like that's like a major part of this patch is 100 uniques are being reworked into where the ones that aren't usable are now very usable.
We could argue about semantics and nomenclature, because that's definitely something that's very common to talk about with Path of Exile. But I think in this case they just use the word manifesto because it's relatively similar to an actual manifesto, and it had like the same format where it's like problem, solution, and so they wanted that to be the expectation, so they called it a manifesto instead of something else.
I do feel like when they maybe hold off on giving information because they're afraid, or not afraid, but they expect it to have a negative connotation as far as like, or you'll say a Reddit outrage, for example, with a change like saying, more buffs to come at the bottom, or we're planning on buffing 100 uniques that we'll show you over the next 2 weeks leading up to the patch. Them refusing to do that, from my perspective, a little bit is like playing down to the audience. It's almost like saying like, you're not giving your player base any credit, and you're assuming they're going to have a negative reaction. When
I think
I would have,
I would
be excited
the conversation.
To see that.
So what they put out earliest, the manifesto, is what they wanted the most feedback on, and then they didn't include the rest of the stuff because they didn't necessarily want feedback on that. It wasn't as important to have feedback on that. So they would have muddied the discussion by including the uniques. But if all they wanted was feedback on those changes in that manifesto, then they release it separately.
I don't think there's much of a problem with that, as long as they realize that by doing so, you're going to have the same 10, 15 people make the same YouTube videos every single time that they drop manifestos, that game's dead, builds XYZ, and then next week that problem is then solved.
Because this time period, like at the very end of the league and like 2 weeks before the next league starts, is when player retention and audience participation is the lowest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so like they're only getting feedback from people that are very dedicated to tracking changes.
Yeah.
And if someone makes an inflammatory YouTube video, it's not going to get very many views.
I will say the decision to do that definitely does feel like it only comes off as negative to those who have a few brain cells. So the people who understand that, like, obviously there's positive changes to be made, and why won't you just show them? When I wouldn't have a bad reaction either way. I'm not going to say like the sky is falling when I see a manifesto that's mostly nerfs, because it doesn't. There's still always fun to be had in the games for me, so it's like not much of a concern. Like it's not the end isn't near, right? So when I see that and they don't have anything positive to say, then it's kind of sad when a week later they show stuff and it's like, well, why didn't you just say that in the first place? And that's where I feel like it's kind of like playing down to the player base, because it feels like they're saying, oh, we don't want you to be upset, or we knew that it's so, most people would be worried about this. When it's like, well, yeah, but like I'm a mature adult, I'm not going to be worried about, like, it's okay if I get my cake next week, So yeah, I feel a little bad.
It's kind of unfortunate that in like a community manager position, you can't assume that your audience is all responsible, mature adults, and you're
probably making decisions towards the lowest totem pole, right? Like
and the people that are responsible, mature adults, hopefully are not offended by the strategy taken to address everyone and not just mature, responsible adults.
Yeah. I will say, I'm definitely not offended, but there is some like innate bad taste perpetually in my mouth when I do read a manifesto and it's 95% negative things. It definitely doesn't feel good, even though I know, like, okay, well, things are going to be balanced. Most of these changes are kind of irrelevant anyway. Like, but it's just like seeing the chunk of nerfs, and then seeing the little tiny paragraph of buffs. It's like kind of like a sigh of, okay, let's see what's on the chopping. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy because, like, not necessarily have experience with like communicating nerfs or something, but it's like communicating technical changes and receiving feedback. It's like it has to be handled in a very careful way. And so I see them see them making decisions that I would have made, and I'm like, yeah, I can't blame you there. Like, I feel so much sympathy for this.
It's for sure a lose-lose. It's like we're talking about regarding the balance changes. It's like they're definitely fighting uphill. It is like a losing battle to try to balance path perfectly across the board. It is an unsolvable problem in the game's current iteration, I think. Especially if they continue to put out new skills and new content, it will only get more monumental. As like it's like a linear, like a one-to-one parallel progression of the more they learn and the better they are at doing their job, the more they introduce, it's going to equally offset the amount of progress they make for balancing the game, because there's just so much being added always. So it's great to see changes, especially like them overhauling those 3 leagues, especially Harvest, Beyond, and even Arch Nemesis, how it's for implementation. Like, it's great to see them maybe not just introducing something new, but reworking something that exists. Because in a way, that's them making progress. Because if one less thing that's being added to the game, that means they're solving a problem that exists without introducing a new one. Even if the change isn't great, it's still like we're not adding something new, so we're making headway on our forward progression.
As somebody who, like, I never want to engage with like third-party Discord services for stuff in the game. I do not like doing that whatsoever. I want to spend my time in the game, so I never mess with TFT or any of the Harvest trading community stuff or anything like that. The Harvest changes for this league have me so stoked to go to my Atlas passive tree and like really invest in Harvest and like jump into that more than I've been able to in like past leagues. Because previously, like, everything that I saw about Harvest, all of it was annotated with an asterisk. It was just like, oh yes, buy and sell your crafts on TFT, like, do this, like, this is how you can approach this and find value and make currency. And I'm like, I do not want anything to do with third-party Discord services. I want to stay in Path of Exile when I'm playing Path of Exile. So I'm super excited for Harvest. I am so excited for Harvest.
And honestly, even if it's bad, it still has, like, so they showed an amount of like the Harvest shop, right? We saw like the screenshot of the Harvest shop, and everything else could be terrible and hard. Like, of course that's possible, but even what they showed, I think, is better than what the previous iteration was, because at least we have full autonomy and agency to pick exactly what we want to craft, which really does showcase, like, Path has a huge fear of missing out problem with a lot of their mechanics. Harvest being one of the worst, because we talk about like every map you didn't run in the league is basically a map loss. Well, every craft you don't use when you finish a Harvest is basically like,
it could have been an org. So it could have been something, right? It could have been whatever. So it feels really good that now we could just like, okay, I get my Harvest shekels and I go to the shop and I can spend them, and then that's fantastic. So I think that's a much better system, and I'm sure it'll probably be either super broken or super shit this league, because those are the only 2 options we're going to have, and then they're going to balance it out, and that's fine. Like, as long the framework is now laid and it is now much more streamlined, which I think is such a thing that so many things in Path need, is a mass amount of streamlining, because unless it's basically a mechanic that is a different dimension, like Heist or Delve, when you're mapping, you want to be mapping. Like, that's a big feeling for a lot of people.
I don't want to stop.
Like, exactly. So, like, if you do stop, it really better be worth it, because, like, Expedition makes you stop, but Expedition has huge reward potential compared to other things. And so if you're going to make me stop, it better be crazy. Yeah, Blight's an unfortunate example of where it's not quite, the values don't quite add up. Because, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. The only complaint I have at those 3 things is there is one massive problem that could be not real, but we don't know it. But based off of the wording, there was an issue with Beyond, which I talked about in the previous podcast we did, but it was Beyond had this really unfortunate wording, which was so Beyond is now Scourge, and you kill stuff and then portals spawn, and then eventually you spawn a boss, and then when you kill that boss, Beyond portals stop spawning. And to me, that's a big problem, because that implies no matter how much juice I'm putting in this map, whether I kill 1,000 mobs or 100,000 mobs, the second that boss is dead, Beyond has stopped giving me value. So it does not scale at all with any amount of investment. And that's like really unfortunate, because that kind of, there's not many, like, it's just like a very against what Beyond initially was, and it just like feels bad that all my investment, it doesn't. I can whether it's a white map or a 3 exalted map. It doesn't matter.
Now it seems like it's just a generic, like, 20% extra monsters per pack, and you're never going to get any more of that.
The scenario where that's not true is where bosses are exceedingly rare. So, like, you go through the whole map, you spawn 20 packs of Beyond like you normally do, and it just doesn't spawn a boss. And when it does spawn a boss, it's super impactful. It gives you an actually good reward. And then it doesn't spawn Beyond for the rest of the map, because I guess they wanted to remove the possibility of getting 2 unique ones, because they said you were spawning too many unique ones, which I tend to agree. I had this running joke where the fire Beyond boss, I called him Josh.
Oh, because is that Tosh? Yeah.
TZTSEOSH, Josh. And so I was running into Josh like 5 times per map, and I was like, oh, hey, it's Josh. Get out of here, Josh.
Josh gives a lot of experience, though. That is now gone, but that is a whole other argument. I see what you're saying, though. If the value of the boss is high enough and the scarcity is high enough, then you won't feel sad that you're losing out Beyond portals. You'll feel more happy that you found a boss, and that'll probably subvert any bad feelings. And if that's the case, No problemo. One thing we talked about earlier that was kind of Jousis brought up that was kind of funny is like the verbiage of path is like kind of a meme in itself, like recently and then like nearby. There's all those words they like to use.
Yeah, it's 20 different nearbys.
Yeah. Well, nearby is either 2 meters or 2 miles. It's somewhere in between. But there's an interesting thing I saw in this patch notes, and there's like 4 different words used for scalability of mechanics, and it went from significantly less mobs to like vastly less mobs, or like large reduction in mobs. And I don't know if any of those words have actual numerical meaning to them, because they just seem to be used willy-nilly.
Yeah, I think it's because the number. So, like, let's say they reduced the number of rare monsters for each league mechanic. So when they say largely reduced or greatly reduced, it's because for this mechanic it was 1/8. For this mechanic it was 1/2. For this mechanic it was 1/4. So they're like, overall it was a lot. But
it's cool to have the numbers though,
because it's so.
Yeah.
Well, I think they can give us numbers. They just, I mean, historically, Path has had a big problem, if you want to call it that, with not divulging information of variety of numerical values, like drop rates of bosses, drop rates of things.
You could enumerate all the numbers, like Abyss has exactly 1/8 the rares it used to have.
Yeah.
But those numbers, they're going to tweak them within the first couple weeks of the league. And so the number that they put out now would be wrong.
That's fine, but they could just write the new numbers in the patch notes. I think it's mostly for people who, like, for example, if I saw that Abyss has half the amount of rares, and I saw that Delirium has 90% the amount of rares it used to have, and it was like way worse, I might have my passive tree for Atlas Start be Abyss versus Delirium if I knew there was a larger impact on one, because it's going to inform my decision on what I'm playing.
You've got all the specific numbers for the passive tree and whatnot, and some guy comes along and makes a tool called Path of Building, and basically now you can finish your build without even playing the game. If they gave you all the numbers for farming strats or drop chances and all that stuff, you're going to min-max how you play the game before you even get to play the game, if that makes sense. Maybe they want to avoid something like that.
But I don't think it's really much of an argument for bossing, because again, there's tons of games that have divulged boss rates. Like, for example, RuneScape has every single metric for any boss. We know the drop rates, whether it's 1 in 512, 1 in 1,000. It's never stopped anyone from doing the content. So I don't think that's much of an argument. Yeah, they just ask them, what's the drop rate? And they're like, this is the drop rate. But again, it's never going to dissuade somebody. All it does is it makes you have maybe a slight sense of happiness when you get the thing under it, or a slight sense of sadness when you get the thing over it. I don't think it's really going to make a difference. But like, I don't want to know I don't have to know like what's the Exalt drop rate on your average white map. But like knowing that like Omniscience is a 1% drop would be a nice thing to know, because that might dictate what kind of content I want to engage with. I don't see like much of the point of hiding information these days.
I think there's another aspect of this, which is that the numbers are not straightforward. So, like, you remember when they changed Leech, and then the one poor GGG employee was in every single Reddit thread trying to explain how Leech works, and people were still confused.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that.
Yeah, so when they talk about, substantially reduced rare monsters, it might just be that it's incredibly difficult to explain the math behind exactly how much they reduced.
It might not even be like an exact number. It could just be like 20% of however many monsters are rolled on that map, which is changing every map you do.
Coefficient in this quadratic equation.
Yeah,
that's not even that would be easier to explain than what I'm picturing.
I think the way that the Beyond bosses work is the same way that map drops work. If you haven't gotten a map drop in a while, and it gives you that fake number that gives you like a 1% extra chance to get a map drop for every map you clear that doesn't have a map drop.
Yeah, we call that pity.
It's basically a pity timer, roll. But like the substantial Beyond thing is every time you kill a pack, it gives a stacking chance for the next pack to have a boss.
Sure.
So it works the exact same way.
1%, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. Like it just keeps going up until eventually you're going to hit the boss. Okay.
And once a boss is spawned,
most Gacha games have that.
You have a lot of mechanics where that's not true. Like everyone likes to hate on the Trialmaster encounter, because that was, you could play the entire league and never see him.
Yeah, so in Ultimate League, I had 33 Trialmasters, and there's 2 unfortunate design principles for Trialmaster, and it wasn't so much the spawn rate you could just rectify by playing an amount, but what you couldn't rectify was the unfortunate part that it was in a game that is balanced around portals being a resource, yet there was one portal as an attempt. So if you DC'd or the game crashed or you died because of something you could not see because we're playing Path, then you just lost it. And then that could be your one Trialmaster in 10 hours. And that's a real bad feeling. And the second one was you could kill Trialmaster and he could drop no unique because he did not have a percentage spread for his uniques that equaled 100. It was like Hate Forge was like 1%, the Scepter was like 10%, and the Helm was 25%. So everything between means you just nothing dropped. So it felt even worse. So I'm really curious what Trialmaster is going to be like now that he's back in the game as a unique map, because they're reintroducing the other 3 uniques into him. And we know that the pinnacle bosses they've introduced, Eater and Exarch, have 4 drops each and have a percentage value that adds up to 100. So no matter when you kill them, you're getting a drop. Now, granted, 2 of them are at like 44%, so those are probably the 2 you're going to get. But at least you have an idea. You're going to get like a pity something, as you said. So you'll get like your shield or your staff off of Exarch, and that's all fine and dandy. So I'm curious if they're going to spread the Trialmaster rewards all 6 across to equal 100. So at least you'll get something when you kill him, which will be happy to see, because Hateforge being back into the game is going to be a whole can of worms in itself.
I've been anticipating Relic of the Pact being reintroduced because that's an item I didn't get to mess with, and it's really in my wheelhouse. But I've been theory crafting, so I had a POB for my character for next league like a week ago, and so when they confirmed that Relic of the Pact was going to be in, I started using Path of Building, trying to figure out how to get it to work. And man, I could not get the numbers to be good. Like it's a very good item, but it currently, they address this in the manifesto or the patch notes or whatever, where the correct way to use it is to hold down the button and spam it. And so you cast it really, really quickly, and you get a consistent 1 million damage cast every 0.4 seconds or something. I was trying to get it where you channel it and it reserves your whole life and it does 10 million damage in one detonation very infrequently. That was how I wanted to play it, and that's how they say they want it to be played based on the numbers that they changed. But I still couldn't get it to be good compared to the other stuff that I'm trying to do.
I'm sure they'll tweak it
in terms of boss one-shotting. It's good cool as a build, but for my purposes, for doing one big gigantic explosion that does 10 billion damage, it's not the best.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see the shield. That's one item I didn't get, unfortunately, during the league itself.
I had a build.
Shield flowers, I would definitely check
I'm looking up these things as you guys are describing them. Whether I don't know if you can tell by the fact that I'm looking slightly off screen and typing really rapidly.
We can totally tell.
Yeah, I don't have the encyclopedic knowledge of all the different uniques, especially from more of these end game activities. So I'm trying to keep up with everything that you guys are saying here. What was the name of the shield?
Matsuwaddle's Machination.
It's impossible to spell.
I should have got you to
type an ultimatum shield. It'll come up.
It is. The name is Aztec adjacent.
Oh, okay.
It has 6 different keystones on it.
Yeah, all of the mods on it are a keystone.
Okay.
It's
I actually found it through Google, by the way. I got the name 2 letters off, and Google auto completed it.
Hell yeah!
I'll take that. That's a dub.
Nice.
Okay,
it's
so corrupted.
Very funny shield.
Yeah, corrupted soul, divine flesh, eternal. Wow. Yeah, so there's a lot going on here.
It's basically an entire contradictory.
Build. Yeah, but there's
forces
certain
a
things you can
specific play
do.
style.
Yes, yeah, it's real niche, but it is in the realm of uniques. As someone who loves uniques as a concept of they don't have to be good; they just have to be unique. It is the most unique, I think, because it does the launch.
What is the build you want to make with it? What is the goal?
It saves you 60 passive points.
Yeah,
if you're playing this one specific build or style that it wants you to play, what is the style that it wants you to play?
So it gets rid of everything but life, I think, and so it gets rid of mana and energy shield, and it changes how your life recovers. So it forces a specific leechy
and damage taken,
and I think it gives you the one that gives you your life recharges like energy shield. Yeah. So it gives you that. So it changes how you interact with enemies, because you need to do either a hit and run or a leech heavy, and it's all life. There's no energy shield. There's probably no mana.
The short answer is Ultimatum was a year ago, right? So no one's been able to really mess with the shield since then, really, in League.
Been out of the
a lot
game,
has
right?
changed. It's just been drop disabled. I mean, it's existed in Standard, but hasn't existed in League, which is where most things get tested to that extent. So there might be a lot of cool interactions that just people don't really know about because they've not been privy to use it. So I'm really interested to get one just to spend a week messing around with it and seeing what sort of mediocrity I can manage, basically, because it is.
Right.
I don't necessarily think it's really good, but it is like a puzzle to solve.
It's wild, right? Like there's something
so
here.
wild.
Whether or not that
For
something
sure.
is S+ tier or like B+ tier, we don't know. But there's got to be something workable with this wild thing.
And even when Ultimate League hit, which in itself was a whole problem, but like when the league actually came out, there was a dev post that one of the devs commented on a Reddit post, and it kind of got buried, but it basically said that regarding the shield, they talked about almost removing some amount of keystones from it, implying that there's probably some combination of something in this item that people haven't fully discovered. That is
I
going
have
to do
made
something
comments
wild.
a few times to the
Some
effect
forbidden
of
knowledge.
there was something OP that people didn't found that we found.
Are the keystones on it the same every time?
Yes,
keystones
but
are
also
always the
there's
same.
been like a lot. There's a whole new ascendancy right now. There's been like 8 new keystones since it existed, new uniques
Right.
that let us have access to keystones. You have the Maven Jewel lets you jump around. Like the extra massive thread can reach new things. There's probably so much that you could do with the shield that we didn't even think about.
Plus,
So it definitely
since,
is just rife for fun stuff.
since divines have literally no effect on it as an item, boom, favored by the new economy.
Best in slot.
Oh, yeah.
Divine build.
Yeah, it's definitely very funky though.
Note to self: make a build with only uniques that cannot be divined.
Hell yeah.
when
There you
this
go.
item-
Exactly. That way, maximum currency accumulation.
when that shield existed, Forbidden Flesh and Flame wasn't out yet. So
Oh yeah.
there's even could be some interaction with multiple ascendancy keystones integration that could do something else if you hold a whole other can of worms to be had.
Yeah, Ultimatum League was April of 2021. Okay, so that was the second league of last year. So
Yeah, it was probably one of the darkest times in Path history, unfortunately, because of the launch. But
I was gonna
it
say, was
was-
that the super fucked launch? The one that you
Yes,
just
yes.
like nobody could get
Yep.
into at
Nobody
all.
could get in.
16 hours straight of rollbacks and crashes. It was
I remember that one because me and Kobe and Freak, two of the other guys on the LCS, like we're all into Path and we were all excited. We were sitting in a Discord call, like just stoked to get in and play the game. And then it just became like Path of Q Simulator as we got thrown out of the game. We'd managed to get back in 30 minutes later. We'd get to play through all of half a mud flats and then we would crash
roll
again.
back and crash. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
have
like,
such a-
come on.
There's such a distinct memory of looking at Shroud playing Path with the most views by a metric fuck ton and just sitting in his login screen for like 3 hours straight.
And that
Oh no,
was
he played it
like-
during Ultimatum? Oh shit.
Yeah, that was when they
Yeah.
that was the league they shelled out to like have all the variety streamers play.
Right, because they all had the Q skip thing, right?
Yeah,
Because
Eventually.
the GGG devs came out and
Not
explained they
initially.
were like, yeah, we wanted to invest in having like content creators promote this, and so we gave them the
After
ability to
a
bypass
while.
the queues. But then that had a
So-
like public reception backlash of why are they able to get in? And yeah, I remember that was
So
that
I
was a
kind
big old
of-
mess.
It's hard to explain because there were so many things going on at once. So first of
Yeah.
all, the actual bug that was causing this problem is every developer's worst nightmare. It was impossible to pin down, and it was a really, really tiny thing. And so it took them like a day of frantically looking for that to find it and fix it.
It was the stash thing, right?
It was it
Like
was a
converting characters to
database
standard?
page size. Like literally, they had to change the page size of their database tables to fix
That's
this problem.
wild.
Yeah.
So there were other problems, but that was what was causing the problem. And so what happens is you have all hands on deck solving that problem, and then you have PR, HR by themselves trying to handle, we hired all these streamers and they can't get into the game. What do we do? And so, you know,
Yeah.
these snap decisions are made that are regretted almost immediately. But like
Yeah.
everyone was panicking. That was the nightmare scenario.
My guild figured out that, well, my community figured out that the MTX server was better running than the servers were. So if you got to a
Probably
door and
because
you were in
they weren't
game,
under load.
yeah, if you went through a door in game, that could possibly kick you out because you're trying to access a new instance. But if you went to the MTX store and put on MTX, if it actually loaded, that door was safe, but if it didn't load, you were disconnected from the server.
That was
and if you hung around,
So you had to try on a new shirt.
you could
to
keep
test
putting
if
on
the
new
door was
shirts
safe.
to see if the door was safe. And we were like progressing through the campaign quicker and quicker because we're checking every door. And as soon as someone figured out the doors were working, it was like free reign for 30 seconds to progress.
I can
weird.
actually see how that would work. That's really funny.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely a really bad time, but like most of their mistakes that get made, it gets learned from, and it hasn't been replicated since.
Was it Incursion that they did a rollback?
Yeah, well, there's been a rollbacks, and like the kind of rule of thumb is normally on every league launch, if your servers are working, then someone else's probably isn't, but that's just part of the course. The only time that there was a issue, probably to this magnitude, as far as like where everything had to be halted, was ironically at the last Twitch Rivals, where they had to reschedule it.
Yeah, I was casting that. We got there. I was there for all of 1 hour, and then they were like, "Okay, we can't do it. The items are all messed up. We have to reschedule."
And I was like, "Oh man, it was just the most path thing ever." And I was like, "Shit."
Like, damn, dude. I felt bad for everybody like involved in the event, everybody playing and stuff like that, because like this is the worst possible problem to have.
On that time, it was like we're paying to showcase our issues. It's like very strange. But they learned from their mistakes. So
it's worth mentioning Sentinel's league start was probably the smoothest, if I remember correctly.
Sentinel league start, I was just vibing. I was having a good.
There was issues with Brazil servers on Sentinel league start, but that's like there's something's always going to happen. Like you're the expectation of a flawless, a cursed place. Goodness. I know, but is the expectation that everything's going to work always is not. We're just trying to do the best we can. It's with the most fun we can. Little bit of delay, not too problem. Most people, anyone who's there on league launch is there for probably the weekend, right? So it's like, if there's an hour of issues, that's fine. That's in the gray area, But 16 hours of rollbacks, that was a fun one.
Yeah,
that was a fun night.
That's brutal. I was trying to remember why I didn't stick with Ultimatum League very long, and then talking about like the launch issues, I remember being very frustrated with the launch and not being able, because like I told you guys, generally it's like that first day of like the Friday of a league I can actually play some, and then the Saturday and Sunday I have a lot less time to play. So when I lost the whole launch day,
the bad taste in your mouth for sure.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, so I'm 100% behind because I'm starting 3 or 4 days back no matter what. So I guess I'm just GG'd. So yeah, I think I only played Ultimatum for a couple of weeks. I don't even think I ever got a Trialmaster.
Yeah.
But now that he's back, and they got the servers fixed.
We got to figure out where he gets from. They said that it's from.
We don't even know, do we? Like they just say it's a unique map that comes from high level vault content.
But I believe it's not. I don't think the map drops. I believe fragments for the map drop. So which actually in a way is a better thing. You want to have more pieces to the puzzle because it's more susceptible to quantity, if that makes sense. Like anytime there's a div card, the more sets, the better, because it has a much higher chance of dropping, and then you have a much higher chance of hitting that drop when you could crank the quant up. Like if there was a Mage Blood card that was 1 out of 1, it would be unconscionably rare to hit. But if it was 1 out of 10, the odds of you hitting one of those cards is more than 10 times as likely than hitting the 1 out of 1.
So this is actually a good thing for that card that I'm seeing people talking a lot about right now. I can't remember the name of it. It's something
the divine
weird,
one,
but it's the divine one where it's 11 cards to get 10 divine orbs.
Yeah, it's actually much more common. So if you were juicing a map to the guilds, you're almost guaranteed to get one of those cards per thing. Because anytime there's like a 10 or 11 set, most of those are even like the rarer cards, you'll see more of. That's also why like farming a headhunter isn't
today.
too bad.
I never even thought of that.
It's a boss drop,
thought of that. What's that?
I believe, but that unfortunately, that one is from a boss, so you're not gonna be able to farm multiple. Like you'll only ever get one, if at all, unless you twin the map, I guess. But because there's only one boss to kill, so it's not like if it's dropping from the zone, it's much more likely because there's just way more. You're just rolling the dice so much more frequently.
I think the math for div cards also checks out that it's more common. So if you had a div card that gave you 5x and it was a 5 stack, logically it would be that one div card drops frequently as a single X, but they drop more frequently. Because, I don't know, they just want to encourage more content.
Yeah, so any of those div cards that have high stack values tend to be much more farmable. Even in especially in FSF, that's why we know more about these things. Tend to be discovered in like SSF because out of necessity, if anything.
Right, because that's how you get a bunch of items that would otherwise.
If you
just
want a
be
poet spend, you just go
right?
run 500 museums and you'll get a poet spend after after that amount. But yeah, that's like div cards are funny like that. It's definitely from a collector's for my series I collect uniques, and it comes down to a strange ethical question. Like I've always had this conundrum where if there's unique introduced through a mechanic, for example, like we'll say a breach unique, I would assume the best way to get the breach unique is by doing breach. But historically in Path, that has not been the case. Like normally, almost always, the best way to get a league's unique is by doing anything but its own content for the most part. And kind of div cards feed into that, where it's like they were almost introduced as like a payment plan. So it's like, oh, I can't afford a headhunter, but I can afford 1/8 one. So I'll payment plan my way to one in a trade league setting. Maybe after a week, I could buy one card, then I could start getting one, here and there. But what it really kind of became is it became a way of like obfuscating the acquisition of a lot of uniques. Like no one's going to be doing Nemesis to get a headhunter when you could just farm burial chambers to get the cards, because it's just more frequently than your drop's going to happen. That always
it's actually a progression instead of just straight rolling the bones.
But they've been going away from that heavily. So like in Heist League, it used to drop full breach stones and like full beachheads, but they didn't want that because they wanted you to be able to get breaches from doing breach and get beachheads from doing Harbinger, which I think is a great direction because it really keeps the thematics of it. If I'm engaging with the content, I should get the reward of that content. So that's been thankfully the direction they've been going with a lot of things. But div cards kind of always are like a counterculture, because no matter like what you're doing, you'll probably get outpaced by a stack deck or like a chunk of stack decks. Like they're just going to be better ultimately, which in a way kind of feels bad, I guess. Like if I wanted to get a specific, like a headhunter or mage blood, well, I could either, go do Nemesis a bajillion times, whatever, if that was in the game, or I could just farm stack decks in Heist. And it's probably always going to be stack decks is going to reign supreme.
I mean, when it works out like that, that is one of the conversation about content or rewards not coming from the content it was designed with is one of the things that I've seen in a ton of places, especially as we get, more of these types of leagues introduced that can sort of just give you a cornucopia of different things. You can get a little bit of everything from a little bit of everywhere. And if the reward from X content is normally this highly targeted, very specific low drop rate thing, but it's also in the cornucopia, then, well, probably just going to do the cornucopia, right?
That's what almost happens, but that a game like Path, especially in a trade league setting, is ultimately about efficiency of your time per exalted per hour, I guess, or divine per hour, maybe now.
Yeah, we got to change it now.
The meme's forever evolving, yeah. But that's always going to be a part of the conversation. It's like that's one of the things I like the least about trade league. Not that I even play it, but just as a concept, the fact that if you got a Maven key to drop, and a Maven key sells for an exalted, are you going to run it or are you going to sell it? Well, I think 9 times out of 10, it's better to sell it because it furthers whatever your goal might be, which in a way I feel like is just not incentivizing you to do the content. And I feel like I would love to see people engage with these boss contents more, but the incentive kind of gets quite low when you could sell it for, a guaranteed amount versus the gamble amount. So it feels kind of bad, like, I think, to hear that happen. Like, some people I know I've talked to, like, don't get to do these boss fights because they're like, well, I could do it when I don't know it, and if I lose it, I've lost everything, or I could sell it for an exalted,
Right. I actually, as a trade player, it might be weird that I feel this way, but I like it when those big fights and those big showdowns and stuff are not tradable, even though I play Trade League, because then I don't feel a sense of loss if I run it and lose it or whatever, right? Like, if I run it, it's way too tough. I lose 6 portals. Shit, sorry. I didn't lose an exalt for doing that. I just got to play content, right?
It makes you feel like you've lost an exalt if it's tradable. Even though you technically didn't because you made it yourself.
That's like the innate fear of missing out on Path, though. That's like kind of where it all comes full circle. Where like when they added those pinnacle boss keystones, right? So you could run, or even like Simulacrum. They have 30 wave Simulacrum. Well, if you to a degree, if you don't get to wave 30, you've just lost whatever that wave is past, right? Because your build wasn't good, you weren't good enough. I feel like it just kind of feels kind of bad a little bit, maybe, where it's like. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it feels like it's a problem. I'm not sure what the solution is. Just make it all excited.
I'm really excited for the upcoming league mechanic. I think it looks really fun to make the grids and pick the content that I want and everything. The only negative that I had in the entire trailer was that you can trade them. Because I'm like, I hope it doesn't become just pick XY unit and then try to sell it for 2 exalts if you've got a 20 path or something. I was like, I want to run these. I want to feel good about running these because the content looks really cool to play.
Yeah, that's the forever gripe, I guess, with trade is like run versus sell. I mean, and the more that gets interwoven with the mechanic, almost feel like the less likely you're probably going to interact with it. But
yeah,
I don't think we really know a whole lot about this league, which I personally like when they show less. Kind of like we're talking about the trailers for movies, right?
Yes,
I don't want to
exactly.
know.
Discovery.
I don't want to know.
Discovery.
I want to just give me a little taste. Show me the picture, and then like everything else is it. Like even right now, we could be fighting Kalandra as a boss. I have no idea. Like how cool would that be if we get there might be some
I think
stuff.
you are going to, if you go to like the 40 seconds mark in the trailer, she says a line of like beware the reflection when she jumps off that rock. But
You think it's like a voice line for like a
her
ability?
reflection in the water stays on the rock when she jumps off it, so it's like it's a separating kind of thing. So I
It'd be cool if
assume
we
there's
could,
some sort of boss
it's like
fight
a
there.
Solaris Lunaris double boss fight, maybe.
Or maybe
Or
it's
in
just
her- or
like
in her
you. This
reflection.
is her avatar, but it's not the real her. Like the real her is the reflection, and she's across the mirror. So you're just fighting like baby
thought that
Kalandra, and then in
also.
the future you get to fight Uber Kalandra.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's my
Oh, there's
tinfoil.
not.
very much like it's like Maven, because Maven, the little space baby, isn't the main Maven. It's the brain. The brain is the real Maven. The space baby is the projection. So maybe the sexy
baby.
bird lady isn't Kalandra. Maybe like the
Right.
entire lake is Kalandra, and like
It's all smoke
maybe
and mirrors.
She's the
Terminator 2.
she's the
Eldritch
mirror.
horror.
Yeah, giant like maybe like a giant mercury monster comes out of the lake, and we just have to fight like the Loch Ness monster or something. There's
It
like
was
but
climate
that's the thing,
change
like,
all along.
who knew? Biden was
Drain the
right.
lake.
Drain the swamp. Down with Mitch McConnell.
Oh no, we're gonna drain the lake.
Who knows? I mean, but that's the cool thing. There's so much to be to figure out. And thankfully, it looks like this mechanic has a lot of like its intention is to be run in mass, because it's like you build it, you run it, you build something else. I'm a little like whelmed with the rares they showed, but that's just because the power level of influence and synthesis things are so high that it's got to be pretty bonkers to kind of offset that. But hopefully there's like some hidden mods or hidden things in there that like only after maybe reflecting a rare it gets like a special mod, kind of like where Commandeers had +1 power charges on Ring, and that's so high power level.
I
But there's
kind of
something
like
of
that they
similar
did
value.
the X and Divine change specifically for this league, because you're encouraged to X slam something, even if it's like if you've got something with an open mod, you're encouraged to X slam it and hope you hit something that's a low tier, like a T6 mana. So then the negative, if you put it into the league mechanic, the negative would only be -12 mana instead of -80 mana or something like that. So even hitting like a shit tier with an X slam can be a good thing with the league mechanic.
Kind of like
on
for Commandeers,
rings and
people might have to change their filters a little bit, because you know how you were looking for like magic rolls on things, like previously you weren't necessarily looking for like tier 1 fizz on a shitty wand, but now you were, because for Commandeers you could add that to something better, and it kind of gave value to lesser rares. Well, it could be the same situation now, where it could basically give value to like very high highs and very low lows, because you're hoping that when you do it, it hits the lows and buffs the highs.
Or you could just craft something with like magic, like alt spam, org spam, get 2 T1s, regal, hope you hit a T1, and then just slam 3 X's, don't give a shit, and then hope you get all the things that you crafted
Try
for
to
specifically.
slam trash and just
Slam trash.
fill
Who
it.
cares what you
Trash
slam?
for negative.
Exactly, just so you can put it into the thing, and then the 3 things that you crafted for initially can get doubled if you get lucky.
And who knows? Maybe you slam 3 tier 1s and you had 6 tier 1 items.
And then Chris is happy because he's fulfilled
future's
his
now,
purpose.
Chris.
Exactly.
This is his final dream. This is his magnum opus. Getting everyone to just blindly slam rare rings.
Hell
left and
yeah.
You
right.
slam 6 tier 1s, you win. You slam just pure garbage, regenerate 3.2
win.
life per second,
You win. Exactly.
At this point, we're making money. We're printing money. I mean, it's just, there's no downside.
Can't wait to annul a ring so it has no mods, and then in less than 1 second slam it 6 times.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the real future.
Now you're cooking.
Now you're thinking with portals.
I mean, can you put fracture stuff in there? You can't mirror fracture. No, you can't.
No synthesized, no influenced. So
Is
all
fracture
the
influence?
best of the oh no, it's not. It's not synthesized.
Like a split thing. Like if you just have a fractured thing without any influence on it, you could probably still throw that in there, right?
Split? No, because the mirroring is the split tag. That's the same.
Right.
The same. But you
So
should be
we'll
able
figure
to
out.
put fracture things. I'm not sure. I guess
Yeah.
that'd be interesting. So if you had a fractured, I mean, that gets real ridiculous. I'm not sure the extent.
Well,
to
wait,
which it
if
can
fractured
happen,
things
but
can't be modified, then you wouldn't be able to get a bonus or a
fractured
negative on
things
it.
can be modified.
No, I mean, like, the value of fracture is set. Like, you can't divine a fractured thing to
Yeah, but
change
this
the
would
roll.
override that. Who fucking knows? I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it just goes around it.
Sure.
we'll see. We'll see soon enough, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the many mysteries of the Lake of Kalandra. My main gripe with this league is just its name, because every single other league, every other league has had an action as a name, like
betrayal,
heist, betrayal, Scourge, and then it's like Lake of Kalandra. Come on down
Swimming
to the timeshare, you know.
Yeah.
Come on down to the lake, have a good time, barbecue with your friends,
margaritas,
maybe go out on a boat. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just strange that they have a. Well, that actually begs an interesting question. I'm not sure if either this is just called a location for whatever reason, and that's strange, or Lake of Kalandra is somehow a doing, like, and we just don't know it yet. Like, maybe it is actually verbally different than we anticipate. It's not. Maybe it isn't a location. A verb? I don't know. Maybe it is in Path lore.
I don't know if lake is a verb, man.
How do you lake?
Is
Am I laking right now?
Is Kalandra the bird or is Kalandra the lake? So, like, if you kill...
Is Kalandra the act of mirroring?
If you kill the bird and stand on that rock, is it then Lake of Lighty, or is it you're Kalandra because you're on the rock?
I can't afford the property tax.
Lake is a
verb. To lake? What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
To cause blood to undergo a physiological change in which hemoglobin becomes dissolved in the plasma.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe this is some deep lore we're just discovering.
Yeah, this is going to be some like blood transfusion demon shadow reflection shit.
The lake
Katama 2 comes out from the lake.
That's what they're planning. They didn't expect us to Google is lake a verb. They were not planning.
Our birds
ahead
real?
of the curve here.
This is where I would play the X-Files theme on my sound.
Yes, the birds died in 1984.
We figured it out, guys.
Reagan replaced the birds with
Kalandra, the blood plasma hemoglobin transmutation.
And you know what I learned in this? I've realized now I've been trading for this my whole fucking life. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yes,
and somehow, and really,
mitochondria mini boss.
Oh my god, it's come full
circle.
How
the Eater of Worlds has the big fat guy in the poison swamp, right?
Yep.
And the Searing Exarch has the woman that calls down the meteors and shit on you. So Kalandra has the mitochondria. That's her mini
Maybe
boss.
we're just penetrating the cell wall, and we're just a little organism in the grand scheme of Freyclast.
I'm in there. I support this theory.
Oh boy, deep lore, real deep lore.
What the fuck? So she the mitochondria, like she is the powerhouse, and you're inside the cell.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's just all a metaphor. Maybe it's just
what if Path of Exile was really just a metaphor for we should have paid attention in high school biology?
Global warming. That's all one time global warming metaphor.
Now that is a conspiracy.
Maybe. This is Chris's grand design.
I'll make you regret watching movies in biology class.
Yep. I'll show you. You just dissected that frog, you would have had patch notes so much earlier.
Should have never spent all that time drawing random nonsense in the margins of your notebook. Should have been paying attention.
Yeah. Every hour you spent drawing that little S with the 3 lines connecting them, you know?
Yeah.
You could have been studying the blade. Oh, boy. Well, have you guys picked your league starters at all yet?
Righteous Fire. I'm playing Righteous Fire.
Have you? Which are you following a specific?
I've never played Righteous Fire before. I've actually never done it before. I'm not just meta slaving or anything like that. I want to try it. It seems fun.
I don't think it's meta, so you're fine.
the life regen aspect has been recently buffed, especially if you pick Juggernaut. It's got Juggernaut has a new node with 40% increased life regen rate.
I don't think it's better than Inquisitor, though.
I was just saying Inquisitor. I was reading like everybody was saying Inquis was top by a pretty far margin.
That conch ground is so good. Is the problem. It's really hard to get past that because it does so much. If you haven't seen, Pox has a really good video on it.
That's who I was watching.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really going into it. It also
does a lot more damage than it used to. I remember the last time I tried a Righteous Fire build, the majority of your damage came from Scorching Ray.
But less damage this league because Fire Trap got a little bit nerfed.
Yeah, Fire Trap got hit by about 25% or so, didn't it?
I think it's honestly negligible in the grand scheme of a build where you're probably just going to be chunking along anyway. Not the fastest thing in the world, you know?
Yeah, I'm not here for super speed. I'm not trying to race or anything. Like I said, I generally like to play Path of Exile to relax, like have a couple of beers, right?
And perfect build. You know, you get your spell suppression.
Loot picking up simulator.
Yeah, just having a good time. That's what I'm here for, boys.
Especially once you get those Maven boots, it really streamlines the entire process.
That's I saw it in Fox's video where he like once you start getting the explosions, it looked like it was just he didn't even have to stop, double back or anything. Just walk through the whole map.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, it just lets your fire basically act as an explosion proliferating the burn. So it's basically just the legacy. I think the Legacy of Fury is what it might be called. But they're just like better Aberrath hooves, which has existed forever as a really fun leveling boot. But like they're just so bad compared to what they used to be. Like the time has passed them by. Yeah, it's a really cool unique though. It's incredibly rare. Which I guess most uniques are now, since they've totally changed how unique rarity works.
Maybe Aberrath will be more common now. You know, maybe they rebalance it.
Every league that we get anything, we as like a solo self-founded community, we try to parse what exactly the tiering of uniques are, and they change it so frequently. It's just bananas. Where it's like I don't even know what's going to happen now that we know that there's significantly less rare spawning, which are the number one droppers of uniques, like in a small scale, and then you just do less uniques in general. It'd be really interesting to see like what the experience is, because almost always you got a unique probably like by Act 2 or 3 pretty commonly. I'm curious what it's gonna feel like now.
They made rares drop stuff depending on like their arch nemesis modifiers. Can they just not drop anything at all now? Like, is it you can't get just nothing? Like if you want hunting div cards, can you still get map specific div cards from rares, or do they only drop what their arch nemesis things say?
No. Well, they have a standard drop pool, and then they have an additional drop pool that's tied to their arch nemesis. Except the bigger problem, if anything, with the arch nemesis situation would be for the distribution of the rarity of the arch nemesis mod spawning is pretty wide. So like things like the highest value ones being like the aspect of Katava or Innocence. Well, those are like unconscionably rare compared to other ones, right? So you'll probably find one of those every 400 or 500 maps. And that was when they were spawning much more frequently. So I'm curious if they've equalized that now that rares are spawning at a much, much more reduced rate, not only in the base game, but from every mechanic known to man. So if that's the case, that's really cool, because you could do things like, get a Katava with something else, and it'll drop like 4 unique jewels. Like I think they showcased that in the video, which is really exciting. So there's some really cool rewards, and at least it'll give you a taste of what Arch Nemesis was, right? Because we had that whole thing with Arch Nemesis, like I want to invest in this and I get this reward. And I kind of felt a little bit bad. Not only were they way harder than last league, or this league, I guess still technically Sentinel, but we didn't get anything. But like it's gonna feel a lot better now, especially if the risk reward is there. So I really look forward to seeing like imagine you see an Arch Nemesis mod or Arch Nemesis rare on the ledge, and it drops like 4 or 5 currency pieces. Like that'll just feel good, because at least it's something. You feel like you're getting something for your effort. So definitely exciting to see what they have to offer in this wide world of sports.
I have
So I'm curious what like Jim and Jousis, what are you guys playing for your league starter? Because Lighty said he's playing General's Cry. The wheel decided for him, like fate took it into its own hands. Yes. I'm playing RF. What are you guys doing?
So mine is the third iteration of the one-shot build. Brief overview. So the way I have it theory crafted now, it depends entirely on exactly how they changed minion life, because it's Maw of Mischief, right? So most people, when they play Maw of Mischief, they play an Ignite build because it's a really high base fire damage spell. But you can detonate 13 minions at once and just scale the flat damage of that. And so if they're completely surrounding the map boss or the end game boss, and you do a Maw of Mischief explosion and you have scaled the hit damage instead of the ignite damage, you can one-shot them with the spell.
Yep.
And so the easiest way to do that is Stone Golem Elementalist, and then if you really need a few extra minions, maybe summon some zombies or something. But so in my POB right now, I've got Stone Golems to have 170,000 life, and Death Wish does 19% of that base, and there are 6 golems, so that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's like 20 million per golem.
There's a little, isn't there? So when you have Death Wish and you're channeling it, you can't. You could be like using Predator prior to using Death Wish to direct them, because otherwise they're just going to go off and fuck all directions.
Maw of Mischief has minions are aggressive as a modifier on it.
But aggressive doesn't mean they're all going to attack the same thing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, not necessarily the same thing, but when there's only one enemy.
Oh, then yes, of course they'll go the same way.
When I'm while
mapping,
maps,
they're just going to they're going to fuck off in all different directions.
Yeah, while mapping, I don't care. I only care about one-shotting bosses.
Fair enough.
So
well, How do you feel in
At the
principle
moment-
about the Shaper thing? Like, our bosses with faces. How does that make you feel on the inside?
So what I do
Yeah.
for Shaper specifically, he's the one that I always showcase in my one-shot builds, is I get to his third phase and I let him regen to full and then one-shot him.
That's
How long
goofy.
does that take? How long do you
prove
have
a
to just
point.
sit there
10
AFK
minutes.
for him to read? 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so you just let him read.
Man,
So I get to his third phase. It gets to where it teleports you to where all the other monsters are in between phases,
and you
and
go
you just
take a
AFK for
break.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, just kill the ones immediately around you, and then you're chilling.
Yep.
10-minute timer.
So that's a good time. I streamed it a couple times, so it's like a 10-minute Q&A or something while I'm sitting there waiting for Shaper to get to full health
There
so I
you
can
go.
try to one-shot him.
10
Nice.
minutes of Genshin Impact.
You're like Goku. You just let him get to his full strength before you fuck him up. Yeah.
Yep. That's probably why
Charging
those
his
videos
spirit
are, I think, my best performing ones, other than the original first one, because stuff like that I think is more entertaining than just saying, "Oh, you can't see anything that's happening on my screen because I'm casting so many spells."
Speaking of, I'm going to play a Sire Shards build and I'm going to cast so many fucking projectiles. It's going to be glorious.
Nice.
Amazing.
Magma orb or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Fire Shard,
Magmorb.
the
So
classic.
is your goal to like
That's
frame
my league
lag your
starter.
computer
No,
to
no,
death?
no. I just haven't played it, so I just wanted to play it. Never played it before.
Just meatballs everywhere.
I have yet to break any of my hardware by doing
Really?
things that I do.
I am impressed coming from you. Like, I figured if anybody would have fragged a graphics card, it would have been you.
Surprisingly, no.
What graphics
So
card you
it's
have?
actually okay. I made this argument before. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. So having graphics cards run at a consistent temperature is more important than not running them hot. So if you have a graphics card and you run it hot and it cools down, and then you run it hot and then it cools down, and you just keep doing that, that's worse than if you had it running at the same temperature. So when I am playing Path of Exile and I'm at a constant 5 FPS because my graphics is being ridiculous, it's staying at the same temperature. It's healthy for the graphics card.
Yeah, a warning, Flowers.
Legally,
I played
yes.
RF and that blew up my graphics card, so.
RF blew up your graphics card?
Yeah. Well,
You have like the Celestial one.
No, just normal RF. I was in cells and it just fucking
win.
capacitor on it just fucking
graphics
exploded.
card?
That was a 970.
Yeah, I'm on a
NVIDIA.
1060 still since it came out.
I was
I've had
looking
no
for
problems.
reasons to upgrade,
Yeah.
and then it killed
All my
itself.
old videos are on a 1070, and I'm on a 2070 Super right now.
Yeah, I
I've
was
had
on
no
a
problem.
1080 Ti for years that I had.
Gamer.
Only last year did I switch it up and got a new rig because my old one was starting to have some problems. So I'm on a 3080 now. So
Ah,
RF better
Ugh,
not.
You'll be fine.
I kind of feel like
RF
it's
better
the
not
least
brick me
important
on a
thing.
3080. I'll be
Pay to
pissed.
win.
Yeah, that 3080 is overkill. PoE is a CPU intensive
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
You can use the graph in the top right corner. I don't remember the hotkey, but
F5?
it'll show which thing is
yeah.
your bottleneck.
Oh, okay. Well, at least I know the graphics card is in no danger. RF will be conquered.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let it
Now,
be
are you
written,
going to
so
use any MTX for your RF?
That's
Yeah, do
literally what
all
I am doing
vanilla.
right now. I am currently going to the skills section of the microtransactions category.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm seeing all the different RF ones to see
You
which one I
little
want to pick.
goblin. You
Yeah,
little
come
goblin.
on, man. I gotta
Fucking
look. It's not about how
MTX.
badass you are. It's about how badass you look.
True. That's
I
Grand Theft Auto Life
personally
times
really
10,
like
yeah.
the Celestial one.
All right, let's search
Is that
by
the
light.
is that the milky one? Or no, that's the wasn't there like a white one?
That's divine.
Yeah, Divine Righteous Fire is kind of white.
Little
Lightbringer.
milky for me.
Lightbringer's a bunch of different colors, sort of.
I like Celestial. I mean, to an extent, you want to be careful about what colors are on your screen. If you're using Divine and it's super, super bright and it's in the center of your screen and you're looking at your character all day, a little bit of a concern, right?
Yeah, I don't want to
Celestial-
blind
Fucking red
myself
out.
or like fucking blast the rods in my eyes or anything.
Yeah,
Like,
Celestial is muted enough,
It's
but it
always
still
rod
looks really
blasting.
cool.
This guy's
yeah,
Rod
Celestial
Blasting
looks
over
sick. I'm feeling like it's probably a Celestial angle here. Like the space effect below you is really nice and everything. Celestial Lightbringer is also pretty cool, but it's also bright.
Are there any skills that you guys play in the history of Path that you feel like you couldn't play without the MTX corresponding to them? Like, I'll give an example. So every time if I try to play Kinetic Blast, like I don't have the was it like the Celestial one? I feel like I feel like I do less damage. It's just worse.
Yeah,
it looks
that
worse,
one in
feels
particular
worse.
is a game changer visually. There was another one. So I tried the Stygian Firestorm effect when they released not when they released that, but in a few of my builds. That one looks super cool.
Hard to go back.
I got it specifically for in my spellcast loop videos. It looks cooler than the default.
I do like if I ever play Dervish again. Any weapon skin you put on it applies to the skill when you use it. So if you have a weapon skin with like a 4 meter long red trail, it just fucking leaves a trail of blood everywhere.
That's pretty sweet. I like so last league I played Seismic Trap because I'm Meta Slave, doesn't matter. But the Exsanguinate, the Transcendence Exsanguinate effect, like the Mad Hatter one, is so much better. Basic Exsanguinate barely looks different from like the bleed blood effects, like when you just kill mobs. And then Transcendence Exsanguinate just looks
flowers everywhere.
Yeah. Namesake too, right? Captain Flowers, Transcendent Exsanguinate flowers. It's perfect. Like I would not have stuck with the build as long as I did without Transcendence Exsanguinate just throwing those colors all over the screen. I loved it.
It is quite beautiful. But, which I guess the question, I'm not sure if I've heard this answered. Why Captain Flowers as a name?
So I made it for my League of Legends account. League of Legends came out in 2009, which was the year that I graduated high school and started college. So I didn't see any of my high school friends anymore. And we were all in high school. We were all on the track team together. And we always made Red versus Blue, the old Halo Machinima like YouTube series. We always talked in Red versus Blue quotes to each other. And Captain Flowers was the name of a guy who was in that show for like 2 episodes, and then he died of an aspirin overdose. He was just an entirely ridiculous side character. And so in winter of 2009, after I had been at college for a semester and this game was coming out, I wanted my name in League of Legends to be something that, one, was both embarrassing for the enemy player to die to, Captain Flowers, he died to aspirin and now he beat you, and two, to be a reference to my buddies that I didn't get to see nearly as much anymore. So
homage.
Captain Flowers was born.
Nice.
I love that.
You know how I knew
Blue.
I knew that I had made it in the esports world and made it as like somebody whose name was actually out there as part of the scene when I went to Google and I typed in Captain Flowers and I came up before Red versus Blue did. That was actually my epiphany of I made it, bro. I managed to pass up Red versus Blue.
I managed to pass up that character in a show that showed up for 2 episodes.
I beat him, damn it.
I beat him.
What a good 2 episodes.
Don't take this from him.
He had 2 episodes more than I had.
He talked in like a really slow, like country accent, right? I remember that character.
He had like a slow country sort of like
and like constantly forgiving
type of vibe.
Yeah,
just way too understanding at all times. Like he what was the thing? Like his guys were doing something stupid with their weapons or something. He was like, "Man, your delightful tomfoolery puts a spring in my step and a bounce in my britches. Don't ever change." He was a very strange character, but then he died after 2 episodes, and I just remember laughing so hard at that. So yeah, it was a reference to that goofy ass guy.
Good,
love it.
That's a good name story.
I figured people always generally enjoy hearing it, but it's but yeah, that Captain Flowers, Transcendent Flowers, that Exsanguinate effect is one of my favorite effects in the entire game of Path of Exile. I think it's super cool.
Nice. What was your Jim? What was your name again? Why is it Slipperyjim? I don't remember. I think I ask this every single time.
It's a name my dad gave me. What are you talking about?
What were you doing that?
Well, why are you slippery?
I wasn't doing anything. It was just my name. He's just like, you need a name. That's it. Done.
Slipperyjim.
Okay, it was
Never
like
questioned it.
It was like we got the internet. There was a day without the internet, and then there was a day with the internet, and then another day came after that where this thing called email came along, and my dad's like, everyone in the house is getting an email. And he's like, he just looked at me, pointed, and like, "You're Slipperyjim," and he just went around the house and pointed at his family member and made shit up on the spot. And I'm like, I guess
what
that's
were
me.
the other names in your family members? Like their email names.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna dox my entire family. Slipperyjim.
Well, I mean, if we could extrapolate from that, I think
I'm the only one who still uses my fucking username. Everyone else grew up. Slipperyjim, Spagbrain, Savage Goose, Kooky Cow. Hamster. Kooky Cow.
These are great.
Hamster? That was it?
Hamster.
On the spot?
Hamster with an N. Yes, just on the spot. Just fucking.
Hamster. Okay.
Hamster. Yeah. Hamster. Yeah. And then Lipster, because he ran out of ideas for the last two, so they both got a stir.
He got stuck on stir at the end there.
Yeah, you fucking losers.
He notched out a stir groove and couldn't get out.
Didn't get a cool name like I did. I got in early.
Slipperyjim.
Fucking
Foundation level investor.
I have so many people that like trade me in PoE. Like Better Call Saul, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, leave me alone. I've never seen
there a
it.
character on that?
Yeah, apparently. I gotta take my name back.
His nickname when he was younger in that show was Slippin' Jimmy.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of similar there to old Slipperyjim. Hey man, they're just trying to.
He talked about how that was a common scam where you would like basically sue someone for not having
fall in front of a car. Yeah. Right? Yeah, wet floor or get hit by a car and you got knocked over in the street. Like, oh man, insurance fraud. Like.
Apparently,
he was a scammer of a kid.
It's also the guy that does those Ben Yahtzee Crochet or whatever game reviews. Have you seen those? Like the Flash animation kind of game review guy? Anyway, he wrote a book about jam taking over the planet, like strawberry jam taking over the planet. Apparently there's a Slipperyjim character in there as well.
All right.
They're the two pop culture references.
Yahtzee is the reviewer you're talking about.
Yeah, Yahtzee Crochet or something.
What?
Crochet? Crochet. Just do Yahtzee / game reviews, and they're just like sarcastic slideshows. They're really good.
Slideshows.
Yeah, they're great.
Big fan of slideshows these days. They're good. It's a good name story.
Well, better than my name being my literal fucking name, Mr. Lighty.
This is true. It's just my last name. It is an easy out.
I've sparingly explained this, mostly because I think it's funny when people mispronounce my name because it's impossible to figure out how it's pronounced based on how it's spelled.
J. Yeah.
So it was because so when I was very young, I was about 6. My parents were trying to explain our heritage to me. And so it's Polish-Lithuanian. Mostly the Lithuanian was what they were focusing on. So I asked what Joseph, my actual name, is in Lithuanian, and it's spelled like Juozas, depending on who you ask, and so that's pronounced like Juozas. Like, and 6-year-old me could not parse this.
Right, that's probably pretty difficult.
Yeah, so when I made a username, I was like, oh, it sounds like Jousis, and I couldn't remember that the U came before the O, and there was a Z. I'm like, well, it sounds like an I, so I spelled it this way, and I've used it ever since. And apparently it's a word in French and another language. Like, if you go to Google Translate...
Something in German.
It has a couple possibilities for... Okay, so in Greek, it means taste.
Okay.
In French, it means enjoy.
Enjoy taste? You maybe
yes,
like food?
Okay. Yeah, food guy. Gordon Ramsay.
What's anything else? Hopefully the last one's not like cat shit or something. Like
I couldn't find anything else.
Okay, good.
But yeah, so that
enjoy
explains
the taste of cat shit.
So that explains why every time I tried to make a new account on a new platform or something, the name was always taken. I'm like, this is a completely made up name. No, it isn't. Apparently, it means enjoy in French.
Better than my friend who changed a single letter in a word that he liked, and apparently it means penis in German, and he's just been using it on the internet for the last 10 years or something.
That's pretty close to my situation.
All situations are acceptable. Let's not forget that, what's his name? Donald Glover got his rap name, Childish Gambino, from a Wu-Tang name generator he Googled. So,
hell yeah.
Yes, that's sick.
I can understand wanting to not have his artist name be Dong Lover.
Dong Lover, yeah. Don Glover, Dong Lover. Yeah.
I remember hearing something one time during champ development at Riot for when they add a new champion into League of Legends. It takes a while, right? They gotta go through all sorts of different things. And one of those things is coming up with an appropriate name for every champion, because usually they'll just have like a code name behind the scenes, like Buttered Toast or whatever, and then they actually give them a real name once it's time for their release. So a few years ago, they were coming out with this champion called Ornn, who's like a big, beefy, stompy, like ram god of the snowy north, right? He's a blacksmith, he's a forgeman. So they wanted to have a name that sounded very like Nordic, that sounded very like strong and like sturdy. So Ornn ended up being his name. He had a different name that I wish I could remember what it was that almost got approved. And the thing that stopped this name from getting approved is because they ran it through all the language filters for all the different regions, because League of Legends is a massive global game. And I can't remember which region it was, but I think there was some region where the other name translated directly to the word testicles.
Good.
So in this one region, he would have just been known as testicles, and they couldn't have that. So they had to scrap the name
why.
with a new one.
I do love when they have the behind the scenes names, like in Elden Ring, you have this massive boss General Radahn who rides a little small horse named Leonard. Like that's
Leonard.
You don't know it in game, but when like they check the file, it's like horse _ Leonard, and you're like, oh shit, there's Leonard.
I love that.
That's great.
That was such a fun game. That was a beautiful game.
Yeah,
data mine some lore as well. Like in the game files, Melina is referred to as Marika, daughter of.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Daughter of America.
Well, today we learned. But sorry, anybody watching this video that got spoiled.
No one got this far. No Elder. Well, I guess an Elder Ring player would get this far on a podcast like this.
Right, exactly. They're willing to stick with it. That game takes a long time to beat. That's not a short game.
There's a really, really fun, since they opened up the modding to Elden Ring, now that the like seamless multiplayer has been introduced, there's a really fun video series I'm going to be recording probably a month after League launch, which is with a couple people. And it's you could have a true randomizer in Elden Ring to where every single boss and item is randomized in the multiplayer setting. So you could walk in, and it's all scaled relative to the level, but the physicality of the bosses still cause much problem. So imagine entering the tutorial boss, the Knight of Godric, and it's just Malenia, Blade of Mikola. That could happen for your entire party. So, and also every item's position is randomized. So it's going to be like there's such craziness you could do now. It's just like that game is so rife for fun, basically, with or without expansions. Like the modding community goes ballistic on things like that.
Dude, imagine you go to the castle at the start, and where you're supposed to normally fight Margit, you get the Elden Beast, and he's just bigger than the battle arena.
That's what can happen.
I think he would fall off the map and die.
Yeah, I don't even know if he could fit in that
figured
spot.
out ways to make it so they don't just die. Like they've added, they've added like negative space to where like the boss can stand. Like you can't, but the boss can.
Dude. Imagine a random enemy or boss spawns as Placidusax, because Placidusax has specific behavior where he will chase you outside of the boss arena.
Yep. Wait, does it really? I didn't know that.
There is a video of someone's in the boss arena and his phantom is outside the boss arena. Placidusax flies out of the boss arena. He doesn't teleport or anything. He flew away, beelined to the other guy, and started fighting him on the platform that he was standing on.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be wild then. I'm sure that's going to cause all sorts of game-breaking nonsense if he's in a different spot. That'll be great.
There's a lot of
several enemies
crazy scenarios. Like, it's definitely I'm a big fan of randomizing that game, and that's one of the things I actually look forward to the most in Path. Is not that it'll ever be open to modding in the same way, shape, or form, but we have obviously the private league setting at the moment is extremely bare bones as far as what you could change for the actual gameplay itself. Gauntlet pretty much toggles on every offensive option, but I'm really looking forward to the fact that they said eventually they're going to improve upon that to a degree, probably in Path 2, Copium, but it'd be cool to have like the ability to like toggle on mass amounts of league mechanics, but like void the league out so it doesn't impact trade in any way, or standard if anything rotates out, but like every zone has like 20 Ghosted Exiles or 20 Breach bosses. Like there's so many cool things that could be implemented, because then they've done this. I'm not sure if you played it, Flowers, but they had the Atlas Invasion week race or event where every zone you enter.
That one, but I saw that.
It was so much fun.
It was just nuts, right? Like just
every single zone had 5 different random gen bosses, but you could walk into mud flats and get Shaper to spawn, and it was like just such a shit show. I'd love to see that in like a longer form setting, because it's just like that's the kind of goofy things that I really hope we can get one day.
And they're so good for content too. Like stuff like that actually can bring so many eyes to the game. If you have a bunch of content making videos of Pogface, OMG, I met Shaper in Mudflats, and then boom, like people are watching that, people are clicking that. Like that's always going to be entertaining.
For sure.
Stuff.
And it's also like they're just reusing assets, so it's not like they're making anything new. So it's not. It should not be a lot of work. I'm sure it's a big server load probably for them. But aside from that, like it's just like there's so many cool things they could do, like having those bosses spawn ghosted, and they all have like GMP or whatever. Like the list can just go on.
Plus, we already know that it's easy to make them like remove their eye phases and just make them a normal encounter because it's what they do in Maven, right?
Maven,
like, take the Maven version of all the bosses, and instead of being in a Crucible, cool. Now you're in Blood Aqueduct. Like,
now the real step would be if you could somehow retain their drops and scale them down to level. That would be like next level. Imagine you get a Star Forge off a Shaper, but it's like 1 to 5 fizz damage. Yeah, it's like level 10 or something. That'd be so cool.
We can dream. I really want to play this now. I'm right there with you.
If Path ever goes under and this game goes on server, we could download the client.
Yes.
Open source it out. First thing we're doing.
Making it open
those,
world.
Did you ever see those videos where they put all the bosses in the arena and fight each other?
The battle royale, yeah. If you haven't seen those flyers, you could.
Have they done that for PoE? I know they did that for Elden Ring.
For
PoE on YouTube.
Incursion bosses, Legion bosses.
On the official Path of Exile YouTube channel.
Okay. It was official thing. It wasn't just somebody randomly jacking into the files or anything. Who ended up being like the baddest ass boss? Which one beat up all the other ones?
Depends on the mechanic, but Vox
for Breach, it was definitely the big one. It was definitely Toll.
Toll.
Like an argument could be made for Ash, but Toll, like he does that one Blizzard move and just deletes everyone else.
Yeah, Incursion. There was I don't remember the name of the Incursion architects, but there was a specific one that was by far the best. And then the Legion one, Sanctus Vox, the Templar. I believe he just dominated because he has that huge ES and I phase where he just beams the ground with the statues around him, and just nothing could do anything to him.
Yeah, I mean he's invulnerable during that phase unless you go step on all the things. Yep. So the AI wasn't smart enough to go make him vulnerable, and that move does a lot of damage.
So they would just die because they couldn't progress.
He just melted them. Yeah. I think they've done that for like 4 or 5. They haven't done it in a while, but they did do it. Like, I'd love to see like Black Star fighting Infinite Hunger. That'd be so cool to see those two fight.
Wait, what is the Toll boss that you guys were saying was good? Which boss is that?
That's one of the Breach Lords.
Toll, okay, yeah. Okay. But he was just good because he
has a big AoE.
Okay. Because I've used his, on Summoner builds before. I've used his Day of Toll.
Yes.
That creates the protection zone with the ice that gives you 15% less damage taken. So I know it's little shitty minions, but I don't run him very often.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in the boss fight, you can just blink behind him and it doesn't do anything. But he basically walked to the corner of the arena and then covered the entire arena in AoE, and then they couldn't dodge it.
Crossbolts everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then it's just like rip. So AoE ended up becoming king because the bosses are too stupid.
I know was a big factor. Yeah, that and
it's also he does it for like 5 seconds, and you're supposed to move out of it, or you'll just continually take damage until you die. They didn't move out of it.
Oh.
Like
see, when they did the architect, I thought the trap architect would win, but he actually
the blade one. Yeah, he got wrecked by.
Yeah, the trap guy summons like saw blades in a giant AoE, and they do lots of damage, but he didn't win.
No, that was a cool one though. I like that. I mean, that's like another thing where, obviously there's a lot of skills in the game, but there's so many skills that bosses have that I wish we just had the ability for. Like, and that is. For sure, one of them, the putting buzzsaws on the ground and watching them go across the ground would be so cool. Like, there's a lot of, all the aspects from Bestiary. Like, there's the one that where the carpet bomb of chaos damage, the crab claw comes out. Like, those would be so cool to see as abilities.
Kill streak unlocked. AC 130 inbound.
Yes. Yeah. AC 130 inbound.
UAV online.
Yeah.
Yes. You buy a supporter pack to give you the Call of Duty guy in your ear whenever you.
Yes.
It's like
it's like the MTX now, where they have the one that'll go beep 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 and blow you up when you die.
Yep.
Except you go beep beep beep, you explode, then you hear mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Imagine if there was a kill streak announcement in Path of Exile, because you kill one pack, you're at a 15 kill streak or something. You'd Kilimanjaro, like constantly.
Spectacular. Overkill. They can just type
Rampage kill announcement. I love it.
Rampage, like every kill.
Just get it 50 times the map.
15 and goes
do
up to
that for your loot
1,000.
filter. Just have it tied to wisdom scrolls, then just let it go ballistic. You could have a real long clip as your loot filter sound. I don't know if you'd want to, but you could.
I like Jim's filter where you got what's his name?
Big Man Tyrone.
Yeah, Tyrone to just be like, oh wow, a map.
Probably the only person who paid a voice actor money to make their filter. Everyone else is just ripping files from games and media, and I'm like, please, sir, read these lines.
It's so we can pick up scrolls in an
Yeah.
online fantasy world.
We
We were gonna get
awesome.
you know, the guy who's dresses like a doctor and goes and says like Ligma balls a bunch, like that guy. I was trying to get him on Fiverr to do it, but he wanted like $200 to do a loot
Yeah,
filter.
that's crazy.
Damn.
Damn.
Yeah, it would have been great though if he just like sug my
can-
dick every time it's all drunk.
Hug my dick.
You can hire the Halo announcer guy, can't you?
Yeah.
He does Fiverr stuff or
You could
cameo
hire,
stuff.
not for nothing, but you
Why
could
would you
hire
hire
most of
him
those
when you can hire
C-listers for
me?
just like a couple
And then you
$100.
could just get a what do you call it? The like a screen capture recognition AI thing to count like what level of rampage you get to, and you could just make a third-party tool
You
for
can
it.
get Snoop Dogg for $1,000. I mean, if you really
I'm not
want it.
spending $1,000 on Snoop Dogg, thanks.
Yeah, but like that's like, you know.
Why
just
do that
saying,
when I
like,
could rip his voice files from Call of Duty?
Because then it's like the NFT of it. You have the receipt.
Oh
you know?
my god, we've come full circle.
Get a
no.
Master Chief
The Snoop
NFT.
audio NFT. That's the next evolution. NFTs are tied to audio files.
Aren't they already? Couldn't you do that?
Dude,
but you have to-
I saw
it's
somebody
instant.
try and run a scam with that on Twitter. They just started trying to sell NFTs of famous artists' songs, like Bohemian Rhapsody level of famous songs.
Oh, no.
And the amount of shit they got hit with of people saying, "Yeah, you don't have any rights to this." And then
You
they
can't do
had
that.
some excuse about how they weren't selling an NFT of the song. They were selling an NFT of the idea of the song.
What?
God
like,
damn it.
That doesn't make any fucking
You've
sense.
strayed too
You're not,
far
that's
from
not going to
God's
hold
light.
up anywhere.
This is the darkest timeline. This is the darkest timeline.
Like, what the hell, dude?
Oh man, I'll believe that when Baldur's Gate actually gets released. You know, this is like there's some things happening that I don't know. NFTs are a little questionable activity. Audio
How much
NFTs are
progress
just
have
more
they
so.
made since I played the demo like 2 years
On
ago?
Baldur's Gate,
Yeah.
I think they made a loading screen at best.
Oh, no,
yeah.
dude, I've been waiting for that to come out for so long because one of my buddies was like, "Oh, yeah, it's early access. The first act is out. Do you want to play it?" I was like, "I'm going to
Yeah,
wait for the whole game."
Fucking a year ago, 2 years ago. I mean, it's like you
Yeah.
don't release a game for $60 2 years in advance, then just flounder.
Release
learn
date
nothing.
October 6, 2020. We are almost exactly we'll be at the 2-year point in 2 months.
And
That's fuck, dude.
My friend told me he bought a new computer in preparation for Star Citizen, and I'm like, good fucking luck. That
Yeah,
shit's
I mean,
never
that's
Dude,
coming
like-
how
out.
long has that been in dev for?
Yeah.
A decade?
He's like, any minute now. I'm like,
Path
nah.
2 is very much behind schedule, and obviously because Corona and etc. and like things happen.
Yeah.
But I, ultimately would rather this game take 10 years to make and be made right than in any way,
Yes,
shape, or form be
100%.
rushed. But that's the luxury of that is they have a currently active, mostly working game, right? But if you're releasing a fresh game and you have no foundation to work off of, it really feels fucking bad when you're so behind schedule. So like Baldur's Gate, it's like you can play other versions of the game, or even if like Divinity 3 came out, of course you could play Divinity 2,
Yeah.
but it's
You
like
just play
so far
DOS 2.
disconnected. Yeah. Feels bad, man. I just wish they would just not release things. Like,
Yeah, release it when you actually have a full product to release.
I
But,
would not
I mean, it's
view it
kind
as
of one of
a
those.
cash grab.
Scenario, they release the Baldur's Gate like super alpha because like they need to generate traction in like the public eye, and they also need like money to finish it.
Yeah, like
I
make
think
your
that
game.
would be why you would release an alpha that
Wouldn't you just
early.
take on
Like, they have-
investors or like, get a QA team or dev team?
I mean, that's probably the
make
way
a
to
game,
do
get a
it,
game
but maybe
company.
Or maybe all the investors said no.
your job.
circumstances.
Well, then that's also another red flag that you probably shouldn't be making a game if every investor says no. If you're proving to be vastly unprofitable.
You know what investor
maybe
would
that's your
say
biggest
yes?
sign.
A crypto investor would say yes, because they'll put money into anything.
Tencent probably ultimately. So I think they'll take a chunk of your game for.
Game Pass.
I mean, they have 87% of GGG. I think they'll take a chunk of Baldur's Gate if they wanted.
Is it really 87? I didn't know the actual
Yeah.
value on it.
You wanna know
I think
a fun-
most of the rest is Chris.
It's 9% Chris, and then the rest is split among two other people, I believe. But
Okay.
A fun fact is, if you were to purchase an MTX, half of it goes directly to Tencent.
Really?
That's a fun fact.
Huh.
So know that going in, but that's
It's
okay.
not that bad of a deal, considering they have an 88% share.
It's better. It sounds bad on paper, but it's better than most things still. I wouldn't say you're no longer supporting an indie company, but you are still supporting GGG.
But do GGG get half of the Chinese MTX sales? Probably not. They probably...
I don't know. I don't know what deal they have.
Yeah.
I don't know what deal the Chinese copy is like completely managed differently.
I think they're just licensing the game basically, like the right to play path, and like it's all in a different.
They make significant modifications though. They basically have an auction house. They have pets that pick up
total autonomy to change. Like there's no checks or balances to the like main game.
So they have source code if they're able to do that.
Yeah,
and developers and stuff. In the recent like ZD Q&A with Chris, he kept saying like our PoE 2 money, like we keep doing extra progress towards PoE 2 because we're taking that from the PoE 2 money, like they've got a set amount kind of thing.
That could have been as of last year they had a $40 million cash buffer they were sitting on at the end of the fiscal year, so it could have been that amount set aside basically for Path 2, which would I guess make sense. And that was after they paid out Tencent, so that was just like the money they had. Maybe that's the amount, I imagine. I'm still trying to figure out forever. They had a chunk of, I think it was 1.2 million on non-monetary, like it was monetary non-game fiscal investments that weren't structural. So they had some sort of physical object that as a company or amount of physical objects. Well, that's the meme. It's like they invested in something physical that wasn't in the building or the building. And I'm curious what it was.
The building. Okay.
It was not the building. That was a different section. I had a forensic investigator look at the things and go through it all. And I was
okay, so I would have no idea if it's not related to like the physical location.
The meme is just magic cards. That's the forever meme, right?
It could just be Black Lotus.
But I think maybe it was something else. I don't know. It could be GC could be a massive shell company to purchase magic cards. Who knows?
Yeah. We're really diving into a lot of those the deep theories here.
It could be their own like merch even.
Chris Wilson is like Gustavo Fring from Breaking Bad. Like the entire franchise that he founded was specifically a cover for something else.
I think Chris might be 9 wetters in a trench coat, and he's just no one's noticed yet.
Probably a couple more than that. They're big, but they're not that big. Maybe 9 kiwis.
Could be. Okay, 9 drop bears. How about that?
A drop bear will fuck you up, man. You ain't getting 9 of those into a coat.
It took me so long to recognize. It took me so long to notice that there are monsters in Act 2 called Plummeting Ursa.
Yep.
I mean, that's what the boss in what is it, like Underground River, like it that fell. The most like biblical sounding harbinger type of name for a drop bear.
That's accurate.
When it jumps up, it turns into a JPEG and rotates sideways.
It does. It just like and Mario jumps and then just kind of rotates and goes up.
It literally does the Paper Mario jump animation.
It's like he's going through a tube.
It's a 3D object. When it jumps, it doesn't have some sort of animation to make it go up. It just turns into a JPEG and then rotates until you can't see it anymore.
The same thing with monkeys. If you get the right camera angle, when monkeys descend from a tree, sometimes they'll be super zoomed in because the elevation plane is coming from your character. So it looks like a monkey's coming out of your screen onto the ground, slowly descending. And it'll just be a JPEG until it reaches a certain elevation plane, then it becomes animated. But it's just like a JPEG monkey floating to the ground. The same thing can happen, you'll see sometimes with leap slam. If you're leap slamming over a ledge, sometimes you catch it just right, or you're shooting a projectile where it'll fly towards your camera and occupy 90% of your screen, basically. Especially with like ball lightning. So if you're playing ball lightning, if you shoot up a ledge towards yourself, you'll just flood your screen with giant ball lightning.
You'll lens flare yourself and just
basically
I found so many areas of the game that did that because I had a spellcast loop that was shooting ball lightning in every which way. And so very frequently I would find a spot where I can shoot it at a wall, but it would just angle up directly into the camera.
You play for those moments though.
Yeah,
the whole reason you're playing that build.
Mm-hmm.
Time to sit on this exact pixel and just leave it running for 10 minutes to completely fuck my monitor.
You've any stuff in your itinerary, Jim, that you want to talk about?
Itinerary? What is that?
I don't know. I'm just.
Let me. Wait, I had one thing. Someone told me that I have to mention that Nightblade didn't get nerfed or whatever, and how they're upset because claw meta or something. But I don't play melee, so I don't really know what they mean.
Well,
Nightblade gives a disgusting amount of crit multi. So
there's a huge gap between Nightblade and everything else. Basically, that's the ultimate problem.
Is it just like I think if you're playing melee and you're not using it, you're an idiot kind of thing?
Basically, because I mean, Claw already has significant advantages. It has the life gain on hit implicits. It had the Imperial Claw has 1.6 attacks per second, and so you can already get a really, really good Claw that basically outclasses the other one-handed weapons. And then you get Nightblade on top of that, which is like 200% crit multi.
It's like an atrocious amount better than anything else, kind of.
Damn.
Which is and it has awkward prerequisites. So like to play a build using Nightblade, you do have to stagger step, constantly maintaining your and resetting your elusive value. So if you have 210% elusive, you have to be basically withering stepping constantly to keep it so it'll decay to like 150, then go back to 210, give or take. And that's going to make your multi go from between like 250 to like 180. And if you want to keep it within that range, you get the most value, but it still is like twice as better as the next support. So there's like really no alternative, but it just shouldn't exist in its current iteration. It's not like inherently offensive. It's not like breaking the game. It's not doing something disgusting, but it is just strictly better. Strictly better than anything else. And there's really no rhyme or reason for why it is as good as it is. To the point where if you're not using it, you're like making a mistake, kind of. Which I think
it's weapon class restricted, isn't it? It's only like claws and daggers.
It is daggers and claws, but in most cases, you're using those two for any like melee attack build. I think it just comes into the philosophy of like, is everyone using it? Is it too strong? Like, is it bad for the game? Like, it checks every box where it should be changed, pretty much. Too good.
Do we feel like it's probably on the chopping block for next league then? Like if it's still that good, that means it's got to have a high prominence, a high presence in this league, right?
You'd think that's how it works, but there's in Path of Exile, a lot of things can go just under the radar if they're like not being overtly offensive, or it's like if it's like not a big enough problem. So I think it's just a priority issue for them.
If they end up listening to the feedback of everyone wants them to buff melee, they'll start off by killing Nightblade before they make any extra changes to
buff it by association. If we kill the better thing, everything else gets better. But
melee,
you're no better in comparison to Nightblade.
It was not in their sights at the moment. So like, if they were like, let's do a balance pass on melee, then Nightblade would have been affected. But they're focusing on everything but melee right now, so Nightblade is fine for a bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's not like game-breakingly good, because at the end of the day, you're still like a melee build, which means you're already kind of shitting the bed like on the first month of League in a weird way. The thing like Seismic Trap, the reason that something like that gets nerfed is because with no investment, it could do things that other builds can't do with similar investment. But Nightblade is not that level of like strong, like Detonate Dead losing 45% damage, Seismic Trap losing 30% damage. Like those are targeted things because that's the difference between you getting to this boss, hour 8 versus hour 18. But Nightblade's not making that difference. It's really in summation. But
I don't remember off the top of my head. Did they actually like nerf DD, or did they just bug fix the screwed up specters that had way too much health?
Wasn't it?
They didn't change the numbers on DD. They bug fixed the specters and they reduced minion life across the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone did the math and it equated to 45% less damage for the.
That's a pretty big hit.
Yeah, I don't think it really even matters to. I'm not sure if it's enough to be honest to make a difference, because that's a build that like. Even like Seismic losing 30% damage. I mean, you could definitely do Ice Trap or any other trap, but it's still probably better than half the skills in the game because of its just base mechanics, Like for Poison, it really shouldn't make too much of a difference, to where those skills literally require like maybe 10-point passive tree investment. And that's everything else can just go defensive. Like you can still be running on 6k life, 50k armor, cap suppression, ailment immunity. And yeah, the boss might take an extra minute to kill, but does that really matter? Like not too much. Like you're still comfy pushing one button and having to not have to worry about
throw my trap out. Yeah.
Yeah, it just tempered it down a little bit,
They also reduced corpse life across the board, and the ways that I was abusing increasing corpse life. and they actually increased, so the spells themselves gain damage per gem level where they previously didn't. So it used to be 6% max life at all levels. Now it's 6% up to 7.9%. So gem level actually matters. Yeah, so gem level actually matters for detonate dead and stuff, but they reduced the life of everything that you are detonating.
Yep. Which is good because it's kind of the same reason why they did the minion change, which I think is mostly bad, but it's hard to say until we have the full mod pool. But, like itemization for offensive things should be part of the planning. Like it shouldn't be just that your weapon, not that it should be your weapon is a static, but it feels like the direction they want to go is that you should have to invest in your gear for both offenses and defenses, and to have a weapon that basically has 4 dead rolls, which is kind of what like DD had, where it didn't really matter what the damage was. The added damage didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the dot multi. Like gem levels didn't do shit, spell damage didn't do shit. Like a lot of those things just didn't really do a whole lot. So now it's like, okay, so now it makes sense to make a DD weapon. Like this happened with RF for a really long time, where there was like, same thing. This is really weird, but like Searing Bond is another example where even now it's still kind of pathetic. But there was like, yeah, there's like when Searing Bond came out, there was like, 2 skill gems that affected it, and one of them was putting it on trap, so you could throw it as a trap. Like there's certain, like the extent of how certain like abilities are scaled has really gone up a lot, and some things are still lagging pretty heavily behind. So like Minions was an example of that, where to scale like Reaper, for example, you could scale minion damage and you could scale gem levels, and that is the extent of how you could scale Reaper. Like that kind of feels bad, like that there's no avenue for scaling it. So it's good to like diversify it, and it's like, okay, I could craft a weapon, I can get a little bit on rings and like nickel and dime my damage across my gear and actually min max, which is what kind of is more the avenue of an ARPG, is like what they intend, So
right, it's a loot-based game.
Yeah, you think that the gear choices mattered, but like for a lot of builds, which is kind of why Omni was and is still such a problem, is that it just solves every problem on one item. So it's like I could basically ignore almost everything else but getting stats on my gear. And that covers my res, it covers my damage, it covers my requirements. So them making that 10 to 15 is a much heavier burden on your gear, which probably is more in line with what they want. Still pretty disgusting, but more in line.
That's what I was going to say, is do you think it'll still be, like, obviously it won't be at the same power level, but do you think relative to everything else, it'll still be around the same tier?
Still good enough. It's still good enough, okay. Yeah. Singular investment to cover every base is a hard thing to fix, because if it's viable, it's probably still going to be the best option until they nerf it to the point where it's just not good enough at all. Like there's like it's like a very drawn line. Like, this is good, this is good, this is good, right. And then it's no longer good. So as long as you can keep, like, you have to get a third more stats, which is just means that, and then that's like people playing Omni builds last, like you could pretty much walk around with tier 3 or 4 rolls and half your gear, and you would have got the Omni cap to where you wanted to, like around 1500. So now you just have to get tier 1 or 2 rolls, which is still very achievable. And like,
right, yeah, it's like
especially now, because you could do the double jewelry thing,
Yeah.
You can get 190 attributes on a ring with the new Kalandra shenanigans.
Yeah, that'll probably, I guarantee there'll be some screenshots of some ridiculous Omni builds with those rings and stuff with the lake craft.
Hypothetically, like, you can get, I think you can get 500 stat on a ring.
Wait, what? 500?
Yeah, I could break it down.
In the screenshots, they show.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued now.
4 suffix items, either that or they changed all attributes to a prefix. If they did that, that means that you can get the 3 attribute suffixes and the all attribute prefix. And if you got those in the Kalandra mechanic and they're all super buffed and they're all positive, that is an insane amount of attributes.
Even if that's not the case, because of the experimental basis, you have a cogwork ring, which can have 4 suffixes, 2 prefixes, and you could just get dex, strength, int, all attributes, all tier 1s, all doubled and catalyzed, is a disgusting amount of stats, because it's 66 times 3 times 2, and that's 14. I mean, I can do the math, but you're in 400 or 500.
396. Yeah. 66 times 3 would be 198 times 2 is 396. That's 400 stats.
And then plus the all attributes also, so which I think is 14. But that only counts as one. It's not like triple, so it's just 14 Omni times 2, 28. So it'd be over 400.
I think all attributes. So I know the one on an amulet goes up to 35. I think the one on the ring goes higher than 14.
It might go to 18, but it's definitely not 35. I'll double check the values for you. But yeah, so that's like, I mean, that's a dream scenario. But
and then it can't be mirrored.
But then you could use that little unique ring.
The unique ring, yes, and you could have and double it.
Yep.
And be the Omni
that ring. I'm wondering how much that ring will actually be worth, because theoretically it's worth at least a mirror. But
the way they implied it, it's probably got the drop rate of a fucking mirror. When they show those things off, it's like, here's something you're never gonna see.
They're like, and if you're very lucky and complete the hardest encounters, you may be able to run into this ring. I'm like, okay, so this is a 0.1% drop chance from like the hardest shit. All right.
I think because it specifically can only mirror rings, it'll be worth less than a mirror, but I think it'll still be extremely expensive.
And they implied there's even more good stuff that they had to remove from showing off in here. Whether that's
do you think it'll be Magebane expensive?
I think anything's Magebane expensive at the moment. It's hard to, Mage Blood, but it's the same thing. But I don't think there's anything.
Mage Blood. I'm
Magebane is the spell suppression.
Keystone's pretty expensive. All right,
I've never been able to afford a Mage Blood. I am calling that I am allowed to make that mistake. That's way too expensive for me.
Yeah, we just have to mark it down as your one allotted mistake today.
Yeah, we got it. That'll be my one. That'll be my one.
You have to be perfect from now on.
All right, boys.
High standards for you.
Yeah.
gotta get the G fuel flowing.
Yeah. I ran out of water. I wasn't hydrated. There's my
fair enough.
That's fine. But yeah, I mean, Mage Blood's kind of the standard for like the chase item now, right? So that's what I'm figuring is like comparison to Mage Blood. Where does the ring come in?
Not even close.
It's not quality of life.
Yeah, not even close in terms of power. But if you are that one person that has the 400 attributes ring, you're really gonna want that ring.
Like, it'll come down to whether you want to spend the 80x or 100x for the unique ring that dupes stuff, or do you want to spend the 100 to 200 hours it took you to make that first ring to make another one.
I mean, for the majority of people, it's just the QOL of not having to craft another copy of the same ring.
The real thing is it could duplicate rings like Synthesis or Influence ones, so you can get the plus one charge in a ring, and then that'll be on the second ring as well. That's like a big one.
Obviously, the more valuable your ring, the more valuable that ring becomes. But
Synthesis rings are pretty spicy too.
It can technically duplicate a unique ring, but I don't know if there's any circumstance, unless it's like an angler's plate.
I didn't see one because most of the rings
copy of the other ring.
The ones that you'd want to do, like the funky ones, like Thief's Torment, that can only have one on. It says it disables the secondary ring slots. It won't even work. Like that was the first thing I looked at. I was like, "Ooh, Thief's Torment. You could have two of them."
And the ones that are like have different effects in the left or the right slot, it functions as if you had put another one into that slot.
Yeah, and which most times those brick the rings in general. So it's like you can't pierce or fork or chain, and you lose life. That's correct.
Maybe you could make a mirrored. You can make a mirrored law weave if you vendor 60 of them.
The cool one is the Ventors. Like if you had one really good Ventors, then you could now.
That's the use case I was thinking of. You could duplicate a really, really good Ventors.
Yep.
That you're going to make with all those divines you're getting.
Yeah.
Well, Ventors is probably one you'd probably just buy shit Ventors and 3-to-1 them.
I think that will literally be more cost effective. And also just target farming Ventor cards as opposed to farming divines and then using them on Ventors, I feel like will be more efficient.
Speaking of cards, the real sad thing is somebody who gets a stack of that new Mage Blood card, and since it gives Corrupted, they get like a 2-flask Mage Blood. They're just stuck with that sadness.
Then you can't fix it, Yep.
It's 2 to 4 flasks. They gave it a roll, which is like a real fuck you, but like I like it too. It's the extra level. The spiteful level of why give it a roll, It is fun. Mage Blood's that powerful, it's fun.
Yeah.
I like how they changed some of the really bad like trash tier uniques to have rolls that aren't quite so like the Duresso's Defiance chest had like 60 to 100% onslaught effect, and that's just why do I have to find 3,000 of these to get a well-rolled one? So they just changed that to only 100% onslaught effect. Like, they did that to those uniques, but not to Mage Blood.
They gave a boot. I don't remember what boot it was, but one of the boots has like 10 to 40 movement speed.
Yep.
To where it's like real fuck you if you don't get a low roll one.
That one, all of its rolls go 1 to something crazy.
Yeah, because it's lightning themed. Yeah, it's 1 to X.
Being a lightning themed, Thunder. One of my favorite uniques from back in the day, just because the name Thunder Fist Murder Mitts is so spicy, but it got buffed to fucking oblivion. It is like a very, very good glove now.
Thunder Fist.
Yeah, I'm looking this up. What were the buffs? I don't know them off the top of my head, but I'm looking at the old version of the item.
Doubled the damage. I think the added lightning goes to 30
increased
now.
effect of lightning ailments. And it also has socketed gems are supported by level 30 added lightning damage instead
30
of
added lightning is a
Instead of
huge amount of
18?
flat. Big damage.
It used to be 18, now it's 30. And
Huge
keep
damage.
in mind, once you get past 20, like gem level scaling goes higher and higher.
Ballistic,
Yeah, it shoots up. The line becomes closer and closer to vertical.
Yep.
That's
why things like Shaco are so good. Yeah.
I love when they teased the new Bronze Live with the +5 movement gem. Someone was like, you could just get a bunch of these, double corrupt them until you get +4. And Frostblink going from 21 to 30 literally triples the damage.
Is it that extreme?
It's that extreme. The difference between 21 and 30 is triple the base damage, and then it also has 100% increased damage on it. And so people are like, Frostblink Ignite, this item like more than triples its damage.
I don't know if tripling a meme is still going to make it good, but
think about okay. So if you have 5,000 base damage Ignite just because you have that chest, then you can just invest everything else into making the build actually good. And Frostblink has really good QOL, and because it's Ignite, you don't need to do it that often.
That feels a lot like
It's actually not that bad of a build.
As like we'll build the car and then we'll figure out the engine later. That's what it seems like a little bit.
My Ignite Pro lift. Now I just need damage.
Now I just need to have it do other things. Like, what if I misclick and now I'm just waiting for my Frostblink to come off cooldown because I didn't hit enough mobs? Like, there's things in Frostblink that are still maybe a little too clunky to make it a full viable. Who knows? There's a lot of those uniques got buffed, and a lot of the buffs I don't think are necessarily like endgame viable, but like Wraith Lord, for example, is a really fun one.
I need to go do something for like 1 minute.
We can just end it. Just end it before Captain Flower gets back. No one's here.
Palsteron just leaves. You forget to say bye. Captain Flower's coming back. Like, what the fuck happened? Everyone's gone.
I was gonna ask what your favorite uniques are, but it's kind of segued into that anyway. So I'll ask everyone when they get big.
Bringer Rain. That's my favorite unique they updated.
What'd they do?
All the gems are level 30 now.
Oh shit!
And it has 300 life.
What the fuck?
It is it's not really that great because they're all percent scaling, so they don't just like they aren't as good as the flat things, but that seems like it's usable now, like to a degree. Like that's kind of spicy. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, I should mention I'm gonna play a group SSF thing this league. So I'm gonna be in your DMs asking for all the SSF strats probably.
Sure, no problem.
Same with Jousis, because I picked like 6, I think, builds to play. And the third one that I picked is basically what he's league starting, so I'll wait for him to finish his and then slide into his DMs as well for all of the questions.
Sliding.
Hell yeah. I picked like shit based in like order of progression, like unlock wise. So I'm doing a league starter and then moving into a magic finder, then moving into a boss killer, and then trying to solo farm either an Ashes or an Omni, and then if I get either one of those, play a build for those, and then if I complete 5 builds somehow I can, who knows what. I picked a 6th one that's like a meme, but there's no way in hell I could ever complete it in SSF, which is a perfect goal to have.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, brother.
I think someone told me to ask about Death's Rush as well, but I think it got figured out in like a patch or something. There was something along the lines of Death Rush giving you adrenaline for 3 seconds on kill, and then using it with champion.
It's pretty cool. There's a lot of fun stuff you could do with the fact that I don't know what the required level of that unique is, but like having adrenaline on kill is pretty spicy because it stacks with Onslaught, and Onslaught stacks with generic move speed stuff, so you can just like really juice yourself pretty heavily with things like that. That was already a pretty good ring.
The thing they were asking about was first to strike, last to fall on champion, which gives you 25% life recovered when you gain adrenaline, but because Death Rush, you'll be getting it so often, whether that would proc every 3 seconds, or whether it would proc once and then never proc again?
No, it should proc every 3 seconds.
That's good then.
Yeah. I don't know if that's good enough.
Pretty good.
What's up?
Adrenaline itself is good.
How's it going?
Hello.
Do you have you looked at all the uniques flowers?
I've looked through a bunch of them. Yeah, like as somebody who like probably does not have as much experience playing all of these different things as you guys do, I don't fully understand the impact of all of them probably in the way that y'all do. But I'm definitely a lot of the lower level ones, a lot of just the ones that seemed kind of shitty, or even like there were a couple. Like I've played Minion builds more than a few times because especially when I was first learning the game, Minion builds were super easily approachable, right? For a lot of the stuff that Lighty was talking about, you never really had to have all these good rolls on your gear. You just have like one roll on your stupid weapon, and then everything else is gym levels. Yep. So I know for a fact, like, a couple of things I looked at, like Skullhead, for instance. Skullhead was a ball of stats, like, unique that gave you health, mana, elemental resistances, and then gave some regen to golems and some armor and like block chance to minions as well. Like it had a bit of a minion flavoring, but you could also just use a decent rolled one as a ball of stats helm to get through campaigns with if you dropped it. And they just removed all of the ball of stats part to it and made it much more focused on like the minions actually being able to block and like having defensive aspects to that. And I like that because I'm like, I don't feel like Skullhead should have been an item that when I was playing through on a character that wasn't a minion character, like, I'm playing through on my Lacerate guy, I dropped Skullhead. Oh, sweet, Skullhead. I should wear that as a Lacerate guy. Yep. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I felt like they did a good job of like making the identity feel much better for some of those that didn't have a super defined one to begin with.
For sure. The more unique, it's less of a rare. It's just
right. Exactly. It shouldn't be a ball of stats.
Did you see the Wraithlord change?
Let me open up the thread just so I don't want
to spoil it for you in case you didn't see it. It's a pretty spicy one for playing minions.
All right, here. Let me find this. 1 second. Where is rebalance of unique items?
Open. The very bottom. It's W for
Wraithlord. Okay. The Wraithlord unique helmet no longer has minions regenerate 1% of life or plus 1,000 Spectre max. Oh, this was the meme Spectre hat. Instead, it now has cannot have non-Spectres, but +2 to maximum Spectres.
You can get two more Spectres.
I haven't played Spectres as main carry summon for a long time, like practically back since Solar Guards were the meta for Spectres, like long time ago. I haven't done that. Do you guys know off the top of your head, what is the name of the game in carry Spectres these days? Like, what are people running? Because I know that there was like the prison wardens with the lightning whip, and then there was
slave
also
drivers
those weird
are still pretty good.
Syndicate operatives, that's what they were called.
Syndicate operatives was the big one that had a weird.
But those got nerfed, right?
Because they're pretty heavily. There's still a couple. Slave drivers are still like some of the best ones you could use. They just that little lightning whip is just still really great. They fall under the same problem a lot of Spectres have, which is they have clunky AI. So like for some reason, slave drivers, if they tend to get in and if they tend to get in melee range, they'll just decide to auto attack instead of using the whip, which is like a tad awkward. But if you have more Spectres, that's less likely to happen. Then you can also convoke them, so it's less likely to happen. But those are good. There's a couple. There's a Baron Knight Thaumaturgist. There's a couple caster ones. A lot of heist ones are pretty good. Also, Auto Frost Sentries.
The Veritania Archers.
Those are fine. Yeah, the Sentinels are fine, but they're just
clear than single target, I think.
Redemption Sentries are pretty good clear. Yeah.
Looked up Kay's build guide because she's the Spectre crazy person. Misery Poacher, Hyries Watch, and Syndicate Operative are the recommended.
Yeah, Syndicate Operatives are still good.
Even after the big nerf.
Archers. Yeah, there's still. It's just they were that good. They weren't nerfed enough, unfortunately. But like, there's a lot of Spectres. There's actually a Spectre that's really funny. I don't remember the name of it specifically, but it only is acquirable from an alt quality Desecrate.
Wait, what?
And there's an alt quality Desecrate specific Spectre. That does it's basically a copy of Malagaro that does a blink and then slam. That's pretty fun. But yeah, there's a lot of fun Spectres. They just all kind of share the same problem, which is like they do fine damage. Their clear's fine. Their AI is a little clunky. If they're not aggressive or you don't have Predator and can't direct them, they kind of get a little special, and then they just die really easily. Like minions die really easily.
They walk into Cirrus's storms. Trying to play Cirrus with those stupid slave drivers was an experience because they kept killing themselves. Just walk into the storm for no reason.
It's weird. Like they made it so Lab does like 90% reduced damage to them because they identified that having the minions die to things that you can't necessarily control feels bad, so we're going to fix that problem. But then they just kind of stopped fixing that problem as they added new things that made minions die because it feels bad, and then it still feels bad. So like Sarah Storms, as you said, like they'll just wander off, like because they have weird positioning. And they'll be like, I'm going to go over here now. And then they'll just walk into the storm and die. And you're like, well, I lost a portal because I have to resummon my shit now.
Gotta go home and get these guys.
Yeah. Or it's just like awkward in a fight to have to resummon 4 specters because if you happen to be using Echo, your Echo doubles the summon specter.
Yeah, you summon some trash.
Bring back a skeleton with your boys. So it's like, oh, I got my 4 boys plus Bob the skeleton is just here to hang out, I guess, until we kill Ceres. It's always just it's a little clunky.
And none of my Spectre gems, none of my added lightning damage or crit multi or anything like that for the slave drivers is going to help Bob because he's entirely useless anyway.
Yes,
so
he is moral support at best. I would love to see like something similar to like the World of Warcraft Hunter like summon section where we just like have a menagerie to like pick from and then just be able to like I want to summon these and if I push like Spectre, it'll summon only the specific mob. I'd love a better way of like capturing the essence of enemies. Even if it was like you could make it like thematic. Say like they give you an item that like if once you kill a certain mob 100 times, you like get its essence, and then you could like summon it to your will type thing. There's like a lot of thematics they could do. But the current system, this is like another like Path 2 Copium, a better revive of the Spectre setting.
Spectres can have a lot of quality of life improvement. They're derpy at best. But
I'm actually not sure why they don't just have minions have a like setting for aggressive, defensive, neutral.
I wish they like. Have you played Grim Dawn?
Yes, it's the same. Yeah,
Grim Dawn has it. You just click their little portrait up in the top right. Aggressive, defensive, support. Like
WoW pets have the exact same thing. Like either they do nothing, or they defend you, or they attack your target, like that you're attacking. Like I feel like there should be a better. I kind of feel the same way about flasks. Also, like I feel like the flask currency, the 2 ones they added, like they added it. And they don't really drop when you're leveling too often. It's really mostly post-leveling. And I feel like it's kind of defeats the purpose of like, that should just be a setting you could like get after like Act 4 or something. Like, I could toggle my
I never have them in campaign. I only have them when I'm mapping.
You only get them post-map. They just don't drop enough like to where they're actually... And you're not going to waste them while leveling either because it's like your flask is level 10. So it's like, I'm not going to put this thing on a flask that's going to need 4 and then
my bubbling flask of 300 health doesn't really need this attunement on it.
Just like Bob, just left to relegate in sadness.
You know what I want for controlling minions? Have you ever played Age of Empires?
Yes.
Yep. Age of Empires. So like you could select the units aggressive, defensive, stand your ground, don't attack, and then formations.
You want to put it in
also
formations.
you could set them to guard specific thing or patrol a specific area around you. I feel like that would be insane.
Dude, if I could get my Spectres running around in a circle around me, just constantly like patrolling, slapping anybody that got too close, hell yeah.
I don't think it'd be like, I don't know if it's a technical limitation or what it is. I just think it's just not big enough a problem at the moment that they're going to bother doing it.
Yeah, they're probably thinking like, well, it attacks the nearest thing efficiently. Like, what more do you want?
Yeah,
they can give you one of those things as an item on a unique, and you have to put it in your weapon swap or something.
But that's where getting 2 more Spectres kind of solves the problem, because if you just get if you have enough dummies, it equals 1 Smarty, right? It's like a colony of ants, If you get a colony, they have the intelligence of 1 5-year-old when combined. This is like
Minion.
We could have a rat king, sure. A bunch of rats tied together. I mean, if you do get 6, or if you have this new helm, you could get 7 Spectres, or even 8 if you have like the wand. Like you could get an amount of Spectres to where it's like, well, if they're kind of dumb, that's kind of fine because I just have so many that it'll just kind of solve itself. Someone's got it. It's like a stormtrooper. Someone's got to fucking hit something eventually.
Eventually, one of these guys will open his eyes when he shoots, and we'll get
Lord
somewhere.
Willing, And you just cut to a slave driver punching a rat in the corner.
I'm so shit
in a Cirrus storm.
I played, I think it was last Epoch or last Epic or whatever, and you can summon a summoner who then summons other minions.
Yep.
And so I had 5 summoners who would summon like 10 zombies each, and it would go from just a small group to an entire plague as soon as like enemies got encountered. use
you
that.
could do that now in Path. Actually, it's just not good. Like you could. There's expedition mobs you could summon that themselves summon 5 skeletons each that have no cap in total, but they don't do anything. They just die because the skeletons or something have no gem support or scaling at all because they're the
spectre that summoned the totem.
Isn't that
like the Tukohama's one? Yeah, that one's cool.
Yeah, those were meta for a bit.
Do those skeletons count as your skeletons? Like if I had the jewel that makes
they don't. No, like that's the thing is they're not under your control. So they get none of your stats, none of your scaling, none of your anything.
They don't like fun in this game.
Reward is their. Well, they do, but you know,
it has to be.
It's just
there's
too much game to govern. Like they have a kingdom, and they just can't be patrolling it at all times. You know, we can only be in control of so much going on in our kingdom, and these are the things that are just happening in the back alleys. Like the summons making summons is just too much for them at the moment. The Tukohama ones
summoning summons.
There was like historically there's so many funny specters. Like there was ones in Act 10 that looked like they have bear heads stitched on a body. Those have unrighteous fire, which was a ability that only they possessed. That was just righteous fire but stronger basically, and it was like this half chaos half fire degen that was super super good for a week, and then they nerfed it to oblivion. But there's like a lot of specters that just don't translate. You'd think they'd be good because they're killing us, but they don't. They just don't make the cut. You know, like
yeah,
because they're. I mean, and oftentimes their movesets are so complicated. Like a lot of them have 6 or 7 abilities, of which half of them are shit. So you never get to the good ones. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you were talking about earlier, like 2 hours ago or whatever, with all these different things happening and all these different elements being involved, and all the stats sometimes not translating directly over from monster to specter or corpse or whatever the hell is going on with these transfers back and forth. So some guy can seem really badass when you're fighting him out on a map, and you know he chunks your health bar down to a sliver, and you're like, oh shit, I got to avoid that guy, I got to be careful. And then you summon him up as your own, and he can't kill a white mob. It's like, come on, man, get in there, go do something.
One of the most fun things for me every time they introduce a new league and they have a new mob set is like, ooh, what do these mobs do as specters? Like, are they good or are they trash? You know, and almost always they're bad. But it is fun to see them do their thing. Like Expedition hit. And there was like all those Expedition mobs. They all had built-in ward, so you could summon them and they would have a 50k ward shield. But their AI would be terrible and they would mostly auto attack. But it was just like really cool to see a lot of them and like mess around with it. Like I like that part of Spectre specifically, but it is a shit show to balance.
I remember there was a siren from the Act 1 or 2 area Spectre, and it has 10,000 increased life, but its base life is like
2.
It's like 1 or something. So when you summon it, it just falls over dead, like with a single hit. Looks cool though.
And then you have Crush Claws that have a 1,200% increased life and also the highest base life in the game.
That one actually works.
400,000 life. Yeah.
1,200.
The problem that's like a whole other metric is the feel of a Spectre, because it's the same problem a lot of path builds have. Like so many path builds can be good on paper, but then just feel like shit to a certain player. And the Crush Claws are the same problem, which is they had abilities that literally flooded the screen with columns of water, and you couldn't see, and you just died because you couldn't control how you were playing. So like that was a minion on paper. It's like it does a lot of damage. It never dies. It has great AI, great movement skill, but I can't see what I'm doing, so I keep dying, which is like nothing you'd know unless you played it. You know, it's like 2-stage skills.
The intangibles.
It is the intangible.
Right? It's not a stat. It doesn't register on any spreadsheet or like DPS tooltip, but it makes the game just completely unplayable.
Yep, you can't see half the boss abilities because everything's covered in water, and then you're just like, well, I can't play this anymore. This is unplayable. That's the fun part.
I'm so confused. I looked at the uniques, right, in the patch notes. I didn't notice when I read this the first time. So at the top of the uniques thing, it says, oh, all of these items are drop disabled. May they rest in peace in standard. One of the ones on the list is the Rotting Legion, which they introduced in like 3.8. And it's a pretty unique. Like the other ones are like really low level and they only drop in the labyrinth or something. So those are things that they had legitimate reasons to remove. But Rotting Legion? Why did they remove that one?
Well, the lab ones, I don't understand the reason they're removing the lab ones either, because they all have unique art. They spent time to make the assets for them. They weren't breaking the game. They were actually used by players while leveling. I don't know why they would remove them and not introduce them into the core of the game. If that was like, if they don't want to be in lab, you could just make them core. But they just removed them, like, permanently. I don't know why.
Like the Peregrine, for example, is something that I often used as a leveling unique. It has 500 accuracy rating, 10% move speed. Like you just equip that while you're leveling, you're good to go. Removed.
Yeah, the Spine of the First Claimant was like a really, really strong weapon for cold dot builds for a very long time.
That's requires level 20.
Gone.
I actually used that recently.
Well, you'll never be able to use it again.
Like, while leveling.
I'm so glad I can type quickly because I'm just, as somebody who just picks up all the shitty uniques in the lab and just chucks them into the vendor for alch shards or whatever while I'm leveling. I don't actually know what any of these uniques do because none of them have ever been like, yes, I really need this later on. It's super important. But yeah, some of these don't look too bad for leveling, or at least, right?
Oh, yeah. The only question is the scarcity of them because we know that they're dropping much less frequently. So, it's 1,000 ribbons is super, super strong for where it's at, but if it's like 3 tiers of higher rarity, it might be
then
not worth.
How can we ever get it at a manageable time, right? Like I don't want 1,000 ribbons if I'm going into red maps. I'd love to have 1,000 ribbons early.
Yeah, I mean most of these changes are like second character items because by the time you get them, they're already kind of useless for the most part. Some of them are like you could make a build around this, like. The new Dialia's chest is like very, very viable for endgame on so many builds. But the vast majority of these uniques are like definitely better for leveling, but still not good enough to really be used anywhere else. So as long as you get them in that process, or you could purchase them in that process for a reasonable amount, that's fine. But if like, all these are just relegated to being like, I'm leveling a second character, let me make my super twink leveling thing. That's cool, but like that's going to cost you an arm and a leg,
Yeah. This Diablo's Malefaction thing, +2 to all reds and +30 quality to all greens. That's kind of nuts.
That's actually so insane for Empower Enhance. And think about Empower Enhance plus that chest, and you can double corrupt it for even more gem levels in something that has alt quality as a main focus. So alt quality gems are super strong with increasing quality, plus Ashes also scales that up. So you can get like over 170% quality on a lot of these alt quality gems that like do bananas things, like can over-convert damage or multiple projectiles.
To not lose charges when you discharge.
Yes.
And then it's just machine gun discharge as fast
if you want. Yeah, if you wanted to, basically. There's like a lot of things like that. There's things like that gain crazy amounts of AoE also. Like I think Kinetic Blast gets 50 AoE after forking, and it goes to like 200 and something percent AoE after forking, so it's like huge. That thing overlaps. So like with Awaken Fork and Awaken whatever, there's like a lot of crazy ones that you can get. So you can just look through the list of like Phantasmal this, Divergent that, and a lot of them go really, really funky now. So that chest is also like pretty cool. There's a lot there. Like we were saying, I think when you went to get your water, Jim was asking what our favorite uniques are from that. And the one I said was Bringer of Rain, which is a quintessential like path item. I'm not sure if you saw that back in the day. But
it got buffed big time.
Big time.
I remember back when I first started playing Path of Exile, back when. So I didn't play a ton back then. I just played a little bit. I got more into the game as a regular, like every league kind of guy around the time of Harbinger and Legacy. But I did play a little bit back around when Dominus Act 3 was the final boss in the game, and you just had to play through the story 3 times, right? And I remember back then,
item, man.
Yeah, Bringer was the game back then, right? Like if you got Bringer of Rain, dude, you were cruising. You were the big chat on campus.
Bringer of Rain, Soul Taker, you're good to go.
You were ready, dude. That was the old school like Path of Diablo 2 type of builds, right? Yep. Like that was old school stuff.
30 gems. It almost seems good enough to use.
Almost
seems like it's viable.
Level 30 melee fizz, level 30 faster attacks, level 30 blind. And then plus 100 to the life value if you get a good roll on it. Like, that's cool.
So it's 300 life in the top end. So that's like a lot of life. That's enough life to make it feel like
for the life on a rare chest.
Pretty much, yeah. You're definitely making up for life for your chest now. So I don't think it's ever going to be like this is best in slot, like with those numbers, because there's no quality, there's no awaken, there's no yada yada yada. But that's like a pretty solid. I mean, if that thing's like 15, 20C, that you're good to go for a while, like with that.
Yeah, like that is a really solid mid-level item. You're not taking it into an end-game build, I don't think. You're probably not going to find it when you're playing campaign or whatever early on.
Rare enough, yeah. You can farm it, though, the div card, if you wanted to.
Doesn't have a div card? I haven't paid attention to it since back in the day.
You can base a unique Nightmare Bassinet by farming the area that Duresso is in.
Yeah, Arena Coliseum.
You can either get that or the other helmet that's the
Devotos,
same.
Devotion.
Are you talking about the Duresso's Dream, like the Act 4 area?
Yep.
Yes.
Anything with that tile set. Because div cards are mostly linked to tile sets. So if it looks like that, you could probably get the div card from it.
Okay.
So Arena
it's not
Coliseum,
that rare of a div card. If I can get several copies of that div card just by running the campaign, then it seems
fairly common.
Interesting.
That's just a 50-50, I guess, depending on the weighting. But yeah, you can also use that. Like that helmet can be used for, not that I don't know if you would, but you could use it for zombies, Herald of Purity, because those are all minion things. You could just put in.
Oh yeah, level 30 melee fizz on zombies.
Yeah. Melee fizz and faster attacks, just have them going crazy.
Blind is actually a lot stronger than people think as a defensive
on
layer.
minions especially. Yes,
blind is really, really good. That amount of blind is like you just having grace, pretty much. If you're hitting something, like it's that amount of evasion.
I mean, it just used to be so much better that people were like, oh no, I'm not going to use it. It got nerfed.
Yeah. Good to see though. I think like things like that definitely needed a little revitalization. That seems like it's definitely in the right.
I see though why they removed glitter disc, because with all the changes they made to fizz taken as, you can get pretty close to 100% fizz taken as fire, and then this has 25% chance to avoid fire damage from hits. So you just have a 25% chance to take 0 damage from
avoid all damage. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Didn't people figure out how to do like fizz as fire as everything else up to 100% or something? So
there was a Reddit build where he had 100% fizz. Like he had literally infinite fizz EHP. Because he was Chaos Inoculation and he had, I think, 60% fizz taken as Chaos, and then the rest taken as Fire, and then some of that taken as Chaos or something. It was insane.
And he posted it on Reddit, and now everyone knows, and everyone's going to buy the really hard to get things, and then no one will
Well, it was because he had a ridiculous recombinator.
Day ruined.
Day ruined.
League ruined.
Just log out.
He had 108% increased global defenses and 15% fizz taken as Chaos on the same chest because of recombinators.
Oh, I thought someone made a thing for this league coming up, so without recombinators. But it involved, like, really hard to get shit. Or at least too hard to get items. I don't know. I'm talking shit. I don't know. Fucking Flowers knows more about builds and items than I do.
Wait, what are you talking? Dude, I am literally sitting here doing Mavis Beacon's typing simulator every time they're mentioning these uniques, just making sure that I've got the information in front of me so I can understand.
You're actually trying, and I'm just like, I don't know that. I'll just let them talk. I'll go for no effort here.
Why do you keep the Pepsi bottles? Because you got a mountain back there.
Yeah, that's a pile back there, brother. How many of them are there?
That's like we should call like a lot for you.
It is like maybe you should call like the horde of people that
like
fix
the ward of the state.
Are those all 2 liters?
Yeah.
That's a lot of Pepsi.
You know, you could do. There are those people that make like shelters out of recycled bottles. You have enough to make like an igloo.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that. Like a homeless shelter at first. I thought you were going to say make shelters for people like you. I thought you were going to say.
No, we got one of those. We do that. Like,
I really set that
hands
up, didn't
for
I?
change kind of thing. So we just haven't done a run in a while because of COVID. So we're
that's just from last week, right?
bottles. No, that's from like the entire. That's like from an entire year, dude. I just I used to have a very nice pyramid, but then one day it fell down, and then I stopped giving a fuck.
Yeah, I'd be a little worried if he had that much Pepsi in a week. That looks like 2 liters a day of Pepsi. If that's just a week.
At this point, he's just pissing Pepsi and going infinite. Like there's not much left inside of him. Just Pepsi and the tapeworm. Yeah,
Pepsi's got like
Bear Grylls.
50% water. You know, I'm still getting hydrated.
Yeah,
I should hope it's
what's
lot
the other
higher
50%?
What's the how much water is in like chocolate pudding? It's fine. I'll be fine.
This is a slippery slope.
Yeah. What's the 50% of Pepsi converted to water ratio?
I think it's
we need a buff.
I think it's more than
to
50.
change it to 100% of Pepsi. Flush your system.
It's better than
some water,
caffeine. It's better than
on a Pepsi
coffee.
cleanse.
I've got ice. Come on, leave me alone.
Pepsi is better than coffee.
It is.
Ice?
I don't
for
know.
Water?
It doesn't.
For water? I think Pepsi's got for water. I think
I'm pretty sure
Pepsi
Captain Flowers
has more
and I have
water
both
in it
drank
than
at least
coffee.
a liter of water just in this.
Yeah, I was
podcast
just
alone.
thinking.
Yeah,
I was,
dude, I've
You're
refilled
so
this glass
hydrated.
like 8 times.
Yeah. And I've had 1 and soon to be 2 cups of Pepsi. That's fine.
Hey,
just
it's
got an
50%
IV.
water, so that's like almost one.
That's like
full
1
of
cup.
water.
Yeah. It's not 50% water. Okay, fine. It's probably more than that. But bully Jim. That's fine.
You can. That's a quick Google. How
It's
much water's
cheap.
in Pepsi?
It's cheap.
Yeah, what's the water composition of Pepsi?
It should be at least 97%.
more than a human.
You think it's that high?
Well,
Yeah,
not by mass, because
I've got it, boys.
Uh-huh.
Sparkling
if
soft
you take
drink.
the sugar out, it's actually a significant portion of the volume.
Sparkling soft drinks, including reduced and no sugar, no calorie options, contain between 85% and 99% water, which means they can help quench thirst and count towards your recommended daily fluid intake.
What the fuck is a fluid
What
ounce? Sorry.
Fluid ounce is an American measurement, basically. It kind of sucks.
Like 2 gallons.
It's a freedom unit.
That's not. Okay.
I don't think
How
that's
many
right.
milliliters is one fluid
It's
ounce?
like a couple drums worth, you know?
Yeah.
29.5735 milliliters.
Mid-quart.
29 milliliters, okay. Oh, there's not much water in Pepsi, my dudes. Wait, how many milliliters is a cup? Milliliters.
How many
That's at least half a
milliliters
gallon.
is one cup?
Okay, okay, there is a lot.
236.588.
236? Okay, let's see.
I'm interested to find out the answer to this now. I'm very
Mm,
Are
interested.
you doing your
236?
math? You calculating the altitude?
No, it's 98% water. There you
Don't
go.
forget the
Okay, but-
altitude.
If you look up, there's a visual representation of how much sugar is in 1 cup of soda. And so if you
Checkmate,
put those next to
atheist.
each other, it is not 99% water.
Pepsi
by
Max, my
volume.
dude.
So no sugar.
Yeah,
Max-
fake,
Max
fake
stands for
Max.
Max
stand for
water.
Max
It's
water. Yes. Yes,
Just
the
ask the
mind
game.
meld. Max water.
Better than Max Cancer.
Also, his stripper name is Max Water.
I don't
boy.
know, dude. Slipperyjim could work as a stripper name too.
And that's
Definitely.
even worse, to be honest. That's way more sexual
It-
than Max Water.
Jesus.
It sounds like you need to get checked afterwards with a name
Yeah,
like
you
that.
should probably go to the doctor.
I'm not getting invited back on this podcast.
No, this is great, man. This
Nah,
is
you're
fine.
in good company, bro.
This is easy. All I
Well,
need
at
is
least we
usual-
learned a little bit about the chemical composition of Pepsi Max.
Yeah, it's got 8 fluid ounces to every cup, which equates to 98%.
No one can predict where this goes. Like we could take bets at the beginning, like what topic are we going to stray
This
to,
is
and no one would
honestly,
have guessed
this
this.
has been the most PG podcast we've done so far.
Nice.
I'm being tame. I'm trying really hard
I appreciate
to
it,
be
Lighty.
appropriate. Don't want Riot to come for me in my sleep.
I didn't tell Lighty. I just assumed he'd do good behavior, but I'm so proud of you.
I do good.
Good job.
No, we're chilling,
I
man.
do
This is impeccable behavior. We're all
My
just
sponsors don't care. We're about his sponsor.
Yeah. I did
don't know.
premise it with we're not live and we can edit out anything you say at any time, so
This
just
is
let me
true.
know.
yeah. I was like, great. Like honestly, we haven't even come across anything yet that I'm like, no, that was bad.
I'm pretty
I mean,
kosher.
we might
yeah.
piss off a couple of people who wasted a few $1,000s on NFTs or something, but like
They knew what they were doing.
Seems like a problem of
they
their own
knew what they were getting
creation.
into. It's a
was-
volatile market.
That's me.
It's a buyer's market. You gotta buy now. Buy.
I only bought one NFT that depreciated in value, but that's okay.
Was it a bored ape? Was
No.
it a lazy chimp?
No, it was an animal. It
Toxic gecko? What is
Wait,
it?
what kind of an animal? What kind of an animal did you get?
was an owl.
Was
It
it a?
was an owl.
An owl?
Well, I bought an owl. That's
I've never even heard of
topical.
an owl one.
It is fucking hey man. That's how
Well,
unpopular
post
they
a
are.
picture of it. I won't download
Yeah,
Owl
that's why
NFT.
he got a cheap
You've
one.
already downloaded it once before, I think.
it. Have I?
Yeah, post the picture. I
know.
promise I won't
Oh.
screenshot.
I
It's
don't
mine
know
now.
where it
It's
is.
mine.
Okay, give me a sec. You can
So-
Is it a moonbird?
you can literally take a screenshot of this and put it on Twitter if you want and say that you stole it. I won't mind. I don't know
the
how
feds
to,
coming for me.
I don't even know how to access
NFT
it, man.
police are gonna come in my sleep.
God
Yes.
damn it. This is gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna take a while. It's really a convenient technology, this NFT stuff.
Non-fungible tokens.
Oh yeah, in the live stream, I noticed that Chris Wilson used the word fungible correctly in a sentence, and it wasn't in a discussion about NFTs.
Wait, did he really? I wasn't paying attention enough to that. I didn't even notice that.
This is a big brain sentence here.
That's pretty pog.
Mm-hmm. Big funge.
Fungible, able to be replaced by another identical item.
That is non-fungible, I guess.
Yeah.
It is unique in its uniqueness. Unique New York. Ooh.
You know how fucking many hoops I'm having to jump to find this stupid goddamn JPEG?
You're the one who bought it. Shouldn't it be in your JPEG wallet?
You have to go. Did you not
JPEG
open
supposed to have
MetaMask?
access to this. It's preserved on your blockchain.
I'm gonna
shit.
Google
Blockchain.
I'm gonna Google Slipperyjim's NFT and see what happens.
Yes.
I
There you
would
go.
definitely put on safe search on that one.
There you go. That's my NFT right there. Merry Christmas.
Let's see it.
Wow, I actually
That
got
is-
Path of Exile results.
That is so shit.
Look at it though.
That is just so shit looking. He looks
But
like he
But
looks
it's
sick.
but I own it.
This was the second result for Slipperyjim's NFT.
Oh god.
Villagers.
Every time I look at chat.
Promise Viridian Jewel.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know what that
That's
is.
a better NFT. Your
This
bird
is a
looks
fan-made
unwell.
unique that someone posted to Reddit.
He also
and
looks
it
like
has-
he's like.
The
Looks like he's
title of the
presenting
Reddit
himself
post
to me.
for some reason has hashtag NFT in it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Every time I fucking open Discord, I crangle everything.
That's a. Wait, he heard. Is that flavor text about you, Jim?
I don't know. I don't think so. I hope not.
It's describing what looks like a domestic abuse something. I don't know.
Oh, this is because I
Big and
this is-
small, he hurt who he pleased, took what he wanted until the officials caught him. Yeah, this guy sounds like a dick.
Like,
This
he's a
is because I
batterer.
opened like 10,000 chests in that map. I think someone made this as a meme. Or
Come on, Jim, you're better
bully
than
me.
this. No,
What?
you
Yeah,
don't
Jim.
gotta-
Why didn't
Your
you-
domestic violence fucking jewel.
I didn't do anything.
Be better, do better. Go back to your little sad bird. Man,
Aw.
he looks
Is it-
jaundiced. He's like unwell.
I don't know where my bird is.
Wait, what's going on with his? Is it a monocle? I thought he had something fucked up with his eye there on the left.
Yeah, I think he's got a
He has
monocle.
a monocle. Okay,
Yeah.
he's like a steampunk.
That's a cataract. He's not doing well.
He's a steam.
He's got a top hat and a monocle, and look, the top hat has a monocle.
No,
This
the
is
top
the most
hat. It's a clock.
sophisticated
It's
gentleman.
five.
That's a
It's
clock.
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock
It's a-
somewhere. This
it's a
NFT's telling you to get
steampunk-
drunk.
Steampunk owl. See, he figured out the theme without me telling you, unless you Googled it,
Yeah.
which, you know, wouldn't
I
have
didn't
passed you.
Google it. What the
Alright.
fuck was I supposed to find? Wait, is he wearing high heels? Does he
I
have
do not know.
stilettos?
I don't know. There's like
He
fucking...
looks like he's wearing stilettos.
I'm not invested
My-
into the
this is my
community.
NFT.
I just bought the first one I saw that looked decent.
That
This is my NFT. And if you want, I also have.
He's
a
got
version-
tons. He's got more than me.
If you're big into Bionicles, there's my Bionicle version.
It's a Bionicle.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh wait, here's my NFT. My emote artist made this one, but I never uploaded it. So people in my Discord, like Skarner's my champion that I love in League of Legends, and people shitpost a lot with the Snom Pokemon. So this is a Skarner Snom as Tony Montana. He's
Yeah.
that is
having a
three
good-
things that I did not expect to be combined.
yeah, Tony Montana Skarner Snom, just having a good
Those
time.
are-
Fucking-
The gels are very testicular, and
Yep, that is what Snom looks like.
oh, does he?
Yeah, he
Yep,
looks
look,
a lot.
look at a picture of Snom. That is
Yeah,
what
the
it
actual
looks like.
Snom looks like that though.
Let's see.
Also, when you think about it,
That's a little
Snom
butt.
is like almost as lazy of a name as Ekans because they literally took snow and then turned the W upside down.
You know what Snom actually looks like? Snom looks
And that's
like
why he's sitting on a pile of snow in this image.
Yep,
Snom
makes
kind of looks
sense.
like an Among Us that just fell over, and those are his little legs
Yeah,
instead of its
He's a-
mouth.
yeah. But now that you mention, he is kind of just like an Among Us with a hat, isn't he?
Yeah.
And the way that this Skarner Snom was designed, I swear this looks like an animal that exists and it isn't a scorpion.
Wait, what animal is it?
I'm trying to remember. It's some kind of... So it's not like a tardigrade. because it's the flippers that I'm thinking of. It has 6 flippers, and then the rest of the body looks kind of like a shrimp. I swear, if not another Pokemon, there is an animal that looks like this.
Is it
I'm
a
excited to
dog?
see what this animal is now.
Definitely a dog.
Could be a
Yeah,
dog.
just a purple dog with
Here.
a tail.
There's a lot of dog breeds
Animal
out
with
there.
6 flippers. It's
I
gonna
bet
give me
your
the
dog
Loch
comes
Ness
up.
monster.
Is this gonna wait? Is it like a microscopic thing, or is it a thing that you can actually see in real life?
That's what made me
There's
think.
a
I
dinosaur
was
that
thinking
has.
tardigrade.
Are you
but it
saying
doesn't
the
look like a
micro
tardigrade.
plane isn't real?
No, I'm saying that I can't see it in normal. I guess I should in
can't see
normal
it, it doesn't
everyday
exist.
interactions.
You don't
There's a
see
dinosaur with like
microscopic
6
every
flippers,
day.
I think.
Yeah, there's a
Wow.
plesiosaur that looks like that.
You can't
It
even see
doesn't have the weird
microscopic.
tail though. It has to
I
be
haven't trained
something
my eyes good
small
enough.
to have that
I
tail.
spend too much time staring at bright Path of Exile effects, like
You
the
gotta eat
like
more
the righteous
carrots.
fire that was said I should.
Gotta get your
Yeah, exactly
carrots
right.
up.
They're good for your eye health. I used to eat
If
them a
you
lot
eat
when I was a little
carrots-
kid, but
Yeah,
falling off the train.
You could see into the that plane if you eat enough carrots. There must be an amount of carrots, amount of carrot in your body will allow you to see microscopically.
See those little critters and figure out what the snom is supposed to look like.
If you woke up one day and your vision was just set to micro, you would go crazy probably.
Oh, dude,
You couldn't
everything
toggle it
around you
off?
would probably just look like madness. Like you would
It'd be like
in
such
the
an overload of information.
You'd see your
Like
eye
in your
fuzzies.
own hands.
You'd be like in the
You'd look like
LSD
you
world.
vomit.
Everything
Oh,
would
yeah.
just be all these like jumping
Fractals.
out weird
Fractals
textures,
everywhere.
fractals, colors. Everything would just be this warped, like mad world. It would be fun for like 5 minutes, and then after that, you'd be like, "Get me the hell out of here!"
Just vomit instantly, probably. You're like, I've lost all depth perception. My equilibrium's out the window. I've just fell
I
over.
don't exist anymore.
What is life? Yeah. Thanks, Tom. Tom broke my eyes.
Is there a Pokemon with 6 flippers?
It's
No,
still
just
going.
Lapras.
I don't know if there's a Pokemon with 6.
It's still
flippers,
looking.
dude.
Yeah, it's just Lapras with 4.
Maybe like a dugong that got like heavily inbred could just have.
Heavily inbred, dude. Dude,
You should Google that. Jousis.
I ain't googling that. Are you kidding me? No amount of
Google
safe
that.
search in the world is having me Google that. I'm not.
That's a riot approved search, I think.
No, I don't think we're doing that.
I'll take the L.
Jim, are you
I'm
eating more
Googling
pudding?
away.
I'm eating a 4-hour-old hash brown.
Heavily inbred.
Is it still any good?
It's so fucking cold and greasy.
I was gonna say it has to just taste like eating a grease slab, don't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm fine. This is my life, man. I'm fine with what I
I
am.
didn't add the
Wait,
Pokemon
water.
part. I was looking at actual dugongs. Oh man, yeah, that looks heavily inbred. Hey, you know what? Yep, Jousis.
Not a
The
single result. Okay.
Unrelated. I found the answer. Unrelated. The Mega Evolution of Dugong does have 6 flippers.
Wow.
There you go.
Or in the
I've
front, 2 in
done
the
it.
back. Yeah.
This is a big
That's-
ass.
So
Dugong.
I searched in incognito what you told me to search, and I got like 15 results total, and none of them are what you would expect.
I got
They're
that
just
thing, which to
unrelated
me looks like a
images.
heavily inbred
What the
dugong.
hell is that?
I don't know, but that looks about right.
Someone made that. Someone had the thought in their head that they wanted to create that.
Even
Dude, this looks like a sentient sword sheet that
dude.
took a vacation in Chernobyl. Like
That's
He's
Literally.
literally.
the amount
if
of
you
inbreeding that
Google-
goes into making this Pokemon.
Okay, I googled inbred dugong, and the second result was one of the apes.
Well, there you go.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I think I'm choking. I'll be fine.
You got it, Jim. Pokemon stuff.
Google
like
did not
Pokemon's got
know
a
what to
little
do
way
with
for
those
itself.
search terms.
How many Pokemon are we at now? We're in the thousands, right?
there's like
Less than 1,000, higher than
There's like-
800.
Okay.
Wait, I thought we were only around 700 or 800. I haven't. The last ones I played was Ruby and Sapphire, so I've been AFK from.
Oh, you're
Pokemon
way
Go
out of
for
the
a while.
loop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been
I didn't
detached.
finish
Pretty
Alpha
sure Pokemon
Sapphire.
have guns now. Yeah,
Wait,
there's
dude,
30.
did you ever see the trailer for Pal World?
How do you split it?
Pal World. It is like Kmart Pokemon knockoffs, but it's a world with AK-47s and stuff.
Oh, I do see.
Oh,
Yeah,
it does
like-
have those.
Like the
That's
guys
clearly
fighting
a
Pikachu
Leafeon
and
with an
Mewtwo with a
Uzi.
gun.
Yep.
It is the funniest trailer I have ever seen.
the comment section on Twitter is what really makes it, because half the people are saying like this is the most base thing I've ever seen, and the other half of them are like horrified.
Yeah, there's a
yes, the little sheep with the machine gun.
It's like an cartel executions happening.
It's like, what the fuck
server
is
room.
this?
Yeah.
I just loved how much the trailer started off with, like, you know, the girl riding along on the flying Pokemon, like opening up into a world of wonder and adventure, and the next shot is just over the shoulder, like third person action shooter, Metal Gear Solid shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jesus. All right. Well,
Pokemon Battle Royale with AKs.
you know what I've really been waiting for? They haven't made. Oh fuck, that's a bad screenshot. What they haven't made yet is the Bionicle game, the Bionicle Dark Souls game. Have you heard of that?
Wait, Bionicle Dark Souls. What is it?
It's been.
I'm interested.
It's been being made for years now. I mean, you could. I'll look at it. So I think it's like something of Matanui or some shit. But Quest for Matanui. There you go. Or I'll type as fast as Mr. Flowerman. Got dad fingers. Where is this? It's like a recent one. Trailer. Here's a video.
All right, what do we got?
It basically plays like Dark Souls meets Skyrim, but it's set in Bionicles.
That's pretty cool, but is it stuck in dev hell? Like it's just never coming out?
No, they do updates pretty frequently. But it looks cool.
Yeah, that's an August 2021 development update, so it's been at most a year.
That version's semi-fleshed out.
Yeah, this looks pretty cool. I'd
They're
play
using
this.
the font from that Titanic, but with a cat instead meme.
It's like a dark aesthetic Bionicle game.
He's got some pretty sick moves, like flying around and jumping and stuff.
I believe the idea was, depending on what kind of mask you had on, it would basically change your moveset, and you could swap between them to like conquer different content. Oh,
That's pretty sweet.
I just misclicked Jim's face and zoomed in really far. Never again.
I'm just thinking, like, if we had a bingo list, this would be the part where you tick off the light he talks about Bionicle for some reason.
Bionicle bingo.
I tried to find it on Steam, but the only thing on Steam is Bionicle Mask of Power. I don't know what that is.
I don't think it's definitely not out yet. I'm not sure. It might be stuck in dev hell.
Well, sometimes the things, even if they're not done, they'll put them as coming soon on Steam, and you can wish list them and like track the progress. That's what I was trying to do, but no, apparently it doesn't even exist.
There's a wiki, but I have no idea what, where, when, why. Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot for updates. I'm not sure what their website is either. They have a Twitter.
They're using the StarCraft 2 engine.
Nice. Progress.
But the last post was like a year ago. So less progress. Unless it's a pin post. Nope, it's been a while. Unfortunately. Might be a dead project. Who knows? What a tease.
I can't imagine getting that far into the project and then just being like, nah.
They seem pretty far, right? Like this seems like it's deep enough.
At least release it scummily as like a pre-alpha on Steam.
Are you big into Scum? Big into Scum releasing?
Been in development
gaming.
since 2014.
No. That's a good. Anyone out there wants to make a YouTube channel? Scum Gaming. There you go.
Just all the like
I can imagine,
shadiest, sketchiest,
like,
scummiest. Like,
Yeah.
If you called
Wasn't
your
that-
channel Scum Gaming, that would just be calling yourself Scum.
Wasn't there a
you're
game called
embracing
Scum?
it at that point.
Or maybe not. Maybe you play this. If you want to take it real, like you really want to monetize the idea. Maybe you only play the lowest reviewed Steam games released each week.
Oh
There's
yeah,
someone
there
who
you go.
does
Just
that.
find the ones that are overwhelmingly negative, like 11%
And just play the
favorable
shit.
reviews,
Yes.
and just beat it. Oh wow, we actually have a game called Scum.
This was a thing
I
on
wonder what
Twitch
it's
for
an
like 4
acronym for.
days.
Dogfight. I guess
No,
if
it's
you're,
like
if you're listening to this.
It
Not
was like
actual
that
dogs.
that orange jumpsuit battle royale looking game. Was it not?
What?
It was like a thing on Twitch for like 5 days, and then it died immediately. It was like
Dude,
a DayZ
I'm-
clone.
skipping through the trailer, and in the last part of the trailer where it's showing you like the different stuff that's available in the game, and it has the character standing there and smiling, he's missing 2 of his front teeth. This guy, what is with this guy's appearance?
Each of those demo videos in like order are vastly different from each other and tell a very different tale what this game is about.
Have you seen this game that has orange jumpsuits? This is all it ever was streamers running around in orange jumpsuits, beating each other to death with rocks. It's like Rust and Daisy.
I mean, you just described Rust basically.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they're less naked. I guess that's the only.
Yeah, there are more articles of clothing.
Okay, I'm finally at the orange jumpsuit part.
Yeah, survival games and
holy fuck! How many videos do they have?
A lot. Yeah. They have a lot.
They've got like 20 videos on here.
I know, and they're all so different.
Who expects anyone to watch 20 videos?
They got fish.
I don't know. Maybe they're just they got fished.
PoE doesn't even have fish.
Well, I thought you said they got fished, as in the company.
No, they got
responded to a phishing email.
They got fish.
Yeah, fish with a PH.
I get you. Oh god, don't click through the pictures. There's definitely one of just a dick. Anyway.
Senor Flowers. Is there any other games you've been playing recently, by the way? Not to cut you off, but
no, dude. Yeah, you're all good. So let's see. Recently, well, obviously I'm going to be playing more Path of Exile when the new league comes out, but I haven't been playing
when's that come out?
A couple of months. Oh yeah, I have no idea. It's got to be sometime soon. But yeah, I played through Warframe's another game that I play a lot of, like loot-based game. So I've got a couple thousand hours in that. I play a lot of Warframe all the time. I love tower defense games, so I always play Bloons Tower Defense 6 because I think it's probably the trendsetter on the market right now. I also recently found a game that came out apparently like a few days ago on Steam. It's only just like a $10 game built by either like one guy or a couple of guys, but it's a really cool concept because it's called Tiny Tactics. It's a tower defense that is it's old school like Warcraft 3 style tower defense where you have to build a maze with your units to artificially elongate the path that the enemies have to walk. But it's with like teamfight tactics and Dota auto chess style of unit selection, where it gives you 5 units and then you like buy them and you have to match the traits and stuff to power them up. So you can't just do like cookie cutter strategies of, if I get stuck on a level, I can just look up what's the proper solution with the turrets to use or whatever. So every playthrough is going to be a little bit different, and the creativity that you can use, despite the fact that it just came out, like it seems like a lot of different stuff is pretty viable. And then as you beat each individual level, the levels also reward you with crystals that you can use to purchase like upgrades in a similar manner to what you would in a roguelike game, where it's not going to break the game, but it just gives you little bits of extra bonuses. So I've been having a lot of fun with that, just kind of experimenting with it. And it's a really unique combination of 2 genres that haven't been combined before. So yeah, I've been playing that.
Have you ever played I'm sure you have, but Orcs Must Die, that series?
Yes. Big fan of Orcs Must Die. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't play the first one, but I played through everything in the second one and the third one.
I loved the second one. I played so much of that. I really like that style of tower defense where it combines kind of with FPS and like the trap laying more than like the tower defense maybe. Like that was for me like a good combination. And I just like it looked and felt really good at the time also. I'm not sure, probably it looks like shit now. Like rose tinted
I think it still looks pretty good. I think it still holds up pretty well. Yeah, I think one reason for that is in general, at least from my point of view, cartoony graphics games hold up better to the test of time than games that go for hyperrealism. Because hyperrealism is going to look shit compared to modern
world of the now versus like the world of the now and the future. That cartoon is locked in time in that cartoon setting.
Cartoon graphics you'll always know at least what they were going for, right? Even if it might not have crystal clear pixelation or anything like that, it still feels like it holds up a little bit better. So I think it'll hold up a lot better than other stuff from that day. But yeah, Orcs Must Die was a lot of fun. Stuff like that incorporates the idea of controlling a character that also interacts with the tower defense instead of just placing the units down. I agree. That's
Sanctum? Was that one also?
Yeah.
Dude, Sanctum 2 was an awesome game. And I really want Sanctum 3 to come out. Yeah, Sanctum 2 was up to 4-player co-op with 6 different classes, I think, first-person shooter style instead of third-person style. And it was really fun. It also had mazing in it, which is something that a lot of modern tower defenses don't, which I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of having it. And I remember for a long time, people were always asking, Sanctum 3 when? When is Sanctum 3 coming out? And they still, to my knowledge, the devs are still like, we are open to doing this, but we are currently occupied with other projects because we are not a big studio. So I've still got my fingers crossed, hoping to one day at one of these big game announcements just see Sanctum 3 come out at one of these cons or one of these like showcases or something. I would love a Sanctum 3.
I feel like it's a really underrepresented like genre that may have been capitalized by the mobile space, because I feel like it really lends itself to that kind of setting, since it is like the top down like Balloons version, for example. That one's like very mobile accessible,
super mobile friendly.
Yeah, and like the Orcs Must Die's like Sanctum kind of FPS hybrid ones definitely kind of fell by the wayside, I think, as a result of that. Like they just didn't translate to mobile because it's just a little clunkier and harder than like
have you played Creeper World? Creeper World?
I've not.
It's top down, but instead of being
I
on
had a friend who played it.
It's like a viscous fluid that just spreads out from a source, and you have to like shoot it back and then control the fluid and then kill the source. And there's like 200 levels in it or something. And then they got another one which is set in space, so your towers are spaceships that you can move around and control like an enemy that's like spawning out of like wormholes and shit, and you like have to slowly like move your towers up in formations to control the spread and then eventually win. That's my like, if I've got an hour to burn, I just load up.
I watched you play this, Jim, didn't I?
Yeah, particle fleet emergence, I think is what it's called.
Good.
And you can spend like 2 hours per map in that if you want, because it's just like slowly turtling your way up to like empowering your troops.
Creeper World 4, you know.
Creeper World 4 is in 3D. All the other ones are top down.
4.
Yeah, it's 3D, that one. It looks like a topographical map.
Did either of you guys ever play Dungeon Defenders?
Nah.
I played so many games in my life, I have to fucking look them all up to remind myself.
Dungeon Defenders was a cartoony style game where it was a tower defense where you control the character in third person and interact with it, like just sort of like we're talking about with Orcs Must Die. Up to 4-player co-op. The characters were all like, the idea was the heroes of this high fantasy mythical world were all away fighting some big bad, and so their little kids are left over when a second big bad attacks, and so the little kids have to build towers and fight against the monsters and stuff. So you can play as like the mage kid or the knight kid or the archer kid or whatever. Yeah, but that game was super fun, and it got so many content updates, like so many extra maps, extra modes, stuff like that added over time. I have like 200 hours in freaking Dungeon
free to play. First off, Dungeon Defenders 2 is free to play.
Dungeon Defenders 1 is the good one.
2 is shit.
I'm trying to remember, because they've had a couple like revamps, remixes, whatever since Dungeon Defenders 1, and some of them have been okay and some of them have been horrible, but Dungeon Defenders 1 is that's the sauce. That's the one that I played a lot.
Man, there's like a picture of there's like the ultimate collection when you purchase it. And it contains such a laundry list of
for the first one,
updates. Yeah, it is like a mile long pile of updates here. It's $50 for that version, but like it is just a ridiculous amount of things listed in that section.
All of that stuff gives you, like, each one of those expansions is like either a new level or a new type of hero you could play or something like that.
25 $2 or $2 or $1 packs is what it is, basically. Collected into
individual little instances. There's a couple of them that are just purely a cosmetic outfit or something that you can skip, but most of them do at least give you like a different class of character or a new little or something interesting to play. But yeah, that was one that I spent a lot of time in.
Do you have any a real tangent, but do you have any like rituals or things you like to do like on the day of launch or leading up to launch? Like, for example, I like make sure I get my iced coffee. I order my lunch and dinner like ahead of time. Like I got myself, set up. Any sort of like rituals like that, or things you like preparatory accoutrement, if you will, for your experience.
My number one thing that I like to do is make sure I double check, triple check that I do not have any real life bullshit that's about to get in the way of my Path of Exile experience. Like I double check my Riot calendar. I double check my personal calendar. I double check, make sure that there's plenty of food in the fridge. We got water. I got to make sure that we got some beers in the fridge, because after we played a couple hours, we're still going through the campaign. We need to keep ourselves going. Like just making sure that I'm in that spot where if I want to play PoE just on a straight up 8-hour binge, I've got the materials to do that and nobody's going to interrupt me. I close all my social media stuff. I turn my phone on silent and I toss it across the room because I'm not interested in talking to people right now. I'm interested in playing Path of Exile, right? So generally just putting myself in the mode to be able to play that like that. I don't have a shit bucket. I've never owned one of those, But that's still one of my all-time favorite posts on the Path of Exile Reddit. That one actually made me laugh out loud for 5 minutes. I remember though my roommate that I live with, Zyrene, he's big, huge WoW guy, right? Like classic WoW. He's in the #1 speedrun guild in North America, and they're like #3 in the world or whatever. Like the very first week that Burning Crusade came out, he grinded 4 characters to max in that 1 week. Like he is a grind lord. And I remember when Burning Crusade was about to come out for classic WoW, I looked in our fridge, and one level of the fridge was nothing but single serving orange Gatorades, and the next level of the fridge was nothing but vegan yogurt. And I'm like, Zyrene, what is all this shit? He's like, game fuel. It's for WoW. Easy to eat. Doesn't take any time.
Yeah. And that is so reminiscent of like the old days of Crip when he was playing on D2 and D3, all that stuff. And he's like, I got my lentil soup and I got my orange juice. I'm good to go for 30 hours. Like
OJ poured and candles lit. With this chant, I summon Crip. Good old days back in the chat with the pasta.
Oh yeah, that is the quintessential meal: lentil soup and orange juice. Back when Crip looked like he was, he's emaciated. Oh, there's the bucket. Yeah.
Yes, the shit bucket. The best part was
just a toilet seat and a Home Depot bucket. That is all it is.
The response of it, just the fact that the thread was titled essentially the same question you asked me, Lighty, and then this guy just responds. He doesn't even, if I remember right, he didn't even type any words. Yep, he just uploaded this image to the thread. And it's like, this is how you prepare.
It like, was so good. He's probably not. I mean, there's a chance he actually used it, but most likely not. It's just a meme. But it's still the fact that he just has the spare toilet. I'd like to think he took that off his own toilet. I was like, I don't have an extra toilet seat.
Screws it
I
off.
have to ratchet it off.
To the bucket.
Go get my local bucket and put it up. But also, I'd like to think that if he did use it, that's where he keeps it. Like just in the middle of his whole setup.
Next
he crawls on the desk. He just crawls on the desk. Yeah. Oh man, shit bucket's good.
Yeah, shit bucket's one of my all-time faves. Absolutely love that one.
There's been a lot of memes have had like over the years. Just like there's been so many league launches, right? Probably I guess 30 over the past. I mean, almost over the past 10 years of Path.
Yeah, Path of Exile had so much.
I remember so many times. There's been so many instances of some like weird things. I remember ordering Chinese one time, and they gave me. I had ordered a Coke with it, and they gave me my Coke inside of a wonton soup container, like just liquid Coke.
What?
They had no cans. And I just had it. So there was just like chat was just blasting tub Coke because it's just a tub of Coke. That was it. Yeah, and that was I had a drink. And it was just Pepsi. It wasn't even Coke. And I got swindled ultimately. No straw, no nothing, just tub of Coke. It had a little notch.
Tub of Coke.
It had a notch in the lid, as if like a V cut out with like pliers, so you could just like I guess sip it like a giant box. Sippy cup. Yeah.
What the hell?
I think weirdest thing I found. I was playing for like weird. This is when I was doing burial chambers just nonstop, and I was just getting down, playing the game for 10 hours, standing up, getting down, over and over again. I just was like looking around my room bored, and underneath my PC there was a tiny little shrimp, like a prawn, like a shrimp, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I got down and looked under my computer, and there was hundreds of shrimp, and I'm like, what the fuck's happening? And I'm like, I'm googling it, and I'm freaking out because I'm like, how the fuck did like a bunch of seafood get into my? They were all over my floor, and I'm like, is this like a roach infestation or something? I looked it up, and apparently there's a species of shrimp that lives in the ground, and when it rains, they can't breathe. And it had rained the day previously. They came up and got into my room, dried out, and died. And so my entire room was just covered in shrimp, and I hadn't noticed because I was playing yesterday the entire 10 hours
in your room.
While it was raining. They would have been crawling along my floor, and I just didn't even notice.
Oh my god!
And next day, there's just shrimp everywhere.
That
entire
is the
generation
experience.
Yeah.
Entire lineage of ground shrimp perished by your feet. No fucks given. Just
you're
mapping away.
Burial chambers, man. He was farming. Most dedicated Path of Exile farmer.
Grandparents shrimp.
It's a mindfuck, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Jousis, did you ever have any weird shrimp fields or anything?
I live on the second floor. Things have never come up through the floor.
You never know. If there's ground shrimp, then the floodgates are open.
They come and get you. They'll climb the
If two
stairs.
people in the chat had a shrimp problem, I would have been severely disturbed.
Yeah. What are the odds, right?
Oh man. All right, boys. It's like 9:00. We've been here for 5 hours. I think I got to call it and go get some food.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right.
You lasted
It's been
pretty
awesome
long.
getting to meet you guys and do this podcast. So this was a ton of fun, dude. I can hardly believe it's actually been 5 hours. It's been great.
Time
to bullshit
flies,
about
doesn't
everything.
Yeah, this has been great.
It flies when there's no schedule.
It's true. Yeah.
That's the real 5-head play right there.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
I'd
All
love
right,
to have
well,
you
fellas.
back in the future.
Hey, I'd love to be
time.
back in the future. This was great. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah.
Next time we got another League launch and some other random bullshit. I like how I say League launch as if this was an entirety of Path of Exile conversation. We had
Peppered
5
in there,
hours
yeah.
and maybe
We talked
what, like
about
90
10
minutes
minutes.
of Path of Exile conversation.
Yeah,
More than normal. I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair.
it is.
All right, make sure you send me the link whenever the video comes up. I'm excited to watch everything we've accomplished here.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
boy.
right. See you guys later.
See
It's
ya.
been a pleasure meeting y'all.
Bye.
Catch you
Easy,
around.
bud.
Best of luck when your league starts.
Yep,
You
you
too,
too.
man.
Yep,
See ya.
you too.
Shall I end it there? Fuck it. Just, yeah, perfect editing.
Yeah, I mean,